Erril turned to face the speaker, the ghost in the mirror. The swirling bands of light swelled and ebbed over the stern figure of the old woman. He spoke to the mirror. "I have companions in danger up there." "They are not your concern," she said coldly, her eyes narrowed. "You were guardian of the book, and now must be guardian of the one for whom the book was forged. You must get Elena to safety. Time has not dulled the black heart's lust. Now go." Her bright image in the mirror fluttered like a candle flame in a breeze, her final words stuttering. "The dark magic, snaking in the cottage, weakening my link. Flee while you still can. Do not fail me, Erril of Standy." Then her ghost vanished and darkness reclaimed the chamber. Only the blue-flamed torches weakly beat back the blackness. In the silence, the girl edged closer to Erril's side. An exceptionally loud crash boomed from above, startling her, and she clutched at his hand. He squeezed in reassurance, her hand a hot ember in his palm. How could this child be a witch? Witches were legends of evil, crook-backed crones buried deep in swampy lairs, or beautiful women with raven hair who lured men to their doom on midnight visits. Erril studied the woman-child. In the torchlight, her eyes were glassy with fear, her lips slightly parted as she held her breath. One hand twisted a curl of hair by her ear. He squeezed her hand again. Evil or not, this witch was under his protection. Bull had finally freed one of the torches from its bracket and pointed it to the only hall leaving the chamber. "This way." He passed the torch to Erril. With only one arm, Erril was forced to pry his hand from Elena's tight fingers to accept the flaming brand. The girl's hand, free now, snatched the edge of Erril's leather jerkin and clung there. Bull raised his lantern. "Come. I have explored these ruins and know them well. Do you know a way out to the woods?" Erril asked. The old man's words were whispered as he turned and began to lead the way toward the Black Hall. "I once did. But these ruins have a way of tricking an eye." Erril, with Elena attached to his side, followed Bull into the dark passageway leading from the chamber. The passage was revealed to be an ancient hall of the school. Hewn stone crumbled in dampness, and mold grew thick across the stone walls. An occasional alcove or niche they passed contained statuary so worn by dripping water and age that the forms had melted into hunched masses that seemed to menace the passer. Erril noted that Elena kept well clear of these dark spaces, and every noise triggered a gasp from the girl. As she walked beside him, her feet stumbled in exhaustion. He heard her mumbling under her breath, words spoken to the floor in a disjointed fashion, something about snakes. Erril's lips tightened to a frown. It must be over a day since the child had slept. They needed to get her somewhere to sleep and recuperate. The dangers facing this youngster were more than just physical. He wanted to put his arm around the girl, but he was fully occupied supporting the sputtering torch. For the first time in a long time, he regretted the loss of his other limb. Ahead, Erril saw Bull hesitate at a junction of three crumbling halls. The subterranean ruins of the old school were a maze of crisscrossing stone halls and collapsed chambers. At first, Bull had been marching through this warren of tunnels with confidence, but as they proceeded he stopped more and more to scratch his head and squint his eyes. Erril stepped beside him. "What's wrong?" "I must have made a wrong turn. I don't remember this crossroad." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying we're lost. There are many parts of these ruins I haven't explored. Some sections are unstable and apt to fall. Some parts are where beasts of the underground rule and guard against intruders. And where are we now?" As if an answer, a sudden loud hissing bloomed from all around them. Elena whimpered beside Erril. Bull lowered his lantern. "How fast can you run carrying Elena?" He whispered to Erril. "Why?" Bull peered into the darkness. "I didn't know they had stretched their territory so far. The winter cold must be driving them to these lower regions." Erril listened to the growing hissing. "Serpents?" Bull shook his head. Worse. Much worse. Rock goblins. The two Skaltum beat their wings through the cold night air as Kral struggled to his feet. One of his knees protested the motion, and he grabbed for Rorschach's withers to steady himself. The war charger sidled closer to him. Though the horse's eyes were wild with fear and its coat slick with sweat, Rorschach stayed by the downed Kral, ready to protect. The Skaltum behind him chuckled, the sound of its laughter like rocks rattling through a wash during a flash storm. My little bird broke his wing. Come and I will fix it. Kral heard the scrape of bony wing and claw approaching his back. He stared at his empty hands, weaponless. He had lost the axe when he was thrown from the horse. It now lay in the dirt near the feet of the second Skaltum. He needed another weapon but had none. Unless. The second Skaltum crept closer toward him from the front. We have had a long trip here. We could use a little meal before we tear apart the cottage and find our true prey. Both of the Skaltum now hissed sibilantly. Green oil dripped from the claws of the Skaltum in front while it stared at him like a dog salivating for a bone. Kral's hands settled on one of his packs. He picked the strap loose and flipped open the covering. Now what do us our little man think he has? The beast behind him asked. Another shiny blade to prod at us? You cannot harm us, soft one, but only whet our appetites. Kral reached into his pack and grabbed his weapon by a long ear. He pulled free the decapitated head of the Skaltum he had slain in the town. He raised it high for both creatures to see. Do not trust so fully your dark magic. I have learned how to thwart your foul protections. The sight of the head, its long tongue hanging slack from its dead lips, had the desired effect on the beasts. Kral guessed the two Skaltum had seldom seen one of their kind slain in many centuries. The shocking revelation caused both of the beasts to flap back from him in trepidation. He hopped forward, his horse following at his whistled command. He swung the head toward the Skaltum in front. It backed far enough away from Kral that he could reach the axe. He quickly wiped the axe's edge through the thick blood that dripped in globs from the severed neck in his hands. Blood of your kind smeared on a blade will render your dark protections useless. He raised the blade, praying his ruse would hold. I do not need the sun to kill you. His words shook the Skaltum. Both near exhaustion themselves, neither seemed willing to test his claim. He mounted and, using his knees, guided his horse to the side. Now both Skaltums stood in front of him. We will kill you, little man. Mark our wordus. When the tale of what you have done reaches our tribe, you and all your kind will be meat upon our fangs. We will be ready for you. Your blood will flow like rivers down our mountains, he assured the creatures as he swung his horse around and signaled Rorschach to his fastest speed. Fear ignited his mount, and Rorschach's iron-shod hooves thundered across the cold ground. Trees flew past to either side. With a net of limbs blocking the sky overhead from a winged assault, Kral allowed himself to breathe again. As he and Rorschach raced through the wintry night, thunder rumbled from overhead. The storm was about to break. Kral watched lightning arc across the black clouds as two emotions warred in his heart, relief at having survived, and shame for what he had done. He kicked Rorschach to a faster speed, as if he could run from his ignoble act. Froth foamed from Rorschach's lips as he obeyed his master and sped through the woods. It was not the abandonment of his companions in the cottage that caused his heart to weigh like a stone in his chest. Though he had left them to the beasts, his heart knew he had done all he could to buy them time to escape the cellar and reach safety. He had done his best, risking his own life. No, what caused his heart to ache and his throat to choke was that he had lied, spoken an untruth. And for no other reason but to save his contemptible hide. He yanked on Rorschach's reins. His mount reared, wild-eyed, foam flying from the bit, and pulled to a short stop. Suddenly lightning and thunder crashed above Kral, as if the heavens above screamed for his lying heart. A freezing rain began pelting through the pines to strike his upturned face. No man of his clan had ever allowed a lie to escape his teeth. With the spittle of his foul tongue, Kral had doused the fire of his family clan. For that blasphemy, he could never return to his mountain home. A man forever lost, Kral howled into the face of the rain. 24. Elena clung to the swordsman's jerkin as the hissing of the goblins crept around them. Now what? She had seen too many horrors this past day. She buried her face into Eril's leather jerkin. A rumble of distant thunder echoed from above, silencing the hissing but not for long. As the crackling roar died away, the menacing noise resumed, itching at her ears. She peeked an eye open and stared down the hall behind them. Were there darker shadows sliding toward them? Uncle Bull spoke behind her. I smell rain down this hall. She glanced back toward her uncle. He peered down the hall leading to the left. And I think the hissing is less this way, too. Then let's go, Eril said. With her ear pressed near his chest, Elena heard Eril's heart pound in its bony cage. She concentrated on the rush of blood through the warrior's heart, letting it drown out the hissing. Toss away the torch, Bull said. You'll need that arm of yours to carry Elena. We must hurry. They may let us pass through their halls unmolested if we don't dally. Elena allowed herself to be hefted into the air by Eril's iron-muscled arm. She held her arms around his neck to maintain her perch. Swing to my back, he said. She did as he asked and wrapped her legs around his waist. He kept his one arm hooked in her leg. I don't need you to hold me, she said right into his ear. If you lean over just a bit, I can hold on by myself. Eril grunted acknowledgement and let go. She tightened her knees and adjusted her weight. She held her place firm, it was not unlike riding a horse. I'm set, she said. Placing a hand on the pommel of his sword, Eril nodded to Bull. Lead the way. Elena's arm across his windpipe strained his voice. Bull raised his lantern, slipped into the hall on the right, and led the way at a slight trot. Eril followed with a strangled hang-on tossed back at the girl. Elena pushed her cheek against his neck and held tight, careful not to choke her mount completely. Her nose filled with the scent of him, hoarse and a rich muskiness, like a hint of the loam of his home plains. A picture of him as a boy running in the fields of his Standy home passed through her mind's eye, legs strong as they leaped irrigation ditches, chest wide as it drew the air yellowed by the dusty pollen of the spring fields. What if they had met as children? Would they have been friends? Before she could ponder the strange effect his smell had on her heart, they entered the new hallway. The hissing grew louder as the walls around them echoed the threat. The noise seemed to creep into her skull and bounce around inside. She stared over Eril's shoulder as he trotted after Uncle Bull and the lantern. Though they moved quickly, the pace was not so hurried as to trip a foot on a crumbling stone or bump a head on a fallen roof beam. It was this fast yet steady pace that kept Uncle Bull from death. From her perch, Elena could see the forward edge of the lantern's light as it raced ahead of them, illuminating obstacles. As she stared, the lantern light sliding along the stone floor suddenly vanished ahead as if swallowed by a hungry darkness. It took her a moment to realize what lay ahead. Watch out! She called to her uncle, who still hurried ahead of them. Her words struck his ears at the same time the sight reached his eyes. He skidded to a halt, his arm swinging to keep him from falling. His toes teetered at the edge of a precipice. Eril came near to colliding into his back and sending him tumbling into the black pit ahead, but the swordsman was agile and instead pulled Uncle Bull from the edge. Elena dropped from Eril's back. All three stared at the yawning precipice. The hall had been split by an old crack and a shifting in the rock of the foothills. The edge of the lantern light barely reached across the gap to where the hall continued on the far side, much too far to leap. Another crack of thunder echoed from the storm overhead. The thunder's bark rang clear from the distant hall. Uncle Bull was right. A way to the surface did lie at the end of that hall. But with the pit between them and the hall's continuation, it might as well have been 1,000 leagues away. The thunder seeped away, and the source of the hissing became clear. The noise rose like steam from the precipice, as from a furious teakettle ready to explode. "Rock goblins," Bowl muttered. Behind them now, a thick-tongued hissing answered its brethren from the pit. Uncle Bowl turned to face Elena. She had never seen such despair in his eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered to both her and Eril. Elena barely heard his words. From the hall behind them, she saw inky shadows shift and squirm toward their light. "Crowl!" Nelahn called through the storm-swept wood. Limbs lashed about her horse, and a hard rain beat down, stinging her face. She continued through the wood toward where she had heard the thunder of passing hooves. She coaxed the stallion forward. Behind her followed the mare and its rider, Rockingham. Though the steed was tethered to her stallion, the man made no effort to leap from his mount and flee. Apparently the prisoner had no desire to traverse these woods on foot with monsters loose this night. "He's dead," Rockingham said sourly. "Let's find a thick-boughed tree and weather this storm out." "No. He can't have survived the Skeltum. He did it once." Rockingham pulled his shoulders up and hunched against a sudden wet gust. "Not this black night." "I heard him." "You heard thunder." Nayland nudged her stallion forward, leading the mare with her. Her senses were keen. It was not thunder she had heard. "Crowl!" She called again, the wind ripping the name from her lips. As if in answer, a light bloomed in the wood far ahead. Her first thought was that they had circled back around and that the misty light came from the old man's cottage. No, they were too deep in the wood, too far from the cottage. She sat straighter on the horse and peered forward, trying to pierce the veil of rain. The light, a soft azure glow, appeared to be bobbing up and down. Was someone hailing them? Maybe Crowl? She reached a hand to the trunk of a tree and allowed her eyes to drift partially closed, searching through the rough bark and down to the heart of the tree, to its very roots that entwined with the other trees of the dark wood. She hummed a song of the Nephi low in her throat, a song of inquiry. Who lay ahead, friend or foe? But her only response was a rumble of irritation. How dull the roots of these trees, like men snoring in dream, compared to the symphony that once played in her own forest home. Only a single feathery answer returned, Elvin. Startled, she let her fingers drift from the woody bark. Just an old nightmare, she thought. These trees here were lost in the past. The Elvin had been gone from these shores for 1,000 ages. They had disappeared long ago, sailing their wind ships beyond the great western ocean to a faraway land, from which they had never returned. Still, even this mention of the ancient Elven stirred a worry in her chest. It was such a cursed name to find among these storm-drenched limbs. Her curiosity inched her stallion in the direction of the light. The trunks of trees, moving between her and the light, winked the glow into and out of existence like some cryptic signal. Finally, an especially fierce gale blew down from the peaks, and a wall of rain swept over them. The light blotted out. Nayland stopped her horse and waited, unsure where exactly the light had last stood. As she held her breath, her eyes searching, Rockingham slipped his gray mare beside her chestnut stallion. I don't like this. We should go. No telling what manner of beast might be loose this night. She raised a warning hand. Hush. Her ears strained. She thought she had heard the snapping of a twig nearby. Wah? Rockingham's question was strangled to silence by a large hand clamped over his mouth. Nayland flinched in her saddle as she saw the huge shape swell up and pull Rockingham from his perch. A knife flashed into her hand from a sheath on her wrist. Whoever had grabbed Rockingham was on the far side of the horse, hidden from view. From the corner of her eye, she saw the glow reappear on her right, farther in the forest. She ignored it, her attention focused on the commotion behind the mare. A face suddenly appeared over the withers of the horse. The rocky planes and thick beard of the face were familiar. Crowl? She asked in a hushed voice. Down, he whispered at her, a hand motioning her to dismount. Nayland slipped from the horse's back. She darted to Crowl and Rockingham. The garrison man was rubbing at his neck, his eyes narrowed with anger. "Tether the horses," the large man whispered in her ear. "Why?" He pointed toward the light. "The horses draw attention. You two were making enough noise to attract a deaf cliff cat. On foot, the storm should hide our scent and cover our footfalls." "Who's over there?" "I'm not sure." Krell quickly swung his face away. "But on this foul night, we should heed caution." Nayland's brow crinkled. The mountain man was acting oddly, but his words were sound. "I'm not going anywhere," Rockingham said, planting his feet. "You're right," Krell said. He grabbed both the man's wrists in one hand and bound them with rope. "You're staying here with the horses." Krell tossed an end of the rope over a high branch of a winter oak and caught it again. He pulled it taut, dragging Rockingham's arms so far up that he danced on the tips of his toes. Krell tied the rope around the bole of the tree. Rockingham began to protest, but a gag stuffed into his mouth silenced his words. "Is that really necessary?" Nayland asked, surprised at the savagery in Krell's behavior. "He hasn't caused us any trouble." "What about the Skaltum?" Krell said. "How did they know where to find us?" She remained silent, unsure. "Come, the sun's rising," he said. "I'm returning to the cottage and ridding the valley of those beasts, as I did with the other." He nodded toward the light. "But first I will know who else moves through these woods on a stormy night." Nayland thought of mentioning what she had heard from the tree voices, but Krell's actions made her uneasy, reluctant to open her worries to him. Besides, what was the need of speaking of the elven kind? They were creatures of old stories. "It would be best if you stayed with the horses, too," Krell said. "No." The word escaped her mouth before she could stop it, but she didn't take it back. "I'm coming with you." Krell hesitated as if to protest, then merely shrugged and turned away. Nayland followed his wide back as he slipped away. For such a huge man, he seemed to float across the forest floor. Silent and sure, he sped toward the distant light, axe clenched in one fist. Nayland, a creature of the forest herself, still had to press hard to keep pace with the man. The storm, with its sudden buffeting winds and wet embrace, hindered her, while the rain sluicing through the bower overhead ran off Krell's body as if off rock. Not a word was uttered as they continued, but inside Nayland 1,000 concerns fought. Even after his battle with the Skaltum and the town, Krell had come away from the fight winded but unfazed, with his calm resilience intact. Now, though, his words had a bite to them, and his actions were as sharp as the edge of his axe. Even his shoulders seemed tight and bound in iron. If Krell had not been so strange, she would have perhaps stayed with Rockingham and the horses and might have been able to keep Rockingham from being trussed up like a beast. But the way Krell's brows brooded over his sunken red eyes scared her, not for herself, but for others he might encounter. Not all things this night needed to be met with blade and muscle. Nayland came abreast of the mountain man and watched the light glowing past the last scattering of tree trunks. Whoever cast this light into the storm deserved to attract more than just blind fury. She edged ahead of Krell, determined to see first if Krell's axe might be needed. She sped ahead of the giant, her lithe feet dancing across the fallen leaves and twigs in silence. The ways of the forest paths were part of her nature. Behind her, she heard a whisper of ire from Krell. The slightest smile edged her lips until she reached the last of the trees and saw who and what brought light into this dark wood. No! Instinct took hold of her heart as her dagger again appeared at her fingertips, snatched from her wrist sheath. She flew into the circle of light. The tall, slender man, twice Nayland's height but half her weight and dressed in only a thin white shift tucked into billowing green trousers, twisted a long thin neck to face her. He stood in a ring of mushrooms with one arm raised high, bearing aloft the source of the glow. A bird, perched on his raised wrist, glowed a bright azure from its feathers. Startled, it beat its wings twice, and the light waxed brighter with its motion. A moonfalcon. The falcon opened its beak and screeched. "No, Nayland." Kral called behind her as she raced forward with her dagger held high. She ignored him, a scream of rage escaping her lips. The Elven must die. Yarral pushed the child behind him and unsheathed his sword. He faced the dark hallway. Hissing black shapes slid toward them. Bol stood with the girl and held his lantern up. Its light cast the trio in an island of illumination. With the precipice at their heels, retreat meant only another form of death. I don't understand, Bol muttered behind him. The few times I've encountered signs of the rock goblins, I merely had to run away. They've never pursued me. Maybe they've grown bolder, Erril said. He saw a few of the shapes slip toward the edge of the light. The lantern's glow seemed to hold them back, like some magical shield. One of the shadowy figures broke away from the others and dragged forward. It stood just outside the light, clinging yet to the blackness. A glimpse of red eyes and a bearing of needled fangs reflected the traces of the lantern's glow. Erril found the tiny hairs on the nape of his neck raising at the sight. The creature's shape echoed night terrors of his own childhood when blankets were pulled tight to chin as the house creaked at midnight. They won't hold much longer, Erril said. Do you have any weapon, Bol? No, only the light. The old man stepped forward, flashing the lantern ahead. The sudden movement of the light caught the bolder goblin by surprise. It stood exposed in the bright light, no taller than a goat. Its skin, which had appeared black in the shadows, was now revealed to be a scaly white, like the underbelly of a dead fish. A filthy oil sheened its surface. Huge red eyes stared, unblinking, at them. Then it hunched back from them with a sharp hiss, exposing the fangs of an asp. A tail, with a single black horn brandished on its tip, whipped from behind the goblin to coil and writhe in threat. Erril grimaced, not at the sight of the single beast cringing in the lantern's glow, but at what else the spreading light revealed. The hall before them was crammed with hunching, squirming forms. Even the walls and roof were festooned with goblins hanging from claws dug into the crumbling blocks of stone. The single goblin nearest them darted back into the shadows. The bulk of its fellow creatures also shied from the encroaching light, but not in full retreat. What do you make of them? Erril asked Bol. My sword cannot singly force a pass through their mass. What of witch magic? Erril forced himself not to stare at the little girl cowering behind Bol. No, Elena is dry. And like her male counterparts, it takes sunlight to renew her power. She cannot help us. Then can these rock goblins be reasoned with? I know not. They are a skittish lot, having only rare contacts with others. And what happened to those others? Their skulls and bones were found, well cleaned. Erril stared as the goblins began a slow creep back toward them. He motioned Elena toward one wall and had Bol stand guard before her. Erril needed room to maneuver. He raised the tip of his sword. He watched for any sign that the beasts had gained enough confidence to attack. But they continued to hover at the edge of the lantern's light, as if waiting for a sign of their own. The goblins seemed determined to keep the intruders from leaving, but unsure what to do with them otherwise. What are they doing? Elena asked from behind her uncle. Her voice was surprisingly steady. Maybe she was too naive to properly appreciate their predicament. I'm not sure, honey, Bol said, but we'd better be quiet. With their words, a commotion seemed to be stirring among the mass of goblins. It started far down the hall and commenced toward them, a furious hissing and a squabbling of clicking tongues. Erril tensed, his sword arm rock steady, his eyes narrowed with concentration. Suddenly another goblin burst from among the mass to reveal itself in the lantern light. Like the goblin before, this one stared up at him with huge red eyes, its tail thrusting toward Erril cautiously. But in its tiny hands was clasped an object that flashed in the lantern light. The goblin slunk forward, its hands raised toward him as if offering a gift. Erril backed a pace and pointed the tip of his sword at the creature. The other goblins filling the hallway had silenced their hissing and stood stone still. The goblin standing before Erril peeled its long fingers open to reveal a single sculpted lump of metal, so large it took both of its tiny white palms to support it. Erril gasped. The metal glinted like gold in the lamplight. He knew this object and its shape and knew it was not gold that shone in the light, but iron forged from the blood of 1,000 mages. He had hidden it among the ruins of the ancient school over a century ago for safekeeping against rogues and thieves during his traveling. It was the ward of Aloa Glen. Stunned by the unexpected revelation, Erril allowed his guard down and moved too slowly. The goblin with the prize darted forward, not at Erril, but past him. Before Erril could react, the goblin snaked behind him and flew to the lip of the yawning precipice. The creature paused a moment, peering over its shoulder at him. No! Erril dropped his sword and lunged a hand at the beast. The ward must not be lost. Again he was too slow. The goblin leaped into the precipice and tumbled into the black maw, still clutching the key to the lost city. Erril dashed to the edge, falling to his knees, and searched the chasm. Nothing but blackness stared back at him. Bring the light! Erril commanded. Look, they're leaving, Bull said. Erril allowed himself a quick glance. The massive rock goblins were slinking back from them, disappearing into the gloom of the dark halls, one less threat. Swinging his attention back to the precipice, Erril repeated, Your lantern. Shine it here. Why? Let's get out of here. We'll backtrack to the surface, Bull said as he stepped to the chasm with the lantern. Lower it into the pit. Bull bent with a sigh and leaned his lantern over the edge. The light spilled into the darkness to illuminate a narrow cliff only a few spans down. Crude-hewn stairs led from this ledge deeper into the chasm. Just at the edge of the lantern's glow, a goblin could be seen jumping down the steps. It was soon beyond the reach of the light. We need to catch that little toad. Erril pulled to his feet and picked up his abandoned sword. Why? Let him go, Erril. We need to get Elena to safety. Erril slammed his sword into its scabbard. If we're to have any chance of reaching Aloa Glen and the Blood Diary, we need what the goblin carries. It's the key to unlocking the path to the Lost City. Without it, the ancient spells woven around Aloa Glen are impregnable. I must retrieve the ward. Bull's brow crinkled as Erril's words sank home. How did they find it? And why show it to us and run away? We were herded here. Erril pointed to the now empty hallway. By exposing the ward, they no longer need to push us. They expect that it will now pull us. Elena had wandered to stare into the precipice. Pull us where? Erril stepped beside her. Down there. Krau lunged after Naylan. What had ignited such fury in the usually quiet woman? Rain lashed in swirls through the small clearing among the trees. The lone occupant, a man as tall as Krau but thin as a wind-whipped sapling, glanced toward Naylan with the mildest pursing of his lips, as if only slightly curious why this woman was racing toward him with an upraised dagger. His hair, tied into a long braid that draped down his back, was cast in shades of silver, but surely not from advancing age since the smoothness of his face suggested otherwise. His blue eyes, though, which settled only briefly on Krau, suggested time had worn away both youthful fears and wonder. The eyes seemed bored. The only light in this stormy glade swelled in waves from a bird, a falcon aglow with a deep azure light. Perched on the tall man's bony wrist, the bird's response was more vocal than that of its bearer. It screeched through a sharp beak at Naylan, mimicking the tiny woman's own declaration of rage. A gust of rain stung Krau's eyes. He blinked. In that fraction of a heartbeat, the bird vanished from the stranger's wrist. In a streak of light, not unlike the bolt striking between clouds, the bird dove to Naylan and knocked the dagger from her hand. Before Naylan's shocked feet could even stumble to a stop, the falcon had returned to its perch. Naylan stood panting, her fine hair plastered in welts across her face. This is not your land. She yelled above the thunder. Your kind do not belong here. By now, Kral had reached her and placed a hand upon her shoulder. Unsure who this man was but trusting Nayland's instinct, he stood by to support his companion. He felt her quiver under his palm, as if her emotions boiled within her, threatening to explode. "Who is this man? Do you know him?" Nayland's quaking calmed as he spoke. "No, not him. But I do know his people, the Elven." The last word was spat at the stranger. The stranger remained silent, unconcerned, as if he did not speak their language. Kral tensed as the Elven man suddenly moved, but he only reached a long finger to ruffle the feathers of his falcon. This seemed to calm the bird, and it settled deeper on its perch, less taut. "I have not heard of this clan," Kral said, his words for some reason whispered. "You could not. Even before the race of man appeared on these shores, the Elven were myth, long vanished across the mists of the great western ocean." "Then how do you know them?" "The trees have long memories. Our most ancient roots were young when the Elven still walked under the boughs of the western reaches. The most hallowed trees still sang the stories, songs of war and betrayal. But they sing no longer," the stranger said, speaking for the first time, his voice like the chiming of bells. His eyes, though, were still on his falcon, his head bent slightly in study. "Because of you." Nayland began to shake again. He shrugged. "You betrayed us." Tears appeared on her lids. "No, you destroyed yourselves." For the first time, a spark of anger glinted in the blue eyes of the stranger, a sudden storm in a summer's sky. He swung to face them both fully, high cheekbones sharp on his white face. Kral squeezed Nayland's shoulder, attempting to bottle the swelling rage inside her. Through his touch, Kral sensed the truth in Nayland's words. She believed her accusations. But Kral also had the impression that the stranger was not lying either. He believed his own assertions of innocence. Kral spoke into the tense silence. The storm raging in plays of wind and thunder above seemed calm compared to the quiet war waging here. "I do not understand. What happened between your peoples?" Nayland turned to Kral. "Once, a long time ago, the spirit trees of my home, the Koakona, grew everywhere on this land, spreading from the teeth across the vastness of the western reaches to the great western ocean itself. Our people were revered as spirits of root and loam. And we shared our gifts freely." The stranger snorted. "You ruled as if all the other races on the land were mere tools to aid in the growth of your precious trees. Your rule was a tyranny." "Lies. At first, even we didn't recognize how unnatural your spread upon the lands was. We aided you, using our gifts of wind and light to help your trees grow. But then from the winds on high, we began to sense the corruption that this marching spread of your people had upon the land. Swamps drained, rivers diverted, mountains fell. The beauty of life's variety was thwarted by your people's single-minded creep. So we held back our gifts and tried to speak reason to your ancient elders. But we were reviled and cast out from our homelands. But not before cursing us. You seeded the blight upon your winds and cast the rot of root and leaf upon us. Our trees began to wither and die across the land until only a small glade, protected by the new magic of the human race, survived the purge. You destroyed us." "Never. We held life precious, even your own. It was not we who cursed your trees and brought the blight, but the land itself. Nature fought your spread to protect its diversity. You were cast down by the land itself. Do not blame us." Kral saw Nayland's eyes grow wide, reason and rage fought within her gaze. "You lie," she said, but this time her voice was tinged with doubt. She turned to face Kral. "He lies, doesn't he?" Kral shook his head. "I sense only truth, but only in the faith of his words. He believes what he says. That does not mean that what he believes is true." Nayland raised her fists to her temples as if to squash the doubts now rooted therein. "Why? Why then have you returned? When we were banished, elemental wards were placed upon these lands by your ancients to keep us from these shores. With the death of the last tree, the strength of the wards faded, and the paths here opened again. So I was sent. Why? Kral asked. To retrieve what we had lost, what we were forced to leave behind. And what is that? Naylan asked. We kept nothing of yours. Ah, but you did. You hid it in this valley, a vale still named as we named it long ago, Winter's Eyrie. Both Kral and Naylan voiced the same question. What? He raised his falcon high. Seek out what we have lost. The bird burst out from his wrist in a streak of moonlight and soared across the drowned glade. Seek out our lost king. Book 4. Moonlight and Magic. 25. Tolchuk lumbered behind the others, his shoulders hunched against the pelting rain. The storm had struck as soon as they had cleared the mountain heights and entered the rimwood forest of the lower highlands. Spears of lightning crashed in jagged bolts across the night sky, illuminating the dark forest ahead in sharp bursts of blinding radiance. In one of these bursts, he saw Mogweed and his wolf brother almost a league down the path. Even with the storm's howl, his companions had traveled lightly once they reached the forest's edge. Woods were their home, and even though this was not their own forest, the familiar canopy of woven branches and bushy undergrowth seemed to ignite renewed vigor in their limbs. The injured wolf, even burdened by his splinted leg, raced among the trees, while Tolchuk, racked by rib-cracking coughs and a nose clogged with dripping slime from the constant dampness of the weeks of travel, found himself slipping farther and farther behind the others. Tolchuk dreamed of his own dry caves with a roaring fire in his family hearth. He bowed his head and dragged a forearm across his raw nose. The first winter storm had always marked the Sulakra, the ceremony of the dead, in which cured goat dung was burned in family hearths to honor the spirits of the departed. He pictured the caves billowing with the sweet smoke and the females waving fans of dried toka leaves to cast the mingled odors out into the storm. Lightning was supposed to open cracks in the dome of the sky through which the smoke would seep to the next world, letting the dead know they were still remembered. Tolchuk coughed, an echo of the thunder above, and wondered who would perform the Sulakra for his dead father. And if no smoke arose for him, would he think he had been forgotten? As Tolchuk plodded down the path, the tapping of his thigh pouch on his leg brought a sudden realization. He stumbled to a stop, his palm cupping the heart of the Ojires in the pouch, and remembered the Triad's words. The spirits of the Ojiri dead, including his father, had not made the journey to the next world. They were trapped here, in the Heartstone. This realization opened a hole in Tolchuk's chest into which a profound hollowness swelled. The Sulakra ceremony was a sham. The smoke had never reached the flared nostrils of the spirits. The dead had never reached the next world. Tolchuk's hand fell away from the pouch, from the gem. The Sulakra had been a time when all the Ojiri tribes united for a brief few days in a communal act of homage. It was a time of peace and contemplation, a short respite from the tribal wars. It united the Ojiri people with its grace. But now, with the knowledge of the lie behind the act, the beauty of the ritual was forever fouled for Tolchuk. In just a heartbeat, he had become less an Ojiri. He glanced ahead at the dark wood spread before him. So many leagues still to cross on this journey. What else would he learn on this trek? Who would he become? Thunder mocked him from above as lightning split the dark roof of the world. In the flash of illumination, Tolchuk realized he had lost Mogweed and Fardale. His traveling companions had disappeared among the black, glistening trunks. Alone among the trees, Tolchuk felt as if he were the only living creature for 1,000 leagues. Between the rumbles of thunder, the forest lay silent around him except for the rattle of rain on leaves and the brief whistles of wind through pine branches. Not a torcrow cawed, not a frog croaked. Tolchuk wiped at his nose and sniffed loudly, just to interrupt the forest's silence. I am here, he said with each sniff. I am not dead. He marched on. As he took his first step forward, he saw a glow blossom into existence on his right. How had Fardale and Mogweed gotten so far? He adjusted his course toward the light, his legs as heavy as the tree trunks around him. These swampy woods addled his sense of direction. The light, like an island in a storm-swept sea, became his beacon. With his eyes fixed on the glow, Tolchuk trudged forward. The lonely wood fired a craving for the sight of others, some reassurance that all living creatures had not been swallowed up by this black forest. As his legs increased their lumbering pace, he wondered how his companions could enjoy this cramped and closed world of heavy limbs and choking undergrowth. Where were the open views across 1,000 leagues? Where was the parade of snowy peaks spread far and wide? Here, he could barely reach a hand forward to keep a branch from slapping his face or see much beyond the tip of his nose. Even the tunnel to the Chamber of Spirits had not felt this confining. As he marched, he noticed he was gaining ground on the glow's position. The others must have stopped and were finally resting. Hopefully they had found a dry spot to weather out the remainder of this night's storm. Besides the desire for companionship, the thought of a dry shelter hurried his pace. Soon he spotted the motion of dark figures within the glow. His heart gladdened at the sight of others. He was not alone. As the light swelled momentarily brighter, he saw 3 silhouettes limned in the azure glow. His feet stumbled to a halt. 3? Who had his companions met? Suddenly the glow shot away, streaking like a fiery arrow into the wood. Perhaps he should stay hidden. But what if the others were in trouble, met up with some brigand or marauder? He was not familiar with the tricks of the forest floor and knew that the only reason the others were unaware of his location was because of the blanketing noise of the storm. To sneak closer and survey the situation firsthand was beyond his skill. Too many snapping twigs and branches would betray his approach. Seldom creatures of deception or cunning, Ogiers relied on brute force for both offense or defense. Though only a half-breed, Tolchuk knew this part of his heritage held true. So he took the single course open to an Ogier. He wiped his nose, swelled his chest with damp air, and crashed forward in a loping run that had surprised many craggoats among the peaks. The speed of an Ogier was their tribe's only deception. Few creatures were aware of how quickly an Ogier could move when necessary. And these few creatures, like the hunted goats, never lived to tell. It was the suddenness of his speed, even though accompanied by a shattering roar of cracking branches and sapling trunks, that caught the 3 in the glade unaware. 3 faces swung to face Tolchuk as he burst into their tiny clearing, 3 faces of startled strangers. None of these were his companions. He realized his lonely thoughts had hidden from him the possibility that a different group of travelers might be huddling in the stormy forest. Tolchuk stood stunned as the others momentarily stared wide-eyed back at him. The largest man, almost as massive as an Ogier himself, was holding an axe, while a tiny female gasped with a hand over her mouth. A waifish, silver-haired man stood frozen nearby, eyebrows high up on his forehead. The thin man, like a version of Mogweed stretched close to breaking, was the first to move. Only a slight pursing of his lips and a relaxing of his posture spoke his lack of alarm. He raised a single finger, pointed it at Tolchuk, and spoke with bells in his voice. "It seems I'm not the only one straying far from home this stormy night." With the man's words, Tolchuk felt a pull on his heart, as if from hooks embedded deep in his chest, from the chunk of heartstone at his thigh. This meeting was not chance. He stared at the small blonde woman with her hulking friend. Tolchuk spoke in the common tongue, "Who be you?" That he could speak seemed to stun the axeman and the tiny woman. She even took a step away. Only the gaunt man seemed unimpressed. "Who be you all?" Tolchuk repeated. The wraith of a man spoke, waving his hand to encompass the group. "Seekers like you, Ogier. The Witch draws us to her like moths to the flame." Tolchuk wiped his nose, confused, the ache in his heart beginning to dull. "I do not understand. What Witch?" The man smiled, but there was no mirth in his voice. "The Witch who will destroy our worlds." Mogweed crouched by the opening in the hill. The tumble of stone blocks near the entrance to the ancient tunnel was covered in wet moss and a flaky lichen. A gnarled oak growing on the slope above the black opening wormed roots through the soil to drape across the entrance like bars to a prison. From the size of the oak and the thickness of the lichen growth on the stones, this tunnel was as old as the forest itself. He noticed this whole valley seemed littered with crumbling stone and the remnants of ancient walls. Perhaps it was an abandoned mine. Mogwai had heard that the teeth were pocketed with or in jewel mines like old cavities. The thought of diamonds and gold drove Mogwai closer to the tunnel entrance. Bending near the opening, Mogwai crinkled his nose at the smell from the hole. It reeked of old animal droppings and the muskiness of bear. But the scent must be old because the growth of root across the entrance was too thick for a bear to pass. Even Fardale had had a hard time squeezing through to explore the tunnel. If no dangers lurked there, it would be a safe haven to wait out the brunt of the storm. He heard his brother snuffling deeper down the tunnel. "Did you find anything?" he called. Of course, his brother could not answer. Even discounting Fardale's wolf form, it still took direct contact, eye to eye, to speak the spirit language of his people. But the voiced question helped dispel the misgivings that grew like webs around his heart as he sat out in the rain among these foreign trees. He could swear just moments ago he had heard a scream from somewhere not too far away. But the thunder and rain muffled the scream, and now Mogwai was unsure if it was just the howling wind he had heard. And where was the Ojiri? Mogwai was a tiny bit shocked at the pang of worry that accompanied this quandary. He should be relieved that the lumbering beast that could break him in half with a shrug was not here. But by now Mogwai had grown confident that the Ojiri meant him no harm, and here in the dark forest, alone, Mogwai would gladly welcome the appearance of his sharp-eared, rocky face. Mogwai stood back up and studied the slopes around him as lightning lit the surroundings. He had known Tolchuk was lagging behind. The phlegmy illness plaguing the Ojiri had been getting worse. A day's rest beside a warm fire in a dry shelter was what they all needed. Adjusting his oilcloth slicker, Mogwai again crouched to watch for the reappearance of his brother. Luckily, Fardale's keen wolf sense had discovered the tunnel. It was what they all needed, especially the sick Ojiri. As he bent to lean on a root and peer into the darkness, a rivulet of rain that had pooled on his coat's collar tipped and ran down his neck in an icy trail. Shivering down to his toes, Mogwai called, aggravation thick in his throat, "Hurry up, Fardale, before I freeze to death out here." Suddenly a brilliant crack of lightning burst behind Mogwai. Its radiance reflected off a pair of eyes only an arm's length from Mogwai's nose. With a sharp cry, Mogwai tumbled back. As his backside landed square in a frigid puddle, the realization that the eyes were amber and slitted struck him. They were the eyes of his brother. He watched Fardale poke his wolf head between two roots. If a wolf could express amusement, this one was certainly doing so. "Fardale, you piece of cold dung." Mogwai rolled to his feet. His fury and embarrassment blazed away his chills. Give a warning before pouncing on a person. His brother's eyes glowed. The hungry sparrow fixed on a worm gets eaten by a hawk. Yeah, well, I don't have your sharp nose or night eyes. The senses of a man are so dull, why do they even bother wasting room on a face with noses and eyes? Mogwai wiped at his wet bottom with a scowl. So is it safe? An image formed behind Mogwai's eyes as Fardale climbed from the tunnel, a nest lined by dry feathers and high in the crook of a tree. Fardale limped on his splinted leg to join his brother. Mogwai sighed. Finally I can get warm, and maybe dry these clothes. Seems like I have been damp forever. Tolchuk's image formed in Mogwai's mind. Fardale's eyes glowed toward him. I don't know where he is, Mogwai answered. If we light a fire in the tunnel, the flames should guide him here. Fardale's stance seemed hesitant, questioning, as if thinking of leaving Mogwai here and searching after the slow Ojiri. He'll get here in his own time, Mogwai insisted, suddenly nervous at the thought of being left alone again. Besides, Tolchuk isn't likely to encounter anything an Ojiri can't handle. His words seemed to settle the wolf, but Fardale's eyes kept wandering to the ridges and slopes around them. Satisfied his brother would stay, Mogwai tossed his bags between the roots, then after much squeezing and squirming, followed them into the tunnel's entrance. An ankle-deep carpet of blown leaves and pine needles greeted Mogwai on his arrival. Grimacing at the mulchy mess, he bent and retrieved his pack from where it lay partially buried. As he shook his bag clean of clinging leaves, he heard a low growl rumble from outside the tunnel. At first, he thought it just thunder, then recognized it as a warning from his brother. He swung around in time to see a streak of light, like a flaming arrow, descend into their small valley between steep ridges. The light aimed straight for his brother. Fardale had his nose raised toward it, and a continuous growl flowed from his throat. What was it? Mogwai squeezed closer to peer between the roots. The streak of light suddenly banked and aimed away from his brother, directly toward him. Mogwai tumbled back as what now could be seen as a glowing bird dove toward his face. From the bird's beak, a piercing scream preceded its flight. Throwing himself backward into the deep mulch, Mogwai watched the creature dive between the roots and into the tunnel. With a yelp, he covered his head with his arms. The beast flapped and sailed over his body, sharp talons brushing the back of his hand as it passed. Then it was gone, sweeping away into the depths of the tunnel. Mogwai sat up, stunned. Fardale squeezed between the roots to watch its glow disappear down the dark corridor. Once it had faded around a distant turn in the tunnel, Fardale swung and sniffed at Mogwai's scraped hand. Mogwai was unsure whether he did so out of sympathy for his injured brother or simply to inspect the scent of the bird. Fardale's nose tickled the path the talon had taken across Mogwai's hand, his breath hot upon his brother's wound. Seemingly satisfied, Fardale pulled back. He darted around and trotted down the tunnel several steps. "Where are you going?" Mogwai asked. Fardale glanced over his shoulder at him. A she-wolf crouches and protects her litter from the hidden snake in the grass. His brother then loped after the glowing bird. Wait! But Fardale did not even slow. Soon Mogwai was alone again. Out of the rain and with the entrance somewhat protected by the drape of roots, he should be relatively comfortable and safe. Still, his heart thundered blood through his ears as he strained to listen for his brother's padding footfalls. Mogwai's hands kept clutching at his neck, protecting his throat. The strangeness of the bird had spooked him. As a denizen of the western reaches, he was familiar with most winged creatures. But the likes of that bird were unseen in his lands. Maybe they were common here in the human lands, but somehow he sensed the bird was a foreigner here, too. The bird seemed out of place with this forest, a creature of another world. As he waited, pondering the bird, the storm lulled and the constant background rattle of rain quieted. At least the worst of the storm seemed to be blowing itself out. With the disappearance of the rain, a new noise arose. Maybe it had always been there, with the patter of rain masking it. Or maybe it had just started. The sound did not come from outside his hiding place, but from somewhere down the tunnel where both the bird and his brother had vanished. The noise raised the tiny hairs on his arm. Fardale's final words to him now seemed foretelling. A she-wolf crouches and protects her litter from the hidden snake in the grass. The noise, a soft hissing that rose and fell as if the tunnel itself breathed, flowed toward him from deep in the tunnel, like 1,000 unseen snakes. Suddenly a sharp howl pierced the soft hiss. It was a howl of pain, a howl Mogwai had come to know Fardale's howl. A deep silence followed, and it weighed on Mogwai's heart like a stone. "I know nothing of a Witch," Tolchuk said, eyeing each of the three strangers. Though the large man bearing the threatening axe should have drawn most of the Ojiri's attention, it was the gaunt man with the braided silver hair who kept Tolchuk wary. The man's persistent sneer hovering below hooded eyes silently warned at a danger sharper than an axe blade. "This be none of my concern," Tolchuk continued. "I bid you well on your journeys." He rested a hand over his fanged lips in an Ojiri gesture of peaceful intent, though he was unsure if they would understand the motion. Backing from the trio, he maintained his guard. "Wait," the small woman said, struggling to overcome her initial fear. She wiped strands of streaming hair from her wet face. "This is a black night, full of danger. Beware these woods. Tolchuk paused his retreat. He noticed the woman give the skinny man a brief glance with her warning. There are beasts, black of heart, loose in the woods, she continued, hunting for friends of ours. Be careful. Tolchuk thought of his own companions traipsing blithely through the wet woods. I, too, have friends in these woods. What sort of? Suddenly a piercing howl broke through the slowing patter of rain. All eyes swung in the direction of the cry. As quickly as it had pierced the night, the sound faded away. Wolves, grumbled the axeman. No, one of my friends, Tolchuk said, recognizing the voice of his wolf companion. Fardale be attacked. I must help him. The Ojiri started in the direction of the howl. Hold, Ojiri, said the thick-bearded man, hefting his axe higher. If you would have me, I will join you. It may be one of the foul beasts that we drew into the mountains that attacks your party. If so, you will need my help. Yes, said the small woman. Kral is right. Allow us both to accompany you. No, Nalan, the large man said. It's too dangerous. Nowhere in this wood is safe this night. I'm coming. Tolchuk balked at accepting their assistance but had no time to argue. Without a word, he turned and lumbered in the direction of the howl. He noticed the gaunt man followed. Nalan noticed, too. Elvin, you are not welcome. Begone on your dark pursuits and leave us be. Oh, I was not coming to help you, he said as he strode after them. It just so happens this is the path my moonfalcon flew. Your pursuits are folly. No king of yours was left among the lands. So your kind has always claimed. Quiet. Kral barked. Enough of your bickering. You'll draw the beasts upon us. From here we proceed in silence. Tolchuk wordlessly thanked the bearded man. Why did these races need to spout continuously? Even Mogweed, with no other to talk to, carried on tiresome monologues, as if the sound of his own voice brought him pleasure. With a nagging worry for his talkative companion, Tolchuk led the party over the ridge and down the next slope. Due to the steep grade, the slope was tricky to maneuver, but piles of crumbling rock dotted the way ahead, offering footholds among the slippery cascade of wet leaves and mud. The party quickly maneuvered from stone to stone down the ridge to the floor of the hollow. Once safely off the slope, Tolchuk stood hesitantly. It had sounded as if the cry had come from somewhere nearby, but the woods fouled his senses. Where should he go? Suddenly motion caught his eye. He twisted and saw Mogweed, his back to Tolchuk's party, struggling among the roots of a large black oak as if the tree itself were attacking him. After a heartbeat, Tolchuk recognized the characteristic black eye of a cavern opening beyond the man. Mogweed was blindly fighting his way out, dragging his pack after him. It ripped loudly on a snagging rootlet. As his pack snapped free, he was flung around to face the group. At the sight of the cluster of strangers, Mogweed's mouth dropped open, and he scooted back to the pile of roots. Tolchuk stepped forward. You be safe, Mogweed. These folk will not harm you. Mogweed swallowed several times, trying to free his tongue. He jabbed an arm toward the hidden cavern entrance. Fardale is in trouble. I heard your brother's cry, Tolchuk said. What happened? Where be your brother now? A bird. Some cursed glowing hawk lured him deeper into the tunnel. The moonfalcon. Nalan cried behind Tolchuk, her voice sharp with indignation. It was the Elvin's bird. See, I told you. He is not to be trusted. My pet did not harm your friend, the Elvin argued, unless he was foolish enough to threaten the bird. My falcon is simply trained to survive, like all Elvin. As Tolchuk swung around to face the others, he found the eyes of the woman called Nalan narrowed with hate as she stared at the thin man, but before she could utter another word, the bearded mountain man rumbled at them both. I do not care about old quarrels. He stabbed a finger at the thin man. You, Elvin, what is this tunnel? Ah! A palm snapped up, interrupting Kral. First of all, my name is Merrick, of the House of Morningstar, not Elvin. And I know nothing of this tunnel. My falcon flies upon the trail of our lost king. He chose this subterranean route, not I. He lies. Spat Nalan. I am not here to sway you. Merrick twisted on a narrow heel and strode toward the entrance to the tunnel. Mogwai danced out of his way. Apparently, like Tolchuk, his companion sensed the palpable danger emanating from the man. Tolchuk, though, followed Merrick, feeling responsible for Fardale. The present fate of his companion was partly his fault. He should not have lagged so far behind the others. If he had been with them, perhaps he could have stopped whatever had attacked Fardale. Few things pierced an Ojiri's protection. Ahead, Merrick bent in half to enter the tunnel, slipping between the shield of oak roots with nary a struggle. Tolchuk, though, realized the century-thick roots would bar his way. He pulled at a few of the roots, but even an Ojiri could not uproot an ancient oak gripping firm to rock and soil. From between the roots, he saw Merrick pull a clear stone from his pocket and rub it between his palms. Then he blew upon it, as if bringing a dying ember back to life, and a greenish light burst from the stone. With the light held before him, Merrick disappeared down the tunnel. Tolchuk sensed someone at his back. Kral, the mountain man, spoke from behind his shoulder. Let me chop away inside. Tolchuk stepped back to give Kral's axe room to swing. Stop. Nalan flew forward, raised a tiny hand, and pushed the huge axe aside. This tree did no harm. She placed her palms reverently on the roots, as a child might touch an elder. After bowing her head for a single heartbeat, she merely pushed the roots aside, as if sweeping back the leather flap to one of Tolchuk's home caves. Having tested the tenacity of the roots with his own muscle, Tolchuk was awed by the power behind those small hands. He was not the only one impressed. Tolchuk heard a grunt of surprise from Mogwai, who huddled under his shadow. Anifai, Mogwai said with wonder in his voice. I thought all the tree singers were long dead, but... Mogwai's words were ignored, though Tolchuk noticed his companion studied the small woman with a measuring glance, his eyes narrowed. Nalan, Kral said, drawing Tolchuk's attention, considering your view of the Elven, perhaps it would be best if you return to Rockingham. The Ojiri and I can handle this. The small woman seemed about to argue, but Kral continued. Besides, Rockingham has been trussed up for some time now. I'm sure his wrists are sore. Though Tolchuk did not understand of whom Kral spoke, the look of concern on Nalan's face suggested Kral had won her over. Still, Tolchuk had his own concerns. But the would be not safe for a female alone, he said, slightly surprised at his own heartfelt worry for the tiny woman. Thank you for your concern, Ojiri, she said coldly. His consideration seemed inadvertently to offend her. But among trees, I have no fear. Mogwai spoke up, his voice faltering as he stared at the black tunnel. I can go with her for her safety. Kral swung around before anyone else could speak. It's decided then. Hunched, the mountain man entered the tunnel first, squeezing past the roots that were already bending back toward the opening. He marched, back bent, down the stone tunnel. Tolchuk followed, crouching on the knuckles of one arm to climb inside the passage. Be careful, Nalan called. And beware the Elven. Tolchuk did not answer, fearful of again insulting the woman, and only followed Kral's back. Soon the weak light of the night forest faded behind them. Even the eyes of an Ojiri had difficulty judging the shades of darkness. He heard Kral grunt as he tumbled into unseen obstacles. That Merrick and his light can't be too much farther ahead, Kral said as he paused to rub at a bruised shin. Tolchuk stayed silent. A buzzing noise, so faint even his sharp ears could barely discern it, kept him distracted from Kral's observations. He poked and rubbed inside one of his ears, unsure if the noise came from inside his head or from the tunnel. Kral continued, and the scrape of his boot on rock obliterated the sound. Tolchuk followed, ears straining. As they rounded a corner in the stone tunnel, his ears no longer had to strain. The buzzing noise was now loud enough to be heard even over the scuff of Kral's boot. The mountain man stopped and listened. "What's that noise?" Kral whispered. Tolchuk by now could discern a faint glow coming from around the next corner. "There be a light," he said softly and pointed ahead. Kral crept forward, now careful not to scrape his heel on the crumbling rock. Tolchuk tried to imitate his stealth, but his claws would not cooperate. He sounded like a scuttling cave crab. As they neared the corner, the light ahead grew brighter as the source flowed toward them. "Someone comes," Kral breathed. "Be it Merrick?" With Tolchuk's words, a small stone, glowing a greenish light, rolled around the corner and bounced to the tip of Kral's boot. "The elven stone," Tolchuk said. Kral bent and picked it up. He turned to pass the crystal to Tolchuk. The buzzing had now grown to a distinct hissing around them. Kral pointed to a smudge on the stone's glowing surface. "Blood." 26. The howl shook Elena, echoing from somewhere beyond the chasm. Even Uncle Bull seemed upset, mumbling something about there having been no wolves in these parts for ages. The wolfish cry split through the hissing rumble of the rock goblins like a knife thrown through fog. It buried itself deep in Elena's heart, rupturing her pocket of resolve. She stood on the steps that led from the first ledge, unable to goad herself deeper into the chasm. The gloom of the gorge danced with visions of tortured beasts and rending teeth. She trembled with her eyelids stretched wide, aching from the strain to see what lurked just beyond the black veil. She expected at any moment for claws to reach out and pull her into the darkness, never to see light again. Even the lamp held by her uncle did little to cast back the smothering gloom. A hand clamped down on her shoulder. "Careful there, sweetheart." Uncle Bull pulled her back from the edge of the narrow stairs. "The edge is weak, just crumbling stone held together by age. I don't trust it supporting even someone as light as you. Stay close to the wall." She teetered back to the sheer wall. Errol stood 4 steps down from her, where he had stopped when the howl echoed to them. His sword pointed into the darkness beyond the edge of the narrow stairs. The flickering lamplight cast weaving shadows across the planes of his face, sometimes creating a wicked appearance of sunken eyes and dead lips. Elena shivered at the sight, then the lamp steadied and the rugged, road-worn warmth returned to his face, eyes alight with danger. He caught her gaze upon him. "We must be quick if we are to catch up with our thief," he said. Uncle Bull nodded, and Errol swung his sword forward and followed its tip down the dark stair. "Uncle," Elena whispered as she stayed close to his lamp, "if those goblins want us to go this way, like Errol said, what do they want of us?" Behind her breastbone, a fear she fought to keep tightly bound wiggled free. After all that had happened since the sunset yesterday, she suspected she knew the answer to her own question. Her fears were confirmed by the concern shining from her uncle's eyes. It was Elena the goblins truly coveted. But, of course, he denied it. "Honey, there's no reading the thoughts of these sunless creatures. It's most likely just mischief. They're known for their thievish hands and wily ways." Though she didn't believe his words, she nodded anyway. Uncle Bull needed no further worries. Swallowing a dry lump like an old crust of bread, she even offered him a weak smile. Uncle Bull nudged her forward after the swordsman. Errol had by now crept farther down the stairs, almost to the edge of the lantern's reach. There at the last strand of light before the sea of darkness, he had stopped. His face was turned toward them, a look of puzzlement wrinkling up his normally smooth features. But his eyes were not on them but stared at something behind Elena. His words quaked the fear in her chest. "Something comes." His sword pointed to the darkness behind her. She and Uncle Bull spun around. The blackness behind them now had a glowing eye. A spark of light swung in slow swoops, searching. "Who?" Uncle Bull began. Errol hissed him quiet. The eye of light stopped its wavering and stood fixed in the wall of darkness, then darted toward them. Errol slipped like a ghost beside Elena and shoved her back. All three ducked to the wall. Elena, protected by the two men, cringed. What new horror now? Then it was upon them. Elena gasped, not with horror, but with awe. A bird aglow with a light the color of sunshine on water swept before them, wings spread wide, plumage bright with a soft radiance. As it winged closer, subtler hues of rose and copper could be seen playing across its feathers. It hung in the air before them, slightly rising and falling with unseen currents of air, wings flexing as it rode the darkness. Eyes like pebbles of coal studied them where they hugged the wall. Amazing! Uncle Bull said, his voice low with wonder. I thought them long dead to our lands. Errol still had his sword raised toward it, ever cautious. What is it, some cave bird? No, it is a creature of the upper world. It traps moonlight in its feathers, giving it light to hunt the darkest night. In all my centuries of travel, I have seen many sights, but none such as this. It is from before your time, Errol, long before even your oldest ancestor. What is it then, uncle? Elena asked. By now the worry of danger from the intruder had faded. The men had relaxed their guard on her and allowed her to push between them to get a closer look at the bird as it continued to hang above the well of the chasm. She stood near the edge of the stair, but not too near, mindful of her uncle's warning. I believe it's a moonfalcon. I have only seen them described on ancient, crumbling parchments. Her uncle's words took on a faraway tone, as if he was searching deep within himself. The nature of the beast is spoken in some texts as a glorious creature of noble intent and in others as a fiend of foul omen. Her uncle continued droning on, but Elena heard little past the naming of the bird, moonfalcon. Drawn by its beauty, Elena found her hand reaching over the stair's edge. If only she had a crust of bread to lure it to her as she did the fat goose on the pond near Maple's Corner. Or maybe a piece of meat, she corrected herself, for surely from its hooked beak and sharp talons this was a hunting bird. But what did it hunt in so dark a cavern? She reached even farther toward the bird, leaning slightly. The falcon banked on a wingtip and swung toward her. Moonlight flashed brighter as it beat its wings and pulled higher above her. She stretched her arm up, following its flight. She could almost reach it, her fingertips close enough to brush the azure light it shed. Cooing sounds of comfort slipped from her lips. She prayed for it not to fear her. Careful, Elena, her uncle warned as the bird slipped a breath lower. Elena's hand was now awash in its glow. Delight crowded the traces of fear from behind her breastbone until the falcon screamed. The bird had seemed about to alight upon her outstretched hand, then its intended roosting spot had vanished. Elena's hand was gone. A cry escaped her own throat, mimicking the falcon. The screeching bird fluttered upward. Elena ignored the creature, her attention focused on her arm. Beyond her wrist lay only darkness, as if the chasm's blackness had swallowed her hand. Yanking back her arm in fright, she expected a flood of blood and pain. But as she pulled her arm to her chest, her hand reappeared, attached to her wrist as usual. She groaned. The skin of her hand, bright in her uncle's lamplight, again flowed a ruby red. Whirls of deeper red, almost black, swirled across its surface. A sob escaped her throat. Not again. She held her hand out to her uncle in supplication, her eyes begging him to take it away. With her arm held up to her uncle, the falcon swooped in a streak of moonlight and landed upon her blood-colored hand. The suddenness of its weight almost caused her arm to drop. But before the bird could be dislodged, its black claws dug deeply at her palm, fierce enough to pierce the skin for a heartbeat. Blood welled like fat tears around the talons of the falcon. With an effort she steadied her arm, and the bird loosened its tight grip, its claws slipping from her flesh. The claws now shone silver in the lamplight. Wonder at the bird's beauty momentarily muffled her shock. The falcon cocked its head from side to side as it studied her fingers. A sudden thought that perhaps it was considering one of them as a meal flitted across Elena's mind. But it merely bent its head down and rubbed its crown of feathers on her trembling hand. Satisfied, it suddenly perched straighter on her hand, spread its wings wide, and screeched a cry of triumph across the cavern, light bursting brighter from its flared plumage. "So what do your ancient texts say of that?" Erril asked Bull. He nodded to the falcon perched on the child's wrist. After its raucous outburst, it had quieted down and begun simply to preen its feathers with a hooked beak. Erril was unsure what bothered him more, the bird's behavior or actually witnessing a witch ripening to power. His eyes kept drifting to the girl's red hand. He had accepted the old man's claim of Elena's heritage, but to see it proven still startled. "As I said," Bull scolded, drawing Erril's eyes from the child's hand, "concerning the moonfalcons, the scrolls speak different tongues, some bright, some dark." "And what about her hand?" "I thought mages required sunlight to initiate a quickening. How did she manage to renew her rose in this pit?" Bull scratched behind an ear with a finger. "Perhaps the bird's light, Moonlight? I remember reading a text of a long-dead alchemist which supposed that moonlight was merely reflected sunlight." Bull waved the fingers of one hand dismissively. Of course, the alchemist was burned for such blasphemy. Still, one wonders. Both men's eyes settled on the bird. Elena caught the direction of their attention. May I keep him?" she asked, her eyes aglow with reflected moonlight from the bird's feathers. "It's a wild creature," Bull answered. "I don't think I, or anyone else, can control its heart. It makes its own choices, and for some reason, it has chosen you. Do you think he'll stay with me?" Bull shrugged. "Who can say? But I'm afraid, honey, that the bird may just be spooked by the dark halls. It probably wandered into these tunnels to escape the storm outside and became lost. Once out in the forest, I expect it will take to wing again." Erril turned his back on the two, his eyes again studying the dark stare. Enough about some stray bird. Rare or not, it did not bear on his pursuit of the Iron Ward. The thieving goblin was by now far down these stairs and likely impossible to find among the warren of halls and passages. Further pursuit was probably futile, but Erril could not forsake his trust. The ward, one of only two, had been bestowed on him by the Brotherhood as an honor to his family, and for his sacrifice. He felt an itch at the stump where his right arm once sprouted. His eyes closed with the memory. The price of the ward had been a costly one. He shuddered, opened his eyes, and raised his sword. No, he would not leave the ward to these slinking, hissing creatures. "We should continue. The trail grows cold." Bull nodded and picked up his lantern, which he had set down on the stair. "Well, at least we now have two sources of illumination," he said, raising his lamp and nodding to the moonfalcon. "Perhaps we can better light this cold trail. If we wait much longer, even the midday sun won't help us." Erril swung forward and led the way down the stair. His boots stomped on the rock, followed by the lighter tread of the others. As much as he regretted the delay due to the bird, Erril found Bull's words proved true. With the increased light, the mud and grime now glistened with the growing dampness, warning of treacherous footing. The light also revealed small prints with wide-splayed toes patted into the thin layer of silt. Erril pointed to the prints with the tip of his sword but kept silent. Bull nodded. To see evidence of the creature they pursued hushed the party. Here was proof that what they chased was not an illusory phantom, but a creature of bone and blood. As they continued in silence, the air itself dampened with a thickening mist. Soon Erril found the dense air difficult to breathe, each lungful had to be bit and swallowed. Bull whispered behind him, his breath wheezing between his words. "Are you sure there's not another way to unlock Aloha Glen's magical walls? Do we really need this ward? Perhaps Elena's magic." "No." Erril cracked at him. We need the ward." "I don't want to do any magic," Elena said, bolstering Airril's words, her voice sour with dread. Her uncle patted her on the head, trying to reassure the child, but instead raising a sharp chirp of warning from the falcon. The bird's chest puffed out, and its black eyes needled toward the old man's fingers. Clenching his knuckles, Bull pulled his hand back. "I guess I'm outnumbered." Airril increased the pace down the stairs, worried that further delay might fade the feeble track they followed. But another concern sped his pace. With enough time, the old man might eventually convince him to abandon his pursuit. His mind already dwelled on Bull's words. Perhaps there were other ways into the lost city. Perhaps Elena's witchings could pierce the magical veil around Aloha Glen. Maybe they didn't really need the ward. Gripping the hilt of his sword until his wrist ached, Airril marched down the steps. The ward was his. "Slow your pace, Airril. My bones are not as agile as yours." Bull's words had a strained edge, and the old man's breath rasped in the thickened, damp air. "This rock is as slick as a salamander's back." Airril slowed his pace. Not so much at the old man's request, but because the last of the stairs had appeared out of the gloom ahead, lit by the twin fires of bird and lamp. They had reached the bottom of the chasm. He raised a warning hand to keep Bull and Elena from following until he checked what lay ahead. With his back gliding along the wall, he slid down the last of the steps and crept to the limit of the lamplight with his sword slicing the way forward. Gloom forced his eyes wide. At the bottom of the stairs, a wide floor of tumbled rock and littered rubble spread ahead. A thin path wound through the debris. Barely discernible on the far wall of the chasm was a rip of blackness far blacker than the dark rock. Was it the entrance to another tunnel? Airril guessed the narrow path led to that spot. As he studied the way ahead for hidden attackers among the scattered boulders, he heard the scuff of boot on rock behind him. The light brightened as his two companions disobeyed his command and crept closer. Bull stepped to his shoulder. "Well, what do you think?" he whispered. Airril restrained the sharp retort on his tongue. Why couldn't they simply mind his directions and stay on the stairs? He kept his eyes focused forward. His gaze settled on the distant tunnel. With Bull's lantern now closer, the improved light illuminated the opening in the far cliff wall. It was a tunnel opening, not like the man-made halls of the old school, but a natural fissure in the rock. A crack in the rock face started at twice the height of a man and split wider as it reached for the floor. Sudden motion near the wide entrance to the tunnel caught his eye. Airril tensed. He saw a small, dark-shaped dart down the last of the path. It paused at the entrance of the tunnel. Somehow Airril sensed that it stared right back at his own face, laughing at him. Then the diminutive figure bounced into the fissure and was swallowed away. "Hurry!" Airril said, his voice thick with threat. "We're close. But watch the shadows. I don't trust these goblins." Elena allowed the falcon to climb up to her shoulder. Its claws dug through the thin fabric of her shirt and pinched her skin as if refusing to let even the wisp of the woolen cloth stand between it and Elena's flesh. It nestled close to her neck, but as if obeying the swordsman's warning, its head kept swiveling back and forth, studying the chasm floor ahead. Without further instruction, Airril led the way into the tumble of rocks and boulders. His heavy boots thudded forward down the path. Bull gently nudged her to follow, though she noted his hands kept well away from the bird's beak. She also noted that her uncle's breathing had become alarmingly raspy in the damp, heavy air. Even she found herself having to suck air through her mouth to keep from feeling suffocated. She glanced up to her uncle, who offered a weak smile. His color seemed more ashen, but maybe it was just the lantern's light making his face appear so pale. "We'd better not let Airril get too far ahead of us." He nodded for her to proceed ahead while he kept watch on their back. Elena marched after the retreating swordsman, who set a furious pace across the flat ground. Without the fear of breaking a neck on slippery stairs, the need for a cautious gait had vanished. Elena almost had to run to keep up with Airril. Glancing over her shoulder, she noticed her uncle lagging farther and farther behind. He walked hunched over, wiping at his brow with the back of a hand. Was his hand trembling? Maybe she should call for the swordsman to slow down. Just as she was working up the courage to speak, Errol raised his hand in warning. She was relieved he was calling a break in their hurried march. She closed the distance to Errol. "My uncle," she said, pointing behind her. She swallowed another mouthful of air, surprised how short of breath she was herself, and continued. "He needs to rest." The swordsman made a noncommittal grunt, his eyes studying a group of large boulders clustered like dragon's eggs to the right of their path. "Stay here," he said, and started toward the boulders. She stood, shifting from one foot to the other. She twisted her neck. Uncle Bull was still several spans away, and he walked with one hand clutching his left side. He slowed even further once he realized they had stopped. Grimacing, Elena crept after the swordsman. He must have heard her footsteps or maybe noticed a shift in the light. He swung to her. "Listen, lass. You need to stay put. I must check the boulders ahead for any ambush, and I don't need you to slow me down if there's trouble. But it's dark over there. My light will let you see better." Tears threatened at the thought of abandonment. She glanced far back to where her uncle had stopped and was leaning on a large rock. "No, if there are any of those goblins out there, your light will signal my approach like 100 flaming brands. I go alone. Return to your uncle." She nodded acquiescence and pushed back her shoulders to show she wasn't scared of anything. Her lower lip trembled slightly and ruined her effort at bravery. He gave her a tiny smile. His usually stark features cracked in lines of sympathetic amusement, lines well worn into his face. She realized his face must once have smiled easily, though that had clearly been a long time ago. "We all fear, Elena," he said. "Sometimes we have to put it aside and go on. Don't let it control you. Are you ever frightened?" He stared at her wordlessly for the longest time, then merely shrugged. His eyes seemed to look far away, and his voice was small. "Since I lost my brother, I don't think I've ever felt completely safe." She touched him on the elbow. "Me, too," she said meekly. Her words seemed to puzzle him, then realization dawned behind his eyes. "We'll find your brother. I miss Joach so much." "Well, we're not going to find him down here. We need to forge ahead. Now go help your uncle, it looks like he could use a shoulder to lean on while I check the boulders ahead." She nodded, her trembling calmed. He studied her for a moment, then swung on a heel and continued toward the maze of boulders, his sword raised. She watched him duck and disappear behind a rock the shape of a small cottage. Waiting for several heartbeats, she searched for any sign of the swordsman. Nothing moved, but the shadows clung everywhere among the boulders. Anything could be lurking there, hidden from sight. Standing with the moonlit bird, she realized how she must blaze like a star to any eyes watching from the cluster of rock. A shiver passed down the back of her neck, as if someone lightly waved a finger over the tiny hairs of her nape. She suddenly felt hidden eyes staring at her. She backed from the line of boulders, toward where her uncle was waiting. Was that something moving in the shadows below the rock shaped like a broken barn? As she moved, all the shadows shifted with the movement of her light. The shadows themselves seemed alive, wriggling with foul intent. Maybe they had swallowed the swordsman and now wanted more. Her feet began retreating faster. Her heel struck a loose stone, and a yelp escaped her throat as it skittered away. It wasn't a stone. She watched it scuttle from her, its claws ticking open and closed. The creature, some sort of cave crab, vanished into the shadows. Her flesh crawled now with imaginary cave creatures. She sped away toward where her uncle had last stood. A medium-sized boulder blocked her view of Uncle Bull, but his light shone like a beacon just beyond. "Uncle Bull," she called as she rounded the edge of the boulder. She spotted her uncle just a few steps away and skidded to a stop. His lantern lay on its side, and her uncle sprawled beside it. He lay limp on the cold stone. Shock froze her feet for several heartbeats, her breath trapped in her throat. Uncle Bull. She could not face the thought of losing another of her family. She even took a step away, as if fleeing from the sight would undo it. Then she saw his chest move up and down. He wasn't dead. He still breathed, but consciousness had fled him. Relief almost cut the cords holding her upright. Her knees buckled slightly, but she fought to keep her feet. She half stumbled, half fell down beside her uncle. The falcon squawked a warning at the sudden motion, flapping its wings in agitation. Moonlight bloomed brighter on her uncle. She reached for his hand. His skin felt cold and oddly moist. His cheeks were pale, like those of a corpse laid out for viewing. She found herself patting his hand and mumbling, "Uncle Bull, wake up. Don't leave me here. Please, wake up." She reached to his face next and laid a hand on his brow. He was hot. The touch of her hand on his feverish forehead stirred him. A low moan escaped his throat, rising like steam from a boiling pot. Even this soft noise sounded loud in the quiet cavern. Uncle Bull rolled his head from side to side as if suffering a nightmare. But her touch did not awaken him further. She rubbed his cheeks and massaged his wrists, but nothing drew him to consciousness. She glanced around her as a sob escaped her lips. She needed help. Where was Eril? She feared calling to him, afraid of what else might answer her summons from these shadowed rocks. As she listened for any sign of the returning swordsman, she heard the soft tinkle of flowing water. Hadn't there been a spring-fed stream near here? She studied the surroundings. It should be just past that pillar of rock. She returned her attention to Uncle Bull. Maybe a bit of water on his lips might help. But did she dare leave him? Her uncle settled back down as if his foul dreams had slipped away, but his breathing had a more ragged edge to it now, a throaty gurgle that caused her to clutch at her own neck. She could not just stand and watch him die. She found her eyes drifting toward her right hand, where whirls of red hues seemed to be swirling faster with her agitation. Could her magic aid her uncle? Her mind's eye drew up the picture of her parents buried in flames. No, she dared not risk it. She lowered her hand. She needed to go for water. If she ran, it would only take a moment to reach the small stream. Before fear could keep her frozen forever, she darted away. Again the falcon spat a squawk of protest and dug his claws deep into her shoulder to keep its perch. Elena ignored the pain and ran. Her feet flew with the knowledge that her goal was so close. It was for that reason that when she saw what stood by the stream, she could not stop in time and fell to her knees, scraping them savagely on the coarse rock. A scream locked in her chest at the sight. Her falcon, jarred from her shoulder by the sudden stop, flapped up and circled above. The stream lay an arm's length away, but something else had reached it first. She watched the shaggy beast raise its head from where it had been lapping water. Huge yellow eyes reflected back her falcon's light. She knew this type of beast. She had seen hunters from the highlands carrying their pelts to town. It was a wolf. It growled at her in warning but did not approach any closer, apparently as cautious about her as she was of him. It took a few steps back, limping on its right front leg. The remains of some sort of bandage hung from the injured limb. It was hurt. She saw that one of its ears was torn, shredded and matted with blood. She remembered the howl they had all heard earlier. She guessed this was the creature that had voiced that pain. Both stared at each other warily. The wolf had stopped growling and now just stood, slightly wobbly, on 3 legs. She studied the traces of the old bandage. The wolf could not have done that itself, it must have been cared for by someone. She knew some woodsmen used wolves to aid their hunting. Was this someone's lost pet? As she realized the wolf was not going to leap at her throat, she allowed herself to breathe again. She leaned away, meaning to retreat, then paused. Fear kept her ready to bolt, but the swordsman's words about not letting fear control one's actions kept her crouching in place. Maybe the wolf needed help, like her uncle. And another thought occurred to her. Maybe its keen nose could even lead them all out of here. Elena pictured her sick uncle. They needed a way out quickly. If she could coax the wolf. Taking a chance, she bit her lower lip and crawled a step forward to the stream. Using both hands, she cupped a scoopful of cold water and held it out to the wolf. Surely it would take this gesture as a friendly one. The wolf's eyes narrowed slightly with suspicion. She forced her arms not to tremble as she held her position firm. At that moment, the falcon flapped down and gently landed on her shoulder. The wolf eyed the bird, then looked again at the offered water. It took a step forward. "Come on," she whispered. "Don't be afraid." The wolf patted another step toward her, its nose now so close she felt its hot breath on her fingers. It craned its neck forward. A tentative tongue slipped from between exceptionally long fangs to touch the water. Though wanting the water, its eyes never left hers. The yellow eyes, she now noted, were odd. The irises were slitted up and down, not round, more like a cat's eyes than a dog's. As she stared in fascination and awe, its eyes suddenly dilated black and darted to her right. It pulled its neck back with a growl. "Get back, Elena! Now!" She glanced over her shoulder to see Errol stepping from around a boulder behind her, his sword raised in menace toward the shaggy wolf. "Run behind me!" Errol lunged at the wolf with the sword. Without thinking, Elena threw herself in front of the swordsman's weapon. She knocked his blade aside with the flat of her hand. "No!" As her right hand made contact with his sword, a flash of ice blew out from her palm to swallow Erril's sword. Erril gasped and shook the frigid weapon from his hand. The iron sword crashed with a clang to the stone, and like a glass vase, it shattered into 1,000 frozen pieces. Elena watched the swordsman's eyes settle on her face. He wore an expression of red-cheeked anger mixed with shock. "My sword!" "I didn't mean to do it," Elena said in a small voice, hiding her right hand behind her back. The realization that she had just destroyed their party's only weapon dawned on her. Tears rose to her eyes. "I'm sorry." Behind her, she heard the wolf growl. Errol grabbed the stunned girl and swept her to the side, prepared to do battle with the huge wolf. The beast was injured, so perhaps he still had a chance of driving it away with a swift kick or the strike of a fist. The wolf, though, was not growling at them, but had his back turned and faced toward the dark trail they had traversed earlier. The wolf's hackles were raised, and a long, steady rumble flowed out to the darkness. "Something's coming," Elena said. Now Errol could hear the scuffle of disturbed shale and a more familiar noise, hissing. "Goblins!" He pulled Elena away. The wolf backed toward them, sloshing through the small stream. Elena pointed to the beast. "He knows, too. They're probably the ones who injured him." Errol ignored her words and pushed Elena ahead of him as he retraced the route back toward the fissure. "We need to get to your uncle and keep moving. Without a weapon, we have no chance of breaking out of here. We need to keep ahead of them." Elena was staring back. "The wolf is following us." Errol spotted the wolf, too. It kept a wary distance away, somewhat hidden, and clung to the shadows of the boulders. It kept pace with them, padding silently. "He's protecting us," Elena said. "No, he's just following the light. He has an old broken splint on his bad leg. Someone must have lost him." The girl was right, but there was no telling if the wolf had gone feral on its owner. The splint looked old and weather-worn, as if the creature had been traveling some distance with it. Wild or not, it did not seem an immediate threat, and if the goblins should attack, its long teeth might prove useful, perhaps buying them time to flee. So Errol let it follow behind, as long as it kept its distance. Once the old man and his lantern came into view, Elena dashed ahead to kneel beside her uncle. Errol joined the girl, noticing that Bull's chest still rose and fell. He placed a finger on the old man's neck. The pulse was weak. He straightened and searched the darkness. After they had fled the stream, the hissing had faded. At least the goblins were again keeping their distance. Elena raised her eyes to Eril. Is he going to die? I don't know. He's an old man. What can we do? I can carry him. She eyed his single arm with doubt in her eyes. He's light. I'll manage. Elena nodded, resting a palm on her uncle's chest. The hand glowed a rich ruby in the double light. Eril recalled the strength of the power that had frozen his sword. He had barely dropped it in time to keep his hand from being consumed by the ice. She had powerful magic, but her control was weak. Still. There is one other way, he said. But there are risks. She brightened. What? Your magic. Hope died in her eyes. She sagged her head. No. I can't make it do what I want. You kept me from harming the wolf. Maybe, but I didn't mean to destroy your sword. The magic is wild. In my time, young mages were always fouling up. I had a brother, Shorkin. He came to his chiric power the same age as you. Once when he was young, he burned down our kitchen as he tried to light our hearth with his magic. He got better, though, right? He nodded. With practice and training, he became a great mage. But who can train me? Eril knelt beside her. I was my brother's liegeman. What's that? His protector. Each mage was assigned a liegeman to keep them from harming themselves with their early magic. I was beside Shorkin during his initial training, pulling him out of many scrapes. We liegemen were not privy to the higher arts but were instructed in the lessons of control, how to manage the flow of power. We learned these lessons to assist those in our charge. Eril tried not to wince as he picked up her red hand. I can perhaps help you. Really? I will try. But what you must do to help your uncle, though it is a simple thing, requires a subtle touch of magic. Will this save him? I don't know. What I'm going to teach you is not a true healing, that is beyond my knowledge. What I can show you is how to pass a small drop of your magic to your uncle. This will boost his spirit and maybe allow him to escape this fainting illness. Elena stared at him with doubtful eyes. What if something goes wrong? Then he will die. Her eyes twitched wide with fear. She stayed silent and hugged her arms around her chest. After several silent moments, she finally spoke. But Uncle Bull could die if I don't try. Eril nodded, impressed with the resiliency of the child. Her hand trembled as she unclasped her arms and studied the whirls of color on her ruby palm, but a determination and resolve shone forth from her eyes. She stared directly at him, her jaw tense. For the first time, he saw in that small face the woman she would become. Bright green eyes, a wash of red hair, strong lips. She would grow to be a woman of fair beauty, if she lived that long. Show me what I must do, she said. He knelt and beckoned her down beside him. It requires blood. She withdrew from him slightly. Fear not, this is small magic. Just a drop. Eril pointed to the sheathed dagger Bull had given the child. Elena reluctantly withdrew the Witziach's dagger from her waist. Its silver glowed in the bird's light like a sliver of the moon. Pass me the dagger, Eril said. The child did, more than willing to relinquish the weapon. Eril took one of the old man's hands and laid it on his own knee. Then, using the knife, he poked a small hole in the tip of Bull's thumb. Thick blood welled like a black pearl from the wound. He offered the knife back to Elena. You must do the same. He saw her wince and clench her fist away. Her expression sparked a sudden memory of the small boy sacrificed to forge the blood diary. He, too, had worn the same shocked look when faced with his first cut. Eril stared at the small girl and prayed she wouldn't share the boy's fate. You must do this. Your uncle performed the initial cut in christening your dagger. This next must be by your own hand. She nodded and fought to unclench her fist and reach for the knife. With a surprisingly steady hand, she raised the blade above her red thumb. Just a nick. Too much blood will be hard to control. She took a deep breath, darted one quick look at him, then stabbed the tip to her thumb. He noted she was careful not to dig too deep. Once done, she sheathed the knife casually, as if she had just buttered a slice of bread. Her eyes remained fixed on the blood seeping from her injured thumb. Good girl. Now place your wound atop your uncle's. As she reached to do so, he stopped her hand. When you make contact, you will be able to feel your uncle. Feel? He scrunched up his brow. How could he describe something he had never experienced? My brother once told me it was like suddenly becoming that person. You don't sense their thoughts, but simply know what it's like to wear their skin. Her eyes narrowed, whether with worry or doubt, he couldn't tell. Then what do I do? As soon as you feel this contact, allow no more than a breath to pass, then you must immediately sever the connection by removing your thumb. The longer you stay connected, the more magic will flow into your uncle. You must not let more than a heartbeat of magic seep into him. Won't a little more help Uncle Bull heal quicker? No. This is raw magic, not a controlled spell. Only the chosen, like yourself, can be a vessel of so much power. No more than a drop can be risked. What if I give him more? Do you remember my sword? Elena pictured the sword encased in an ice so cold that it made iron brittle. She stared at her uncle spread out on the rock floor. She would not let that happen to him. She remained kneeling, fixed and afraid to move, fearful of harming any more of her family. From the corner of her eye, she spotted the wolf buried in the inky shadow of a nearby boulder. His amber eyes glowed from his hiding place, reflecting back the moonlight from the falcon on her shoulder. The swordsman held her uncle's bloody thumb toward her, staring. So many eyes were on her. She closed her own eyes and took a huge breath, willing herself calm. She opened her eyes and looked only at her uncle's face. He, the man who had regaled her with countless tales by firelight, needed her. And now she was living in one of his fanciful stories. As she stared, she suddenly realized how much her uncle looked like her own mother, with the same cheekbones and set to the eyes. And his nose, broader than her own, was so like her brother Jocha's. So much of her family was in the lines and planes of his face. As this thought dawned on her, her heart grasped some sliver of hope. If she saved him, perhaps in some measure she could keep a small piece of each of them alive. She lifted her face to the swordsman. He wiped away a tear from her cheek. She pushed his hand away. I'm ready. Holding out her uncle's hand, he reminded her, only a single drop. With a final deep breath that sounded more like a moan, she pressed her thumb on her uncle's wound. At first nothing happened, and she almost cried with a combination of relief and hopelessness. Then she felt a part of her drawn through the wound into her uncle. She still saw out of her own eyes, saw how her touch seemed to tense her uncle's body, felt the falcon fly from her shoulder with a startled cry, and saw it perch on a spur of rock. Yet at the same time, she felt the tickle of beard on her neck and how her joints ached in protest to tensed muscles. She also felt the cold stone under her back as she lay sprawled on the rock. Mostly, though, she sensed her heart straining to beat, struggling and quivering, but she was unable to tell if this was her own heart or the shadow of her uncle's. She was lost somewhere between the two. The line between Elena's awareness and her uncle's sensations blurred. Fear and the swordsman's warning caused her to yank her thumb away. As soon as contact was broken, she snapped fully back into her own body. Shaking her head loose of cobwebs, she sat back on her heels, suddenly feeling very small and, for some reason, starkly alone. A groan drew her attention outward to where her uncle was struggling to sit up. He raised a shaky hand to his forehead. What happened? did I fall asleep?" He seemed to be much better. His color had pinkened and his breathing sounded clear. But Elena knew better than to expect that he was healed. She had felt his heart. Uncle Bull was still sick. She hugged her uncle but found no words. Errol, though, related all that had happened to her uncle. Once the swordsman had finished explaining, Uncle Bull took Elena by the shoulders and held her at arm's length so he could study her. "You saved me with your magic. I feel about 10 years younger, ready to take on a battalion of goblins." His smile was infectious, and an embarrassed grin appeared on her face. "See, I told you that Fila's strength was in you." He pulled her back to his chest in a fierce hug. As she lay within his embrace, she listened to the old man's heart. She remembered the straining beat, the weak flutter of his pulse. Each beat made her shiver, afraid it would be his last. Of what use was this magic? How could it save a world when it couldn't cure an old man? She suddenly felt the weight of the last 2 days without sleep. She allowed her uncle to hold her up. As she slumped in his embrace, a rumble of hissing arose around her again, sibilant and demanding, "Rock goblins." Her uncle pulled her to her feet. When would she be able to rest? "Hurry," Errol called. "The beasts grow impatient, and the path stales." As Elena followed, her feet dragging as if they were full of sand, the moonfalcon flitted across the cavern to alight on her shoulder again. From the corner of her eye, she noticed the wolf trailing in the shadows on her heels. What made these creatures of the field trust her? She glanced to her ruby hand, the wound on her thumb gone. And what of the unknown spirit who had granted her this magic? Why did this spirit trust her, too? She was only a farmer's daughter. What strength of substance did these creatures all see in her? Tears suddenly appeared in her eyes, but she wiped them away before anyone noticed them. She did not want this responsibility. She sniffed back her tears. Was there no one to whom she could pass this duty? She stared at Errol's wide back as he marched ahead. Her liegeman, he had called himself. In her heart, Elena knew the magic was her burden to bear, but maybe she did not have to bear it alone. This thought dried her tears. Maybe there was someone she could lean on, someone she could trust. "My liegeman," she whispered to herself, allowing her tongue to taste the words. 27. Kral passed the radiant green stone to Tolchuk and wiped the blood from his fingertips onto his trousers. The strange hissing had faded to a whisper, then vanished. The resulting silence weighed like the heavy air before a summer storm. He left the Ojiri to examine the elven stone and crept farther down the crumbling stone hall. The greenish glow from the small gem lit the black hall, swamping the walls in an unnatural sheen. Ahead, strings of moss and rootlets festooned the ceiling, while the floor was littered with ancient rock that ground to powder under his heel. Kral slapped aside a root trying to lodge in his beard. Ducking his head, he rounded a corner. Tolchuk and the light followed. The hall ended just ahead with a large chamber beyond. Kral motioned for the Ojiri to stop and wait. He unhitched the axe from his belt, and with its leather-wrapped hickory handle firmly in hand, he slunk forward. The greenish glow lighted the dried blood still on the axe's blade. It shone a purplish black, like a bruise on the iron. He ground his teeth at the reminder of his dishonor, the lie that had passed his tongue. He tightened his grip on the weapon. Maybe fresh blood would help wash away the foulness upon his blade and heart. Kral reached the entrance to the large chamber and crouched with his back against one wall of the hall. He darted a quick glance into the room ahead. The room had once been a great hall of some kind. Vaulted ceilings spanned into the darkness above, and on the walls, faint frescoes whispered with echoes of a distant past. The hall must have been a meeting chamber. The walls were pocked with the openings to many other passages. The chamber was so large that even the sharp green light from the stone could not pierce to the far wall of the room. Kral stayed crouched and searched for any sign of the elven. The strange man must be near, since his glowing stone had rolled back to them, but as much of the floor as Kral could see lay empty. Maybe he was deeper, beyond where the light reached. Kral stood and waved Tolchuk closer to him so the stone could light the chamber more fully. The claws of the Ojiri scraped loudly as he lumbered up to Kral. They entered the hall together. "I smelt something odd," Tolchuk said. The Ojiri had his nose raised and splayed wide. Kral stopped and eyed the room ahead. With the better lighting, a splash of wet blackness could be seen staining the gray stone. He pointed. "Blood." The two stepped forward together, but the Ojiri's eyes kept wary watch on the walls around them, rather than on the floor. Kral allowed him to keep guard and knelt to confirm that what lay on the floor was indeed blood. He dipped a finger to the stain and raised it to his nose. It smelled of musky iron. A smeared trail disappeared into the hanging blackness at the deep end of the chamber. "The blood is still warm." Kral straightened up. "Merrick must not be far." The Ojiri seemed to be ignoring him. His grinding voice just warned, "The smell, it grows stronger." Kral sniffed. He smelled nothing but dust and mold. Impatient, he nodded to the trail of blood. They followed the path into the darkness. Within 5 steps, Kral realized why the light from the stone had failed to penetrate to the far wall of the chamber. There was no far wall. Beyond the floor ahead lay only open space, as if some monstrous god had cleaved away the back half of the chamber, leaving a deep gorge ahead. Kral walked to the lip of the chasm. The blood trail led over this edge and into the tumble of rocks below. He glanced at the smeared path again. Had Merrick dragged himself here, seeking safety below, or had his bloody carcass been hauled and dumped? And what had attacked him? Tolchuk hissed. "They come." The smell. A strange odor suddenly hit Kral's nose like a blow. The odor of festering wounds enveloped him. Kral raised his axe. "What is it?" "Not it, them." The Ojiri raised a claw and swept across the room. From the passages all around them, pairs of red eyes, like hundreds of angry red stars, reflected the light back toward them. A hissing arose around them. Kral backed a step, his boot's heel slipping over the lip of the cracked floor. Suddenly the hissing blew toward them with a fury, and the pack of beasts raged from the tunnels. Rockingham rubbed his sore wrists and cracked his neck to loosen his bones. A mixture of anger and relief fought in his breast. "I thought you had left me to the crows," he said sourly. Naylan kept in one hand the knife with which she had sliced his bonds, obviously still wary of him. "I would not have done that. Besides, we need the horses." She gathered the reins of Mist and of Eril's stallion. Kral's huge war horse glowered at her as she approached. Rockingham took a moment, still massaging the muscles of one arm, to appraise Naylan's companion. The man stood as tall as Rockingham, and as thin. His lanky brown hair hung loose, not tied back in any typical fashion of this region. An outlander, Rockingham guessed. The angles of the stranger's face were sharp and his narrowed eyes even sharper. He wore a hunter's coat of sewn leather over gray leggings and jerkin. Strange fashion for these parts. "Who is your friend?" Rockingham finally asked Naylan. Naylan finished checking the security of the packs on the horses. She wiped a hand over her forehead, sweeping back stray hairs. Kral is helping him find his lost companion. The stranger stood silent, as if trying to fade into the wet wood around them. Rockingham faced him. "What's your name, friend?" "Mogweed." His voice was edgy, nervous. "You're not from these parts, are you?" He shook his head. "Where do you hail from?" He stayed silent. Rockingham recognized when someone was trying to work up a fabricated story. This man had secrets. He liked that. A person with something to hide could be coerced if only Rockingham could discover his secret. I come from the Southlands," Mogweed finally said. Rockingham nodded but did not believe a word. Even Naylan must have sensed the lie on the stranger's tongue, because she glanced up with a sour expression on her face. What was this man doing here in these drenched woods? What did this stranger want? The desire in a man's heart was the price of his soul. If he could just discover that. As Rockingham studied Mogweed, the stranger suddenly tensed and cringed down. A heartbeat later, the horses began to nicker in agitation. The war charger stamped an iron-shod hoof. Then both he and Nayland heard it at the same time. The beating of heavy wings approached from the deeper valley. It came from the direction of the cottage. Neither had to speak the name of what flew this way. They must not have found the girl, Rockingham said. Hurry! Nayland urged. The cavern's not far from here. It's too small for the skeleton. We'll be safe there. Kral is already inside. Mogweed must have known of the shelter she mentioned. He gripped at Nayland's sleeve. No, it's not safe. My brother, Dot. Trust us, Rockingham said and caught the reins to the grey mare that Nayland tossed to him. Nothing in those caves can be as bad as what hunts us now. Mogweed hesitated. His eyes searched the wood as if seeking a way to bolt. Like a frightened deer, Rockingham thought. Nayland spoke to the man, slipping her sleeve loose from his grip. This is of no concern to you, Mogweed. They seek us. If you flee, I doubt they would follow. As Nayland swung atop the stallion, Mogweed's eyes continued to sweep the dark forest. Fear shone in those strange amber eyes. Nayland spoke again. I know who you are, Mogweed. You're from the western reaches, like me. But you're not a man. Your slitted eyes speak what your tongue does not. You are Silura. Rockingham choked on her words. Shapeshifter. He backed from the man. So this was the stranger's secret. He scurried atop his own mount, wishing to escape a creature of such foul legend. Nayland spoke again. Silura, it is easy for you to hide here. Just shift into a woodland beast and disappear. This fight is not yours. No, the man said, his eyes wild. You do not know me. I cannot change. I am trapped in this form. His words seemed to surprise Nayland. She paused in her saddle, her eyebrows arched. The noise of the beating wings grew louder. She reached a hand toward the shapeshifter. Then come with us or flee, we cannot wait. Mogweed took a step away, then stopped. Just as Nayland began to pull her arm back, he darted forward and gripped her hand. She yanked him up behind her seat. Nayland kicked her horse to a gallop and led the way. For a moment, Rockingham thought of fleeing in the opposite direction to gain his freedom. He listened to the beat of wings on cold air and shuddered. He spurred his own horse to follow. To land in the hands of the Dark Lord's lieutenants after failing to retrieve the girl was pure folly. He thundered after Nayland. He needed the cursed child. Rockingham stared at the back of the man seated behind Nayland. His initial shock of the Silura had waned. What was there to fear from a shapeshifter who couldn't shift? He was just a man then, a man with a secret and a need, a man who could be manipulated. Rockingham recognized a key when it landed in his lap. Perhaps with such an ally he might yet unlock his bonds and escape both his present captors and the wrath of the Dark Lord. He kicked his horse to narrow the distance between the racing mounts. The clapping of wings echoed from the valley walls in pursuit. If only he had enough time. Tolchuk knew these beasts. The Ojiri tribes were often plagued by runs of rock goblins through their lower caverns and tunnels. Rarely were they more than mere nuisances, stealing bright objects, breaking stoneware, fouling corridors with both their stench and spoor. Never had he heard of them brandishing weapons. As these goblins swarmed up toward them, though, flowing from the surrounding tunnels like a flash flood down a dry gully, each of the small creatures bore a wicked blade that glinted green in the stone's light. Each goblin alone posed no threat, not to an Ojiri, or even to the large mountain man beside him. But these were not lone beasts. Tolchuk remembered a spreehawk he had seen as a child. It had made the mistake of chasing a ginger mouse to its warren home. Alone in a field, the mouse would have made a nice meal, but when its brethren had boiled from the many neighboring burrows, the hawk had become the prey, set upon by the tiny teeth of hundreds of mice. All that was left of the mighty hawk were cleaned bones and a hooked beak, even the eyes had been plucked empty. This memory flashed across his mind's eye as the swarm burst from the tunnels. Now he was that hawk. Kral growled something low in his throat, unintelligible. He had his axe hefted for battle. Useless, Tolchuk reasoned. The Ojiri did the only thing he could. He scooped the large man beside him in one of his massive arms and hauled him up in a firm embrace. Shock at his action stunned the mountain man for a blink, then the man began to thrash, believing himself attacked. With Kral in his arms, Tolchuk leaped into the black gorge. To the mountain man's credit, Kral did not scream, only froze in the Ojiri's embrace as they plummeted. A jutting rock crashed into Tolchuk's shoulder, tumbling him to the side. Tolchuk fought for balance and barely kept his feet under him as he smashed onto a ledge of stone. The force of their combined weight crushed the Ojiri to the rock. Air exploded from his chest as he struck the floor, though he was careful to protect the human man, cushioning Kral from the impact with his own body. Kral rolled off him, to the great relief of Tolchuk's bruised lungs. The mountain man pushed to his knees and glowered at the Ojiri, his eyes red with rage. "What do you think you do, Ojiri? There be no hope above. There lay only death." For a moment, a flash of regret crossed Kral's features, as if he had welcomed the fight or maybe just the outcome. "I make my own decisions," he finally said, his voice straining high. "Don't do something like that again. I be sorry." Tolchuk struggled to sit up. The effort must have shown on his face. "You're injured." "Not bad. Ojiras be thick-boned." Kral's voice now had a trace of concern. It was a foolish act, leaping blindly. I saw his mouth struggled with the common tongue. "I spotted this ledge from above, man of the mountains." Kral looked doubtfully at him. Ojiri eyes pierced the dark better than humans. By now, Tolchuk had managed to get his feet under him. He pushed upright but swayed. Kral placed a hand on the Ojiri's shoulder to steady him. His other hand still clutched his axe. He had not dropped it, and Tolchuk doubted even death would ever pry the weapon from his fingers. Axe and man seemed one. The mountain man stayed quiet until Tolchuk took a few deep breaths and his feet steadied. "I owe you an apology," Kral finally said in a calmer tone. "And I owe you my life. I misjudged you sorely." Tolchuk fingered a bruised rib. "Your people always have. I won't repeat that mistake." Tolchuk clapped him on the shoulder. "Then I will try to warn you before I push you off a cliff again." A crack of a smile broke across Kral's features. "You are a strange Ojiri. More than you know." He released the man's shoulder. "But where now?" "I jumped, but did not think where to jump next." Kral retrieved the glowing stone that had slipped from the Ojiri's fingers on impact. Luckily, Tolchuk thought, it had not rolled from the ledge. The mountain man held up the stone. "Whatever we decide, we had better hurry. The Elvin's light fades." Tolchuk noted that the stone, which before had stung his Ojiri eyes to look at directly, now caused no discomfort. "The goblins will not let us rest, either," he added. Stepping to the edge, Tolchuk searched the terrain below. "Do you see a way down?" Kral asked at his shoulder. "I see the chasm's floor. It'd be too far to jump." Kral had backed to the wall and ran a hand along the stone. "The cliff is rough. There are many handholds and protruding rock. We could try climbing down." Tolchuk turned to Kral. "I see a fall of boulders below us. If we could scale to there, we could climb to the chasm's floor." Kral nodded and seemed to be weighing the various risks, his eyes far away. Suddenly he pointed his axe to the far end of the chasm. Are my eyes casting phantoms in this gloom, or is that a light yonder? Tolchuk swung around and stared where the mountain man pointed. Yes, a glow, 2 lights, bloomed in the distance. He watched the lights bob. The twin flames approached the same wall upon which their ledge rested, but much farther down the chasm floor. Goblins? Kral asked. No, goblins do not like light. It weakens their blood. Tolchuk remembered how the Ojiri tribe kept powder pots burning to keep the rock goblins from sacred areas of their caves. Then who? I know not. You said your Ojiri eyes were keen in dark places. Can you make out any details? The distance be great, he said and strained his eyes toward the light. He caught occasional glimpses of shadows moving in the glow but failed to make out any details. No, nothing. It be too, the Ojiri tensed. What? Kral's voice rose with concern. The Ojiri raised a claw. Odd images formed in his head, yet the touch was familiar. Fardale. The wolf brother was below, attempting to tell him something. A wounded cub finds protection. A strange scent sparks a trail. A few other images half formed in his head but were too fleeting to register fully. Only one other image coalesced, blood flows with sparks of lightning. Tolchuk did not understand the meaning of this last image, but the wiry hairs of his back ridge bristled. What do you see? Kral asked impatiently. Not see, feel. Something strange be happening down there. How do you know this, Dot? A friend, a brother, be down there. Not alone. What does he tell you? Tolchuk shook his head. He be too far away to be clear. As they watched, the twin lights vanished into a distant tunnel below. We must follow, Tolchuk said, his voice suddenly strained. Why? I do not know, Tolchuk lied. Kral's brows lowered suspiciously. A twinge of guilt stabbed Tolchuk, but he did not offer further words. How could he describe the sudden pull on his heart? Tolchuk knew that if he uncovered the heartstone hidden in his pouch it would be shining bright enough to eclipse the feeble glow of the elven stone. The heart of his people was calling him forward. He must follow. Mogweed fought to keep his seat atop the galloping horse. How strange to ride the back of another beast. He had never seen such a thing. Once, from the safety of their forest home, he and Fardale had spied on the herds of wild steppe horses grazing on the plains north of the western reaches. Doe-eyed mares guarded by fiery-eyed stallions had spread in dappled colors across the yellow steppes. He could not imagine those horses mounted and controlled by leather and iron. How strange the peoples of these lands were. Did they control all the beasts of the field? He remembered how the tall, thin man claimed to control the glowing falcon and how the hunters had leashed the snarling sniffers to their will. What drove other races to control living things? Among the Asilura, where other beast shapes were theirs to experience, the thought of capturing and enslaving creatures of the wild seemed foreign. But if he wore this human form much longer and the will of man consumed his own identity, he might begin to understand. Then he, too, like the horse beneath him, would forget what it was like to run free. As he clung to the waist of the knife-eye woman, he prayed he never would. The horse suddenly jolted under him. He clutched tighter to Nalan, not trusting his legs to hold him atop the stallion. Mud and decaying leaf had betrayed the horse's footing. This steed will not drop you, Nalan said, wiggling to loosen his grip on her. He relaxed his hold a bit, but maintained a wary watch. How could he trust an enslaved beast? He kept his eyes and ears alert. Years of accumulated humus muffled the thunder of the horse's hooves as they raced up another ridge. The beat of wings still echoed from the hills around them. He could tell even with his dull human ears that the sound swelled rapidly. The knife-eye woman must have realized this, too. We will make it, she said, though it sounded more as if she was trying to reassure herself. The other horse pounded abreast of them, the mare's legs less burdened than the double-weighted stallion's. It lurched to the top of the ridge first. Rockingham pulled his steed to a stop and pointed. "There is a clearing ahead." "Is that the one?" he yelled into the wind. Rain had begun to lance again from swollen clouds. "I see no cave." "It is there, hidden," Naylan answered as the stallion clambered to the ridgeline and swept past the stopped rider. "Hurry!" The pair of horses more stumbled than galloped down the steep hillside. Sodden branches kept trying to bat Mogweed from his perch. He found he could only keep from screaming by squeezing his eyes closed. Thunder again pounded from above, only barely drowning the hammering of his own heart. In brief gaps in the thunder, he realized a keening whine flowed from his own lips. Just before panic threw him from the horse's back, the crashing ride came to a sudden stop. Mogweed dared to open his eyes. Before them lay the small clearing. Afraid the horse would again begin its wild race, he tumbled off the mount and took several steps away. Naylan pointed to the cavern opening, guarded by the roots of the sentinel oak. "There's the cave," she said to Rockingham as he pulled his mare to a stop beside her. "Hush!" he answered her, a hand raised in warning. Mogweed's quivering legs tensed to run. "What?" Naylan whispered. Her eyes searched the clearing. "Listen." Rockingham jumped from his horse and motioned her to do the same. Mogweed forced his human ears to strain. He heard nothing but the spat of rain on leaves. Even the thunder had died away. Mogweed sensed, though, from the pressure in the air, that it was but a lull before the true storm that was about to break. "I hear nothing," Naylan said, tethering their mounts. She looked confused, then her eyes flew wide. "The wings! I can't hear them. Run!" Rockingham was already running. But it was too late. As they all darted toward the cavern opening, two huge figures dove on widespread wings to crash to the dirt before them. Claws sank deep in the mud, leaving raked furrows as they came to a stop. Mogweed screamed at the sight of them. He sank to his knees in fright. Twin sets of red eyes studied him. Wings of black bone folded behind shoulders, and a foul stench of rotted carrion flowed from them. A sick malevolence could be tasted in the air. Never in his worst nightmares had he imagined beasts so foul. "Little mice, where do you scurry to?" one of them hissed as the other laughed sibilantly. "Do you think you can escape the hungry cat?" By now the horses were whinnying in terror behind them. The mare thrashed against its lead, but both rope and tree held firm. The stallion, though, snapped its lead and dashed across the clearing, its eyes rolled white in panic. Quicker than an eye could follow, one of the two beasts pounced on the fleeing horse and sank its claws into its back. Fangs and claws ripped the stallion's belly open, spilling red entrails across the cold mud. The monster then released the horse, allowing the stallion, not yet dead, to stumble away, dragging its bowels behind it. The attacker laughed at the sight, bloody foam on its lips. Before the horse took more than a few wobbly strides, its neck stretched taut with pain, the creature again lunged and swallowed the horse within its stretched wings. Thankfully, the wings blocked the sight as the monster savaged the horse. But the pitch of the horse's scream passed through the wings to them all. Mogweed covered his ears. At that moment, he wished for his own death, just so he would never have to hear such a noise again. Then, just as the scream reached its highest peak, it abruptly cut off, and the beast stepped away from its kill. What lay steaming on the frigid ground now bore no resemblance to a horse, just a mound of raw meat, broken bone, and ripped bowels. Mogweed pressed his face to the ground, his gorge rising in his throat. Nausea overcame his horror. He emptied his belly on the ground. As his stomach stopped convulsing, Mogweed felt the creature's red eyes on his back. "See, at least one of you knows how to bow before your masters," one of them laughed. The other spoke as Mogweed raised his face. It was the one who had attacked the horse. Blood stained its face black, while its fangs glowed white upon its lips. "Now where is the child we seek?" It pointed to the cooling mass of shredded horse. "Or would someone like to be my next ride?" Naylan answered. But her words did not comfort Mogweed. "We will tell you nothing, dogs of the Dark Lord." An angry hiss spat toward her from the nearest beast. Rockingham, though, spoke quickly behind her. "You know me, O lords of the black blood." Nayland swung to the man, her eyes afire. He ignored her. "I will tell you where the girl hides." 28. Erral tried not to push the old man to a faster pace. If Bull collapsed again, more time would be lost than a slower pace wasted. So he kept the march to a sedate walk, even as his heart pleaded for speed. Yet, as Erral watched the gray-bearded elder, he realized his concerns for the man's frailty might be a false worry. After the girl's ministrations, Bull seemed remarkably revitalized. His heels no longer dragged through the shale, and his breathing and humor had greatly improved. Erral might even have braved a quicker gait had Elena not kept darting sharp looks toward her uncle. In her eyes Erral saw wary concern, mistrust in her uncle's sudden vitality. It was this suspicious look, not his own appraisal, that slowed Erral's march toward the far wall of the chasm. Even Bull protested the crawling pace. "The cave crabs are making better time than we are. Listen to that hissing." The rock goblins grow impatient. "No, uncle. They keep their distance. And besides, the wolf guards our backs." Erral noted Elena placed much confidence in this dog of the wood. She had even insisted they wait when the wolf seemed to smell something in the dank cavern breeze and paused in his lurking pursuit, nose raised. He had stood gazing with those strange amber eyes into the darkness, then continued to follow. Only then did Elena allow them to press forward. "A wolf at our backs." Her uncle huffed. "That does not offer much comfort." "We are not going any faster," Elena said in a tone that did not brook argument. The moonfalcon on her shoulder flapped its wings in a single snap, punctuating her statement as if irate that anyone should question the human it had chosen. Even though he and Bull wished for a quicker march, Erral kept the pace steady. He suddenly realized he trusted Elena's instinct in this matter more than her uncle's or his own, and this thought stumbled his feet. He trusted a witsy. Erral thought back to hundreds of other young mages fresh to their apprenticeships. Many had grown haughty and willful after the first taste of their magic, full of their new power. Time had eventually tempered most of those proud souls as they realized there were limits, dangers, and responsibilities that went along with donning the white robes. Erral watched Elena. She kept one hand on her uncle's sleeve, restraining his pace, as her eyes swept across the cavern, noting where the wolf padded in shadows, studying the trail ahead. Her keen eyes settled on his own as he studied her. She did not look away. She had learned much of magic in a stunningly short time, learned its capability for destruction and salvation, its wildness and its control. But most of all, she had already had a taste of its responsibility. He judged the stubborn and weary set to her eyes. There lay a willfulness not born of pride and conceit, but of lessons taught in fire. In just 2 days she had learned more of what it meant to be a mage than had many an apprentice after years of schooling. Maybe not in the knowledge of spells and chords of magics, but in something more essential, the consequences of power. Yes, witsy or not, he did trust her. He broke from her stare to continue toward the fissure in the far wall. Ahead lay mysteries and other dangers, and without his sword, he would face them with an empty hand. Yet, oddly, he found a small comfort in the witsy behind him. He led the way across the uneven track, warning the others of patches of slippery mud or treacherously loose rock. The hissing of the rock goblins harried their trail, but not one approached close enough to their island of light to reveal itself. Only shadows and the creep of the dark wolf moved about them. Almost there, Bull commented as they neared the fissure. Did the old man's voice have an edge of fatigue? Erral eyed him. He seemed to be breathing fine, and his color still remained ruddy. And to think I always liked exploring these old ruins. He made a rude noise with his lips. After this night, I am well rid of these dank and dripping halls. We'll be out of here soon, Elena said aloud, then added a softer, I hope. Erril reached the entrance to the dark fissure. "Pass your lamp up here, Bull." Unencumbered by his sword, he could light the way forward. He sensed that more danger lay ahead than behind. Bull handed the lantern to him, and Erril checked its oil with a frown. "Whatever game these goblins play, they had better be quick," he said. The lamp was almost dry. Erril twisted the flame lower to slow the consumption of fuel. With the addition of the falcon's moonglow, the lamplight could be spared. He raised the lantern to the yawning gap in the chasm wall. Before entering, he studied the way forward. From across the chasm, he had thought the fissure to be a natural crack in the rock face. But with his light now illuminating the interior, he discovered his mistake. Arches stood between walls of rough-hewn rock, marking the way forward. Neither nature nor the gods had created this passage, and from the handiwork, this was not the work of humans either. The pocked and scraped surface of the raw rock bore the distinct scratch marks of ancient claws, and on the first of the arches, crude images of goblins tangled together. Erril fingered one of the gouged tracks on the wall. As his finger touched the wall, the hissing from the trailing goblins suddenly stopped. By now their noise had become so constant that when it ceased, the silence was like a clap of thunder on the ears. "I suspect we are nearing the end of their game," Bull whispered, though his voice still rang loud in the now quiet chasm. "I think we need not worry about the lantern's oil." "Come," Erril said and led the way into the tunnel. "I tire of this chase." After only a handful of steps into the tunnel, they passed under the first arch. On closer inspection, Erril noticed the tangle of goblins carved on the arch were in various acts of sexual union. The entire span was one continuous orgy of profane intimacies in every possible contortion, including some that Erril had never imagined or wished to imagine. Erril noticed the girl's eyes grow wide as she realized the content of the artwork. She blushed and looked away. The only comment from Bull as he leaned closer to inspect a pair of male goblins sharing one of their females was a simple, "Interesting, very interesting." With both men's eyes on the arch, Elena was the first to notice a change in the tunnel. "There's light coming from up ahead," she said. Erril turned and finally noticed a weak shimmer flowing around a curve in the tunnel ahead. He shaded his own lamp to better judge the light. In the deeper darkness, the meager glow took on a sharper brightness. Though the light was diffuse, its color and quality seemed to awaken a memory in Erril. Where had he seen such a silvery, pure glow? "I thought the goblins shun light," Erril said. "Yes, bright light," Bull answered. "Some say their eyes are attuned to a different type of illumination, allowing them to move through the dark paths of the mountain's hearts. Some say it's the emanations of elemental rock magic that attract and light their ways. For this reason they plague many crystal mines and infest many sacred cavern systems. Rock magic draws them as a lodestone draws iron." "My iron ward," Erril said, suddenly realizing. "It is carved from elemental magic. I hit it very well. But if they can sniff magic." "Not sniff, see. Some say." Erril shook his head. Some say, enough of this prattle. The source of that light should be bright enough to blind even a desert warrior of the Southlands. The answer to what the goblins are doing with such a light lies ahead." Erril moved down the tunnel. "And elemental magic or not, I mean to get my ward back." He followed the silvery trail. As the light grew around him, its sheen kept nagging at him. Where had he seen such a light? Its purity seemed to suck the drab color from the surrounding walls, revealing the spirit of the rock underneath. The glow even drew a certain beauty from the rudely carved arches. Where? A sudden memory intruded and stopped his feet. He now remembered where he had seen a similar sight. A shiver passed through him. He shook his head. It was impossible. Not here. Maybe it was just a trick on his eyes after the hours spent in this black hole with only the yellow flame of the lamp and the cold blue light of the falcon to guide them. The purity of this light could not be what he suspected. He found his legs hurrying. No, Elena said from farther back in the tunnel. Concern for her uncle rang in her voice. We do not race. What lies ahead can wait. No, Eril thought, it cannot. Yet he heeded her and slowed his pace. He would trust this witsy H. What's got you so riled? Bull asked as they caught up with Eril. Elena watched her uncle for any sign of deterioration. She did not trust her magic's bomb, and she prayed he would last long enough to reach a true healer. Like the lamp's dwindling oil, she knew her magic would eventually leak away and leave her uncle hollow again, susceptible to his weakened heart. But right now he still seemed hale and strong. Uncle Bull reached a hand to the swordsman. Slow down, Eril. The girl's tired. She can't keep up this pace. A whisper of a smile slipped to Elena's lips. Here she was so worried about him that she had never thought he might be harboring the same fears for her. I'm fine, uncle. But we should still proceed with caution. Elena is right, Eril said. Something odd lies ahead. Whether it means us harm or not, I'm not sure. But we should conserve our wind and strength for the worst. Eril continued down the tunnel toward the light, his lantern raised. Uncle Bull waved Elena forward, and since the tunnel was wide enough, he walked beside her. I saw that look on your face, he called to Eril's back. You have a suspicion of what lies ahead. There you are wrong, old man. Old? You're 5 or 6 times my age. Now out with it. What do you suspect? What is bothering you? Just bad memories. Of what? Don't you find the quality of the light strange? Her uncle narrowed his eyes to stare ahead. I think it's pretty, Elena answered. Eril shook his head in such a way that Elena felt foolish for her words. But it was beautiful. The light seemed to wash everything clean, and as they continued deeper into its glow, the very air seemed less heavy and damp, as if they were walking into a spring morning after a long winter's night. It's not natural, her uncle said. It isn't elemental magic, either, it's much too strong. Maybe some type of conjured light? Though I have never heard of sorcery performed by goblins, little is known about the species. He pointed to the grotesqueries carved into an arch they passed. For instance, I would never have guessed at their imaginative appetites. It is magic, Eril declared. I can practically smell its stink. Surely not. As I said, elemental magic is a subtle working. Nothing elemental could generate such a power, but it's not elemental, Eril said. He spoke between clenched teeth. It's chiric. Uncle Bull tripped to a stop. Nonsense. Down here? Once Chi abandoned our land, no such pool of power survived in these parts. Maybe at Aloha Glen, but not here. Eril turned to Elena's uncle, his face tight. I have seen a light of this character once before. Elena spoke up. Where? The swordsman remained quiet. His eyes did not even brush toward her. Where? Her uncle echoed. After a further pause, he answered, his voice low. When the book was forged. What? Are you sure? I would not forget. His eyes took on a faraway look as he remembered another time and place. It was my assignment during its cursed binding. Look for the sign, Shorkin told me, a flash of blinding white light. Then I must close the book and end the spell. His eyes focused back on Uncle Bull. The light, you can't mean. I can never forget it. Not even after 500 winters. It burned through my eyes to sear my mind. The light is the same, rich with chiric energy. Her uncle scratched at his beard and murmured, odd. Perhaps there is another explanation. The cursed goblins can keep their explanations in secrets. I just want my ward. Maybe that's it, Elena said. Maybe your ward thing plays some role. Her uncle's eyes sparkled with her words. The girl's right. It's so obvious. Aril's face just frowned deeper. It is of no matter. No, Aril, it is. Why did the goblins show you the ward and run? Why have the goblins not attacked us and only driven us forward? That is unlike them. What do they want? Aril's eyes glanced at Elena, then quickly away. Uncle Bull must have caught his look. That's what I thought. It had something to do with Elena. She cringed. She had suspected as much herself, but to hear it voiced aloud stung. Please, she prayed, don't lay this at my feet. She had so much to be blamed for already, her parents, her home, Aunt Fila, Joach. Uncle Bull continued. But I was wrong. Aril's brows rose with a doubt Elena felt, too. Then what do the goblins want? He asked. It's so obvious. He reached a hand and tousled Elena's hair. Yet if she hadn't added her insight, I would have never seen it, but... What? This was echoed by both Elena and Aril. Not what, who? Aril's nostrils flared in exasperation. Elena just waited. As Elena had warned the swordsman at the supper table only last night, though it now seemed like ages ago, Uncle Bull would only let his stories flow at his own pace. Out with it, old man. Aril finally blurted. Who do they want? Her uncle rolled his eyes as if it was so simple. Why, you, of course. Elena kept one ear cocked to the two men's argument. She hoped in her heart that Uncle Bull was correct. If the rock goblins wanted them, let it not be because of her. You are daft, old man. Aril said. Me? They want me? I've never even encountered rock goblins before, not once during the hundreds of winters I have wandered the land. What would they want of me? Bull ran a comb of fingers through his beard and shrugged. The answer lies ahead. Elena, relieved that the burden of responsibility for their plight was taken from her shoulders, had let her gaze wander back behind them. She spotted a darker shadow close to one wall. The wolf still followed. Poor creature, he was probably just as scared and lost as they were and was trusting them to find a way out of this maze of tunnels. She prayed he hadn't misplaced his trust. Then let's get going, Aril said. If they only want me, maybe they'll grant you both free passage out of here. No, we leave here together, her uncle said. The wolf, too, Elena added, but except for a distracted pat on the head from her uncle, they ignored her words. She walked beside Uncle Bull as they set off once again down the tunnel. Aril led the way, still carrying the lantern even though he extinguished the lamp's flame to conserve its fuel since the silvery light had now grown sufficient to light their way. The only other illumination came from the moonfalcon drowsing on her shoulder. As they continued down the tunnel, she kept an eye on the wolf trailing behind them. The beast would wait until they had worked a fair distance along the tunnel, then dart forward to his next hiding place, trying to disappear into shadows. But the light grew around them. As shadows grew fewer and fewer, the wolf could no longer completely vanish into the blackness. Now that Elena could see more of their lingering companion, she studied him more closely, almost walking backward. She was surprised to see that his coat was not solid black as she had first supposed, but actually streaked with lines of browns and golds. His fur glowed lustrous in the light, and his eyes were chunks of shining amber. She also noticed that his limp seemed to be worsening. His head bobbed in pain as he placed weight on his injured forelimb. Poor thing! As she watched, she felt the wolf's eyes on her and knew he studied her, too. For a moment, those yellow and gold eyes met hers across the tunnel. As I met eye, she suddenly felt lightheaded, and her right hand grew warm and tingled. She suddenly tasted the wildwood of his home and sensed his heart beating to run free under the forest's dappled shadows. Her eyes grew wide with these sensations, and the tunnel walls faded around her. An image formed. A baby bird falls from a nest and tumbles toward the ground, but just before crashing, its tiny wings spread and it flies. As it sweeps up, the small bird grows into a huge eagle, its wings blocking the sun, swallowing the world. Just as quickly as the image had appeared, it broke apart. The tunnel reappeared and wrapped around her again. All she now saw were those amber eyes of the wolf glowing toward her. Elena's foot stumbled on a loose rock. Uncle Bull caught her before she fell. "Careful, honey," he mumbled. She barely heard his words, her eyes still on the wolf. What had just occurred? She rubbed her eyes. The wolf still stared at her from where he crouched, his eyes narrowed. Somehow she knew the wolf was aware of what had just happened to her, the sensations, the image of the baby bird. Elena watched the wolf's lids slip lower, shadowing those strange amber eyes. No! It was more than that, Elena suddenly knew. The wolf did not just know of these visions, he had sent them to her. But how? Why? What did it mean? She grabbed at her uncle's sleeve, pulling him to a stop. The wolf, he. Shoo, Elena. We're almost to the end of the tunnel. Elena saw Errol glance toward the wolf at her words. The swordsman's face tightened with menace, as if suspecting the wolf might be attacking. As he saw that the beast still crouched well away from them, his eyes swept to her in question. But Elena found her tongue twisted by Errol's stern face. How could she put into words what had just happened? With her silence, the swordsman returned his gaze forward. Uncle Bull's eyes had never budged from where they stared at the blinding light shining through the arch of stone marking the exit to their tunnel. "It's so beautiful," he said softly. Elena finally noticed how bright the light had grown around them. Uncle Bull nodded Errol forward. "Let's see what lies ahead." The swordsman again led the way, but more slowly, hesitantly, as if fearful of what he might discover. Elena noticed as she tried to follow that her feet were just as reluctant to move. It wasn't fear, somehow the light itself, now so very bright, seemed like a strong wind in the tunnel. She found she had to push against it to continue farther down the hall toward the arch. "Most interesting," Bull said behind her. Her uncle leaned forward to press on, like a man in a gale. Errol had a hand held before his eyes, pressing outward, as he approached the arch. Elena glanced behind her to see if the wolf still followed. She caught him just darting ahead into this bright section of the tunnel. Now there were no shadows to hide in at all. Still, he kept his nose close to the ground, ears laid back flat to his head. As he pushed into the light after them, she saw him suddenly stop. His body twitched. He took another hesitant step forward. As he moved, the light bathed over him, and his flesh seemed to ripple. He took another step, obviously in pain, his neck tight and bunched. Elena gasped. The wolf's form now flowed like thick syrup. The light seemed to be blowing the shape of the wolf away from the arch. What was revealed underneath was not wolf, but something that flowed in streams and channels. Melted wax, Elena thought. The only part of its body that remained untouched were its eyes. The same amber eyes stared at her from a mass of rippling, flowing flesh. Stunned, she watched it try to slide farther toward them. But movement seemed to take too much effort, and somehow Elena knew it was excruciating. Lines of pain seemed to flow through its rippling tissue. It backed away a step, then another. As it retreated from the light, the wolf form grew back into place, ears, limbs, tail, fur, until Elena could not tell that anything had happened. The wolf stared after her as she followed her uncle deeper into the light, toward the arch. But she knew it was not a wolf. She watched it back another step away. Its eyes never left her face, and a deep sadness enveloped her. But whether this came from the wolf or from her own feeling, she could not tell. "Sweet mother," Errol said behind her. Elena twisted to see if the swordsman had also witnessed what had happened to the wolf creature. But the swordsman had his back to her. He had reached the exit to the tunnel, standing with one hand on the last arch of stone. He stared beyond the opening at something in the next chamber. She watched him sink to his knees. "No, sweet mother, it can't be anything but this." He cried. Not here. Not after so long. 29. Where is the child? The skeleton repeated, stepping closer to Rockingham. It held a haunch of horse thigh in one claw and tore into it. Not able to suppress a cringe, Rockingham took a step away, nearer the knife-eye woman. Nayland's scowl marred her soft lips. He held up a hand toward Nayland. He knew she might burst forth at any moment with something to ruin his scheme with the skeleton, like the fact that he had no idea where the foul witch was. Curse those without deceit. How did they live to an old age? He pressed his open palm toward her, willing her silent. She ignored him. You are the lowest of beetles digging into dung, Nayland hissed, obviously believing he was about to betray them. And he would, if betrayal would allow him to live, but the time was not ripe for that quite yet. He risked removing his eyes from the skeleton and turned to face Nayland fully. He forced his voice into a deep-throated timbre. It was said among those of Blackhall that the Dark Lord's lieutenants had difficulty hearing in the lower ranges. Their sharp ears, like a firebat's, heard best in the higher pitches. Whether this was gossip or fact, Rockingham still kept his voice quick and low. Hush! If you wish to live, let me handle this. Trust me. Trust you. She said too loudly. I would sooner trust the Black Soul himself, but if you don't wish to be dinner, keep your tongue still. The cowering figure of Mogweed sidled closer to Rockingham. The shapeshifter's eyes were still fixed on the steaming mass of bone and gore that was once a proud stallion. The remaining mare nearby had stopped yanking on its lead and just stood shaking. Its eyes rolled white with fear, but it kept quiet. Smart horse, Rockingham thought. Mogweed leaned into their conversation. If this man knows these beasts, perhaps it would be best if we heeded his counsel. The tiny woman dismissed the shapeshifter's words with a shake of her head. He knows nothing. He. Exactly. Rockingham said, determined to keep her from further voicing aloud how little he actually knew. He drilled her with his eyes and spoke low, his hushed words more in exhalation than speech. I don't know. That's just it. I can't reveal anything useful to them, only save our hides. I have no wish to fall into their capture. Death at their claws would be pleasant compared to being dragged before the Dark Lord in disgrace. His glance took in the ravaged horse. That was merciful compared to what could occur within the bowels of Blackhall's dungeons. He forced his eyes to pierce Nayland to silence. Let me do my job. And what he did best was survive, by his wits and his tongue. She glowered at him but kept her lips pressed tight. He turned to face the skeleton, who had finished cracking the bone of the haunch and stood sucking at its marrow. The beast knew they were trapped and seemed to enjoy drawing out the tension. The other creature crept closer, its eyes fixed on Rockingham. I hear gnats buzzing, but no answers. Tell us where the girl hid us. Rockingham straightened his riding cloak, trying to appear confident and calm before the towering bulk of the twin skeleton. He cleared the tension from his throat with a cough, then began. Like you, great lieutenants of the Black Heart, I, too, am on the trail of the Witzy child. You have failed. Word has reached Blackhall. We were dispatched to correct your mistake. Rockingham spread his palms wide as if in shock and hurt. It was no mistake of mine. The fault lies at the feet of the old maimed one, Dismarum. He would not heed my desire to use force and blade to nab the girl, instead relying on tricks and deceit. That was his downfall, and alas, our failure. This child is steeped with wicked cunning. She eluded the Dark Mage's many traps. And where were you during all this, little man? He rested his hand upon his heart. The Black Heart gave me to the Dark Mage. I had no choice but to do Dismarum's bidding, as mistaken as it was. Yet once Dismarum failed and used his arcane magic to flee from his disgrace, I was free to pursue the girl. And so I do. Then why is she yet free? She's quick and protected by strong allies and stronger magic. she ISS a child. He jabbed a finger at the closest beast. A child who killed one of your own. You would do best not to underestimate her skill, as did your unfortunate brother. The other skeleton, his claws still red with horse blood, sprang closer. Rockingham fought to keep from backing away. Now was a crucial time to show strength. You lie to us, man of weak flesh, the skeleton said. We have met the killer of our brother. It was no girl. He even knew the breaches of our black protections. Curse that hill of a man. Why was everyone so free with their tongues? Consternation laced with fear coursed through his veins, but he kept his face fixed in a look of benign disinterest as his mind spun on threads of deceit. He sharpened his voice to answer the creature. And who did you think gave this man your secrets? This thought gave the skeleton a pause. It glanced to its companion, then back to Rockingham. Its voice was less malignant. Yet she ISS still not captured. Here the blame lies solely upon you. Ah, true, she is not yet chained at your feet, awaiting the master's pleasures. Rockingham could not stop a shiver from passing through his body at the image of what pleased his lord. His tongue stumbled, but he continued. Boo. But I have harried her and driven her before me like a leaf before a storm, and now have her boxed and trapped. I have only to retrieve her. Where? Rockingham pointed to the root-shrouded entrance to the tunnel. She is trapped, too deep for you to reach by digging. You will never get to her before dawn's light. Both skeletons glanced to the eastern horizon, their wings twitched in a protective gesture. So some things gave even a skeleton pause. Rockingham allowed the ghost of a smile to play upon his lips. Only I can coax her from her hole. If she ISSS so fierce, how can you, a wisp of a man, hope to drag her here? I have something she wants. Rockingham nodded to Nayland, whose face was frozen in distaste and hate. The next lie was crucial. I have her beloved sister. He watched Nayland's eyes grow wide with shock. His smile grew full. Sometimes even the righteous fell into step with his deceptions by pure chance. Her look of hate and open-mouthed shock seemed so genuine. He swung to face the twin skeleton. I am actually glad you arrived so opportunely. Now I can leave her in your capable care as I flush our quarry out of her warren. Rockingham waved Mogweed from Nayland's side and indicated he should approach. The Silura stood still. Rockingham saw him tremble. With you two minding the sister, Rockingham said to the skeleton, my guard and I can pursue the girl with quicker feet. He again waved to Mogweed. This time the shapeshifter broke the ground's hold on his feet and stumbled to Rockingham's side. He stood almost too close, like a clinging shadow. One of the skeletons slipped closer to Nayland. To her credit, she did not even shrink as it loomed over her. She only glared at Rockingham. Keep her safe, he said. She is vital to capturing the Witch. We will do our duty, the skeleton near Nayland said. And you do yours, little man, said the other. Rockingham bowed his head in acknowledgement, hiding his grin of success. Then he hooked the shapeshifter's elbow in his own and guided the stunned man to the black tunnel entrance. From behind them, the bloody-clawed skeleton who had shredded the horse called to them, if you betray USS, do not think because you are the master SS creation we will not tear your limbs from you and feast upon your eyes. Rockingham's shoulders twitched up to his neck at its words. He did not understand what the creature meant by the master's creation, but considering how easily he had duped them, there was no fathoming what mistaken ideas filled their alien minds. He pushed Mogweed through the drape of roots and into the tunnel. He then turned to face the skeleton again. Trust me, he said loudly to them. Then his eyes settled on Nayland, but he quickly tore them away. Betrayal was a dinner best served cold. Still his heart did quiver a beat. He seemed to remember a woman who had once looked at him with similar eyes of hurt and rage. But who? He squeezed between the roots and followed Mogweed onto the carpet of leaf and rot that spread into the entrance of the tunnel. And when He could almost pull up the woman's image from his past, even a scent, daffodils, and sunlight on golden hair, but like a flutter of butterflies, the memory broke apart. He shook his head, probably just some whore he had bedded and was too drunk to remember. But in his heart, he knew he was wrong. Mogwai cleared his throat, drawing his attention. The shapeshifter's eyes were wide and almost aglow. "Where do we go now?" Rockingham scowled and pointed. "As far away from those monsters as possible." Mogwai did not move until Rockingham shoved him onward. The shapeshifter mumbled, but no one has come back who went this way." Tolchuk scrambled down the last of the boulders to reach the chasm floor. He glanced up to where Kral still struggled atop a precariously perched granite slab. It teetered under the mountain man's feet. Tolchuk had left the glowing stone with Kral to better light the mountain man's climb, but the elemental magic in the stone had faded to a whisper of its former glory. The stone, since it had to be carried in one hand, was more a burden than an aid in the mountain man's journey down the tumbled wall of the chasm, but Kral clung to it like a drowning Ojiri to a log. "Go to your left," he called to Kral. "The climb be steeper but craggier. Easier to find footholds and clawholds." "I don't have claws," Kral grumbled, but took his advice and swung to the other side of the fall of boulders. Tolchuk waited. He could do nothing else. He studied the mountain man's progress. Kral was a skilled climber, as he supposed all mountain men must be to survive above the snowline of the teeth. Even with the weak eyes of his kind and one hand burdened with the stone, Kral was managing the last of the dark cliff face with surprising speed and skill. Still, his descent was not fast enough for Tolchuk's taste. The Ojiri shifted his feet with impatience. To wait patiently after so much exertion was hard. His back muscles ached, and a ripped claw on his right hand pulsed with pain. Even his legs, two trunks of muscle, tendon, and bone, quivered at the sudden cessation of activity. But worst of all, he still felt a strong pull on his heart to continue the pursuit of Fardale. Ever since the Wolf brothers' images had slipped into his skull, the occasional pangs as the heart of his people called him forward still tugged on his spirit, mostly when he stopped or rested, like now. He fought to distract himself, to ignore the drive to abandon the mountain man on the cliff and strike out on his own. That was not the way of an Ojiri. One tribe member did not leave another in danger, a sentiment ingrained into the bones of all Ojires, even a half-breed. A noble trait, Tolchuk thought, but unfortunately it was also the chief reason the clan wars among the tribes had been historically so vicious and protracted. To injure one member of a tribe was like attacking the whole. No affront was left unanswered, no threat left unchallenged, until the entire male population of one of the two warring tribes was destroyed. Tolchuk scowled at his sour thoughts. Except for religious ceremonies, there had never been a time when all the Ojiri tribes had united. And considering the drive of his people and the honor code of the warriors, he doubted they ever would be. Sometimes honor and loyalty, he realized with a sigh, were not such noble traits. Still, he did not abandon Kral, even as the hooks dug deep into his heart to pull him onward. He could not ignore countless generations of Ojiri blood flowing through his veins. Honor and loyalty, though the sentiments had killed thousands of his fellow Ojires, were still as much a part of him as bone and tendon. He waited. Thankfully, Tolchuk did not have much longer to wait. Kral, with his chest heaving, hopped off the last boulder to land beside him. "I hope we are making the right choice in pursuing this path," Kral said, forcing words out between gasps. "We'll never climb back out this way." Tolchuk shrugged his massive shoulders. "We will find another way back up." He led off in the direction where Fardale and the lamps had last been seen. He heard a slight groan as the mountain man forced his legs to follow. Kral could probably use a rest after the climb, but Tolchuk did not want the wolf brother to get too far ahead of them. If this subterranean system was the same as Tolchuk's tribal cavern, with its warren of twisting and branching tunnels, then with only a little distance, Fardale could be easily lost to him. He urged the mountain man onward. "Speed be our best chance to keep ahead of the rock goblins." Also the best way of running right back into them, Kral added, but he kept up with the Ojiri. They proceeded in silence, conserving their breath for the hike across the uneven terrain. As they trudged, the air grew thick as goat's milk. Tolchuk's huge chest drank without difficulty. An Ojiri was built for the deep caverns buried under the mountains. Kral, however, had lived among the high, snowy peaks and was accustomed to the thin air blowing through the teeth. This stagnant damp air was not making his journey easier. The large man labored to keep close to the Ojiri. Tolchuk kept one ear turned back toward the mountain man, listening to his graveled breathing. Kral voiced no complaint, but Tolchuk knew that a rest would be needed shortly. He searched across the length of the cavern. A cluster of boulders lay across their path ahead. If they could at least reach there before stopping, Tolchuk thought, then they would be close to the tunnel into which Fardale had vanished. The urging from the heartstone of his people, though, made him reluctant for even this brief delay. Now that Tolchuk was moving, he did not want to stop. Kral coughed behind him, rattling in hoarse. Tolchuk bunched up his brow. Just a bit farther, he thought. He marched on, listening to the mountain man for any further sign of exhaustion. Tolchuk, keenly attuned to Kral's breathing and to the slippery terrain of loose rock, did not notice a shadow detach itself from a boulder and step toward him until the figure stood directly in his path. "I'll have my stone, please," the figure said. Kral rounded the wide body of Tolchuk with the light. In the greenish glow, the figure was revealed to be the one called Marek, the elven man. His white shirt, torn, was marred by mud and by darker stains that could only be blood. His green pants were ripped, and a scrap of his shirt was wrapped around his upper thigh. Blood trailed down his leg. A black bruise stood out on his white cheek. He repeated his demand, his hand held out. "My windstone." Though his words were casual and his manner disdainful, his hand trembled slightly. "We thought you dead," Kral said. He still clutched the stone in a fist, obviously wary of the elven. The blood, the trail over the cliff. "How did you survive the jump to the first ledge?" "I didn't jump to any ledge." He still held one hand out but used the other to wipe away a strand of silver hair that had escaped his long braid. "I leaped to here, dot." Kral glanced up into the blackness through which they had jumped, climbed, and trudged to reach the spot. "Naylan warned of your lies," he mumbled, but his eyes returned to study the thin man. "I do not lie." Tolchuk's voice rang with suspicion. Not even an Ojiri could survive such a fall. "I did not fall." Disdain rang in his voice. "What did you do then?" Kral asked. "Fly?" "No, the elven may be masters of wind and air, but not even we can achieve flight. The elemental magic is not that strong." "I could not fly, but through the use of elemental power, I could control my plunge to this chasm floor. I slowed it, spread its energy into a glide to here." "And you waited for us?" A slight scowl twisted his lips. "I tended my wounds." He pointed to his legs. "Those creatures caught me off guard, and I took several stabs before I was able to escape. As I stanched the blood, I saw the glow of my windstone at the top of the cliff. I watched you jump and climb here and waited. Not for you, but for my stone." He thrust his hand farther toward Kral. "Please return my property." Kral still kept the rock in his palm. "This is the only light. We have a friend to find." "As do I." Kral and Marek stared at each other. "We can go, together," Tolchuk said. "If the goblins attack again, we will need everyone." "I'll keep the stone," Kral said. "You will kill its light. I can warm its glow back to bright." Kral clutched the stone tighter. Tolchuk noted that the glow had waned rapidly since leaping into the chasm. The mountain man hesitated, then slowly reached out and pressed the crystal rock into Marek's palm. He held the stone and the elven's palm in his large hand as he spoke. "We stay together." "Swear it." We do not swear lightly among my people, man of the mountains. Neither do we. Kral's hand tightened its grip. Now swear. Merrick's eyes narrowed with threat, and he spoke between clenched teeth. I give my word. I will help you find your friend. Kral maintained his grip for a heartbeat, his eyes boring into the elven. Then he nodded and released his hand. We must go, said Tolchuk. Where? The elven asked. We seek our friend in the tunnel yonder, Tolchuk said. He be with others who have lights. Lights? Merrick asked, his voice swelling with hope. Did one float upon the winds? It could be my bird. Tolchuk scratched the bristled hairs atop his head. No, this brought a frown to Merrick's thin lips. You saw no other light? Tolchuk shook his head. The elven seemed distraught with the news. Why be it so important to find this bird of yours? He scented royal blood. I could tell when I entered this valley. I do not understand. Merrick ignored Tolchuk, scanning the dark chasm. Kral explained. He claims his bird is like a hound on a trail. It seeks their lost king. Descendant of our king, Merrick corrected. He rubbed his retrieved windstone and blew on it. The stone bloomed brighter, highlighting the silver hair and white skin of the elven. He faced them. Old hate burned in his words. Our queen was allowed to leave when we were banished from our lands, but our king was kept hostage. Kral waved a hand to encompass the chasm and lands beyond. How do you know a descendant still survives after so many centuries? The king swore he would keep the line alive in our lands. But what if he couldn't? I said he swore, mountain man, said Merrick, venom in his voice. And our promises are kept. Sensing a growing tension, Tolchuk changed the tack of the conversation. This hawk. Moonfalcon, the elven corrected, swinging his eyes away from Kral. Yes, this bird, Tolchuk continued, how can it seek someone it has never met? Even a sniffer needs a scent. It is not so much a scent as a bond. The eggs of moonfalcons are bathed in royal blood. Bird and blood are linked. This falcon is a direct descendant of the moonfalcon originally bonded to our king. Descendant will know descendant. It will only alight on someone with our lost king's blood. But I saw it with you, Kral said. Merrick sighed heavily, as if this were all so obvious. I am of royal blood, the fourth son of Queen Trottel, the star of the morning. It is our people's dream to reunite the two houses of our race, the present queen's line and the ancient king's line. Kral burst forth with a hoarse chuckle. So, Merrick, you're also a matchmaker seeking a husband for one of your sisters. He laughed again. To reunite your noble houses. Gads, I'm glad my clans left that all behind. We bow to no one. Merrick's face reddened at Kral's ridiculing attitude, his thin lips pulled thinner and his eyes spat hate. Tolchuk sensed currents running deep in this thin man that if brought to the surface would be more of a danger than 100 goblins. Tolchuk decided it was time to end this conversation. Besides, the compulsion to continue the journey was again beginning to throb in his chest. There be a tunnel ahead. My friend went in there. Maybe your falcon went that way, too. The blood slowly drained from Merrick's face as he turned to him, then he gave a slight shrug. I will go with you, as I swore. He darted a narrow-eyed glance to Kral. As his eyes settled back on Tolchuk, he continued, I will let the bird hunt a bit longer. Then we go. Tolchuk led the way before Kral could say something to further aggravate the elven. Merrick stayed close to Tolchuk, allowing Kral to trail behind. The silence wrapped around them as they forced their way through a tight set of stubborn boulders. Tolchuk had to hoist the smaller men over some of the bigger rocks. Kral would only let him do this with much frowning and a reddening of cheeks. The independent mountain man bristled at needing help, but he was not too proud to recognize the reality of the situation. In brooding silence, he allowed himself to be hauled up and pushed to the top of the steepled rock. Merrick, on the other hand, accepted Tolchuk's aid without even a nod of thanks. He had a palm held out for assistance even before Tolchuk offered, as if he were well accustomed to being cared after by those stronger of limb. Tolchuk lifted him, surprised at how light the elven was, as if his bones were hollow like some long-legged wading bird. He pushed Merrick high enough for the elven to reach an arm up to Kral. Kral ignored the arm and just stared into the darkness. After realizing the mountain man was not going to help, Merrick grasped a spar of rock and pulled himself up. This was all accomplished in silence. Tolchuk's arms and legs, busy with the climb, allowed his mind to ponder the elven's words. Something bothered him, but he could not quite place a claw on the scrambling bug of his concern. The quiet hike through the boulders allowed him to review what he knew of the elven. His thoughts backtracked to their first meeting, and by the time they had cleared the nest of rock, he finally remembered what bothered him. He turned to Merrick. The elven was hunched over, breathing heavily after the passage through the stones. Even Kral leaned on a neighboring boulder, massaging a kink from his left thigh. When first we met in the clearing in the woods, you mentioned nothing of a king's descendant. Only something about some witsy. What be that all about? Merrick nodded, trying to catch his breath. Yes, the other reason I was allowed to seek the king. Our oracle spoke of a witsy in this land who would appear in the same valley as our lost king. This witsy will draw protectors from all the lands like moths to a deadly flame, and she will grow to ravage our ancient homes. So besides seeking our king, I am to search for signs of her. Why? Asked Kral, stepping forward, limping slightly on his left leg. To kill her. 30. Elena watched her uncle step to Eril's side. The swordsman had sunk to his knees at the threshold to the next chamber. He held his face away from the light shining forth from the room. On Eril's cheek rested a single tear, glinting like a jewel in the radiance. What is it? Uncle Bull said, placing a hand on the swordsman's shoulder. Eril did not answer, but simply pointed into the next room. Elena crept within her uncle's shadow. She peered from around his back into the face of the light. The source of the radiance stood in the center of a crudely circular chamber. The room was otherwise empty and unadorned. Amazing handiwork, her uncle said, squinting into the chamber. But what troubles you so, Eril? Eril shook his head and stayed silent. Elena slipped from around Uncle Bull's back to better view the chamber. In the center of the room, resting on the bare floor, stood a crystal statue that fountained forth with silvery light. Even though the stone of the statue was the well of this pure light, Elena found the radiance did not blind her to the features of the sculpture. Actually, the opposite was true. The light seemed to drape and fold around the statue, adding a certain detail and substance to the work. The artisan who created this piece was one of astounding skill, Uncle Bull said, his words mumbled as his eyes kept drifting with concern toward the swordsman. Surely this is not the work of goblins. The smoothness of the stone, the fine details around the eyes and lips, are nothing like the crude carvings on the arches. Elena found herself silently agreeing with her uncle. It was a thing of exceptional beauty, though a cruel beauty. The statue was that of a small boy. Elena judged him to be no older than 10 winters. The figure knelt with one hand resting on the floor, the other arm raised high, as if in supplication. The boy's face, contorted with pain, was also turned to the heavens. The reason for the boy's agony was clear. See how the sculptor chose to mix his materials for dramatic effect? Her uncle said, laying a hand on her shoulder. The boy is crystal, but the sword is silver. Elena nodded. From the corner of her eye, she saw Eril wince at the mention of the sword. Like Eril, she did not like this feature of the sculpture. Thrust through the back of the crystal boy, piercing chest and heart, stood a silver sword. Its pommel protruded a handspan above the boy's back, its point buried into the rock of the floor. The boy seemed to be struggling to escape his fate, as if still unaware of the fatal nature of the sword's blow. only aware of its pain. His face, innocent and lost, searched the heavens for release from the agony. His eyes stretched wide, pleading for an answer as to why this had to happen. Elena found her own eyes welling with tears as she stared at the boy's face. An impulse struck her to go out and comfort the child, try to relieve his suffering. But she knew it was only a statue. The pain expressed here was from an era long ago, but the sculpture was so fine, the agony reached up from the ages to touch her own heart. "It is a shame the statue is marred," her uncle said sharply. As a scholar of ancient histories, he had always hated to see bits of antiquity damaged. He scowled now as he pointed. "One of the goblins must have broken it when dragging it here." Elena could not fathom at first what her uncle meant. Then she realized the boy's left arm, which was raised toward the roof of the chamber, was missing its hand, as if it had been chopped off with an axe. How odd she hadn't noticed that immediately. Still, as she studied the piece, somehow she felt her uncle was wrong. The statue was not damaged, just unfinished, like a sad song ending a few notes short of its completion, the ear still waiting. Her uncle had by now turned again to Errol. Uncle Bull's face was stern, his lips iron hard, and his cheeks sunken with determination. "Enough of this foolishness, Standy. What so troubles you about a bit of sculpted crystal?" Errol remained silent with his shoulders humped in sorrow. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and directed to the rock floor. "It is my shame," he mumbled, "my shame given form." Asrarl bowed his head. He now knew in his heart that Bull's earlier words were true. The goblins had not herded them here because of the girl but because of him. Somehow the rock goblins knew of his shame and had driven him here to face it. If that was what these creatures wanted, then he would grant them what they asked. Knowing he did not deserve to hide from it anyway, he finally raised his eyes again to stare at the statue. The boy's face, carved in such fine detail, burned with bright light, and his own mind flamed in memory. He could never forget that face, and never should, he thought. In some small manner, he could at least honor the boy's sacrifice by not forgetting him. As his eyes rested on the small raised face, he remembered the room in the inn and the night the book was forged. So much of that night had come home to him again in the past day. First Gresham reappearing on a street, black with dark magic. And now this, a sculpture of the boy mage who had been sacrificed on the point of Erril's own sword so the book could have its blood. The players of that fateful night were again being drawn together. The mystery of why all this was happening and why he had been lured to this chamber finally penetrated the shameful ache in his heart. He pushed to his feet. He had lived with the memory of his foul act for centuries. Though the sight of the statue had shocked and thumbed this old bruise to life, and anger now began to build in his breast, burning back his throbbing guilt. He straightened his back. Whoever had sculpted the statue had much to answer, and Errol was determined to be the one to pry those answers forth. Bull spoke up as Errol stepped into the chamber. "Out with it, man. What is wrong?" Errol nodded to the statue. "That is the young mage whom I slew the night the book was forged." He saw Bull's eyes widen with his words, and even the girl shied from him, but he did not look away this time. His voice held steady. "I do not know what game is being played here, but I mean to end it." Errol strode closer to the statue. As he approached, the pain on the boy's sculpted face seemed to worsen, as if the statue recognized him and feared meeting him again. Just a trick of the light, he thought. He reached a finger and touched the hard crystal surface. For a moment he expected it would burn or in some way harm him, revenge for his previous crime, but the stone was merely cool and smooth, its surface slightly damp with dew from the moist cavern air. Errol found his finger brushing the boy's cheek. He had forgotten how very young the lad was. And how small Errol towered beside the kneeled statue. Surely the child had not deserved this fate. Errol tried to find words to ask his forgiveness, but he had never learned the boy's name. "It had to be done," Bull said softly behind him. "I read the old texts. Innocent blood had to be shed. But did I have to do it? We all have burdens we must carry in life, my sister Fila, Elena, the boy. These are dark times, and if we pray for a future dawn, we must get on our knees, no matter how tired our bones or how sore our joints. I am done with praying. Who listens? He placed his palm on the boy's raised and anguished face. Who listened to this boy? The path you have walked has been one full of heartaches and sorrow, and I will not say where you walk next will be any easier. I can only tell you this: it is the one path that will redeem all you've done and justify all who were sacrificed. Do not lose your heart, Erril of Standy. Erril let his hand slip from the boy's face. It is too late. My heart was lost long ago. No. Bull reached a hand and squeezed Erril's shoulder. It may be hiding, grown hard over hundreds of winters, but down this path I wager you will find your heart again. Erril's face tightened. He had no wish to find his heart again. That would be a pain he could never bear. Elena's small voice suddenly rang with alarm. Listen. Erril raised his head. A familiar noise was again flowing toward them, hissing. Goblins approached. Erril glanced toward the tunnel. No sign yet of the beasts. He glanced around the chamber. There was one other tunnel opening onto the chamber, and from there, too, flowed the sibilant hiss of goblins. They have us boxed, Bull said. And we're too exposed out in the open, Erril said. Our best chance is in one of the tunnels. Bull turned to Erril. We have no chance of fighting them. We don't even have a weapon. They drove us here for a reason, surely not to kill us. They could have done that at any time. Erril swung from Bull's side and stepped again toward the statue. I am not trusting to the logic of a rock goblin. All I know is we need a weapon. He slipped to the back of the statue. Leaning forward, he grasped the pommel of the silver sword and pulled on it. For a moment, it stayed caught within the grip of the sculpted crystal, and Erril feared he did not have the strength to yank it free, but as his muscles knotted tighter, the sword suddenly slipped free as if a ghostly hand had simply released its hold. Erril staggered backward, sword in hand. Steadying himself, he raised the weapon up. Its long blade shone so bright the silver itself seemed to be forged of glory. Now we fight. Enough of slinking shadows and hissing threats. That won't be necessary. The voice came from behind him. Erril twirled around, his sword shearing through the air to point at the speaker. From the other tunnel stepped a hunched figure. Crook-backed and gray with shaggy hair, the speaker raised his face toward the light. It was a man. He stepped toward them. He wore only a loincloth, foul with mud and filth. His chest was scarred with the raking of many claws, and he limped on the club of a twisted foot. His right arm had been torn off at the elbow and now ended in a scarred mass of pink tissue. Who are you? Erril asked. With his words, a rush of goblins burst into the room from the tunnel behind the man. They clustered around the man's legs like nervous shadows. Elena had crept closer to Erril by this time. He heard her squeak beside him and glanced to see red eyes staring out from the other tunnel. They were trapped. He faced the decrepit man again. Who are you? He repeated, his voice thick with threat. The man pushed back his muddied hair to reveal a gaunt face pocked with scars. His nose had been torn and had healed crookedly, one eye was gone. He smiled to reveal a mouth barren of teeth. You do not recognize me, Erril? The man cackled, his laugh bright with near madness, his hand twitched as if it had a will of its own. I know none such as you, creature of the cave, he said with disgust. Creature of the cave? The man tittered again. His hand climbed to his hair and picked at something there. He dug it out and examined it a moment, then pinched it between nails grown long and yellow. Your brother was never so rude when last we met, him begging for a boon. Erril's eyes twitched with surprise. Shock held his tongue. Who was this madman? Bull spoke into the silence. You live among the rock goblins? The man waved a dismissive hand. They fear me. They call me the man who lies like rock in their clicking and hissing tongue. You know their language. Bull's voice rang with wonder. I've had plenty of lonely time to learn. Erril had by now overcome his shock. He cared little for the rock goblins and their speech. You spoke of my brother, he finally said. The man's bright eye settled back to Erril. Oh, yes, Shurkin was always a mixture of delight and frustration. Such a pity we had to lose him. His eyes shifted to the statue. We lost so much that night. Enough of this foolery, old man. Who are you, and why have we been herded here? The man sighed heavily. I was once called Rialto, Master Rialto, by my pupils. Do you still not recognize the headmaster of the school? Erril could not stop a gasp from escaping his lips. His sword point dropped to the floor. Master Rialto. Impossible, but Erril spied a vague resemblance under the scars and filth. How could this be? How could the headmaster still be alive? All the mages had been thought destroyed the night the school was purged by the Skeltum and dog soldiers. The boy was supposed to be the only survivor. How? The man stayed silent as his strange smile faded to a sad frown. A certain lucidity entered his bright eye. His voice lowered with the weight of memory. On that night, I sent your brother after the boy in the apprentice wing and tried to escape. I meant to flee myself, but the dreadlords caught me. Luckily, they decided just to play with me. He pointed to his shredded arm and scarred chest. Suddenly the old man looked dazed. He searched around himself as if he had lost something. His eye fixed on a tiny goblin, much smaller than the others. He snatched the squirming creature up by one arm. Aren't they cute when they're young? Erril's mouth sneered in disgust. He had never respected the headmaster, having thought the man too craven and whining. But now... Master Rialto, enough of this nonsense. What happened? Erril's words snapped him back. He dropped the goblin, as if surprised to be holding it. He wiped his hand on his loincloth and continued. I still lived when word reached my dreadlord captors that Shurkin had escaped with a boy. They left me for dead, as I was thick with their poisons. I dragged myself off to one of the deepest cellars, and from there, I knew a way into the underground caverns. You abandoned your school. The man's voice grew stern. I am no sea captain to die with his ship. The school was lost. All that roamed the halls were the screams of the dying and the dogs of the Dark Lord. The old man wiped at his brow as if to erase the memory. I just wanted to die in peace, not fill the belly of a dreadlord. So I dragged myself here. He waved his hand to encompass the chamber. Bull spoke next. Yet you did not die, not of your poison wounds or age. Master Rialto's eye settled on the statue. His eye became lost and the old man began to hum to himself, rocking slightly on his feet. When it was clear no answer was forthcoming, Bull cleared his throat. Rialto blinked at the noise, then spoke, his voice a whisper. No, I didn't die. Instead he came back. What do you mean? Erril asked. The boy needed me. Somehow he knew where I was and he appeared, rich with chiric power. His light healed me, and as long as I kept near the light, its magic kept the years from aging me. He needed a guardian, someone to watch over him. He pulled his eye from the statue and spoke to them in a conspiratorial tone, as if afraid the statue might hear. At first I balked at his request, but I had so poorly kept my school from harm. The man sagged with exhaustion. How could I refuse? How do you know all this? Bull asked. Does the statue speak to you? Rialto's one hand fluttered about his head as if waving the thought away. No, he speaks to me in dreams. He is the only thing keeping me sane down here. Bull turned to Erril, his eyes full of doubt, questioning the man's current sanity. Suddenly the man sprang straight and screamed at them. "Keep her away!" The goblins erupted in angry agitation around his feet. Errol glanced beside him to see Elena reaching a hand, her ruby-stained hand, toward the statue. She seemed only curious. The man's words froze her. "You'd better leave it be," Errol said to her. The moonfalcon on her shoulder squawked at him, but she dropped her hand and slipped closer to Errol. As she retreated from the statue, the man calmed down, and after a few breaths, the goblins settled to a low hiss. "She must not touch it," the man said. "Why?" "The boy waits only for you, Errol, no other. We have both been waiting a long time for this meeting." Errol's eyes narrowed. "For what purpose?" The scarred man pointed with his one good hand toward the boy's raised limb. The statue's arm ended at the wrist. When Errol just stared at him in ignorance, Rialto started to jab vigorously toward the statue. "To complete the statue, you fool!" What was he talking about? Errol thought. The man clenched his fist and shook it at him. Then, like the bursting of a log in a hot fire, Errol suddenly understood. He spat toward the man. "So that's why you stole the ward?" "About time you figured it out," Master Rialto said, then continued to mumble something else, as if he was arguing with himself. Suddenly he raised his head and yelled at Errol. "You were always so thick-headed." Before Errol could respond, the old man swung to face the plague of goblins behind him. He clucked and hissed at them. One of the goblins near the back darted away. Rialto spoke with his back to Errol. "Their sense for magic is strong. That is how they found me. The light scares them, but the magic attracts them. They think me some sort of god." Down the tunnel, a commotion arose. A goblin pushed through the others. Its hands were clutched together, laden with something heavy. Its tail flagged back and forth in agitation as it stepped up to the old man. With its head bowed, it offered what it held in its clawed hands. Rialto accepted the gift with a hiss and a snort. The goblin slunk away, and Rialto turned to Errol. "It was easy for them to find where you had hidden the ward. The boy spoke to me in dreams, and I sent them to fetch it. We knew you would come back for the ward, so we just waited. When word reached me that you had arrived, I had that little goblin use it to lure you down here. Why didn't you fetch me yourself and save us all this game of chase?" The headmaster frowned and rolled his eyes. "I must not leave the light's touch. It's not safe for me." He held the ward out to Errol. "I have waited long enough. Finish the statue." Errol stared at the ward. He had risked so much trying to retrieve it, but now that he knew to what purpose he was meant to put it, he balked. The chunk of metal melted out of the iron distilled from the blood of 1,000 mages glinted a fiery red in the silver light. Errol studied it and knew what he had to do. The ward was forged into the shape of a fist, a small boy's fist. Errol handed his sword to Bull, whose eyes were wide with questions. With his hand shaking, Errol took the ward, the iron fist almost slipping from his numb fingers. He clenched it tighter, his fist wrapping around the smaller fist. He stepped to the statue. "Only you could do this, Errol," the headmaster of the school said. "Your hand took his life." Errol reached and balanced the fist upon the empty wrist of the statue. It fit perfectly. When his fingers slipped free of the ward, the fist remained in place. He stepped back. With the statue complete, a new nuance shaped the sculpture. Where before the boy had appeared plaintive and his face pained with supplication to an uncaring heaven, with the fist raised high, the piece was transformed into one of defiance. The boy's face now shone with the agony of responsibility, the fist raised in rage and determination. It was no longer a boy who knelt, but a man. As Errol stared, tears in his eyes, the crystal face swung to stare back at him, gaze meeting gaze. Behind him, Elena cried out in surprise, and a rattled gasp escaped from Bull. But Errol's ears only heard the mumbled words of the old headmaster, his voice bordering between exultation and madness. Only you could do this, Earl of Standy. Your hand took his life. Only yours could give it back. 31. Mogwyd hugged the stone wall of the tunnel as Rockingham fought to light a brand made from a dried branch and a torn piece of Mogwyd's shirt. The Isilura feared the thin man, with his quick movements and suspicious eyes, but found he could not help but respect the man's tongue, and few had ever commanded Mogwyd's respect. Not even his own brother, with his stout heart and loyalty, had earned more than a sneer from him. This man, however, was worth studying. With only his words and his wits, Rockingham had won them freedom from the claws of the winged beasts. Fardale would have fought them with teeth and muscle, and only won them all a savage death. There was much Mogwyd could learn from this man. Blast this thing! Rockingham cursed as he struggled, trying to ignite the oiled shirt with his tinderbox. He struck the flint again, and at last a thick spark jumped to the tinder. Finally, he blew the spark to a weak flame. Soon the shirt blazed, blooming like a rose in the gloom. The sudden light cast dancing shadows across the thin man's features and stung Mogwyd's eyes. Collect a few more branches and strip that shirt. We may need to replenish our torches. I don't know how long we'll be down here. Mogwyd glanced the length of the tunnel, first in the direction of the wood where the skeleton waited, then toward where his brother had vanished. Fardale's howl still echoed in his head. Where do we go? We kill time. Dawn is near. The skeleton will only wait so long before the sunlight chases them to shadowed roosts. Are you sure? Rockingham shrugged. Just in case, we can use the time to see if there's another way out of here and exit well away from those beasts. Mogwyd's respect for the man flared higher. He always seemed a step ahead, his mind cunning even in the face of such monstrosities. We need to be careful, he said, trying to be of use. There is something down here, something that hisses. I think it attacked my brother. Rockingham raised his flaming brand. Creatures of the dark usually fear fire. As long as we go slowly and keep the torch blazing, we should be safe. Mogwyd nodded and followed the man deeper down the tunnel. Their muffled steps echoed around them. Moss and roots hung in drapes from the low roof. As they crept farther along, Rockingham's torch occasionally caught a dry tendril of hanging rot, igniting it with a hiss and a crackle. Each time that happened, Mogwyd's heart jumped to his throat. The hiss reminded him of the sound that had drawn Fardale away. After a stretch of silence, Rockingham whispered, "Ahead there. I think the tunnel ends." Mogwyd's feet stopped. He could not follow. "It's a room," Rockingham said, continuing, unaware his companion had halted. Darkness quickly wrapped about Mogwyd's shoulders as Rockingham and the torch slipped farther away. The gloom began to whisper wordlessly in his ear with a voice of its own. Mogwyd knew it was only his imagination, but still the blackness could not be ignored. His fear of the darkness clashed with his fright at what might lie ahead. But a larger fear finally drove Mogwyd onward. Ever since beginning this journey, Fardale or the Ojiri had always been at his side or close by. Now with his wolf brothers surely dead and Tolchuk lost among the tunnels, the thought of being down here alone, with only his own heart and mind for company, finally freed his legs. His feet whispered across the stone floor to close the distance to the torch. "Yes, it's a large chamber," Rockingham said, examining the room from the tunnel's mouth. "Lots of other tunnels lead from here, though. Who knows which way leads out, if any of them do?" Mogwyd furtively poked his head into the room. There was no sign of Fardale, or any of the others. His ears strained for evidence of the hissing that had flowed through the tunnels earlier. It was difficult with his heart-thundering blood past his ears. "Maybe," he mumbled, "whatever is down here already ate its fill, but we can only hope so, but can't count on that," Rockingham answered. "What should we do? There are too many ways out from here. We run a good chance of becoming lost. I say we wait here until sunrise, then try to sneak back out the way we came." "What about the woman? Naylan?" "Yes." Rockingham's face took on a pained expression, but Mogwai could tell it was mostly feigned. Her life wins us our freedom. Genuine sorrow winced for a beat in Mogwai's breast, but he quickly pushed it away. He lived. That was all that mattered. Besides, the Nephi race had always been cold to his people. The silence became awkward after only a few moments. Neither wanted to dwell on this last thought. Words were needed to free them from the memory of Nayland's violet eyes. "You're truly a shapeshifter?" Rockingham asked. He had settled his back to the wall so he could rest and keep a full view of the chamber. Mogwai's head bowed slightly, suddenly shamed by his heritage, or at least by the reputation of his people, as undeserved as it might be. "We are called Silura. And you can just change your shape whenever you want." "Yes, once I could." "How wonderful that must be." Mogwai raised his head, shocked to hear such a thing stated by a man. Humans had always hated them. Surely the thought of shifting disgusted them. To shed an old form and pull on a new one, I wish I could do that sometimes, simply walk away from an old life and start a new one. New face, new body. Rockingham's eyes drifted inward at some private memory. His eyes quickly focused back. "That would be one way to get out of my present predicament," he said with a slight laugh. This man was odd, nothing like the people Mogwai had expected to find on this side of the Teeth. In his wood, humans had always been the hunters, the terror of the forest paths. He wanted to know more of this strange man. "What is this predicament you speak of?" Rockingham stared at him, his eyes judging and suspicious. Then he sighed and grew resigned. "What does it matter if I tell you? I was sent to fetch a girl from the valley here, a child the lord of this land suspected was a witch. A tentative smile crept to Mogwai's lips. Surely the man jested with him. He had heard stories of witches, but everyone laughed at such tales. Rockingham caught his expression. This is not a fireside fable. The Dark Lord was right. She is a witch. Doubt thick in his heart, Mogwai wondered if the man was using the trickery of his tongue to try to fool him. "This is the girl the winged monsters asked about?" "Yes, but she escaped me, and the master will not let that go unpunished. I must either run far away, beyond the Black Heart's reach, or retrieve the girl." "Where is she?" Rockingham's features hardened. "How in the mother's foul grace do I know? If she's smart, she's out running with her tail tucked between her legs and won't stop until she crosses the great Western Ocean. But if you could catch her, you'd be safe?" "Not only safe, the Dark Lord would shower gifts upon me, gifts of magic and riches, but..." Mogwai's mouth dried. He slipped beside Rockingham to lean on the wall, too. "Magic? This lord of your people, he has skill in this?" "Oh, yes, I'd say he has skill." Rockingham shuddered. "He can do some amazing things. He must be greatly revered." Rockingham looked at Mogwai, his face wide with shock, then burst out laughing. "Revered," he said between gasps. "You know, I never heard anyone use that word in connection with my august lord." He clapped Mogwai on the shoulder. "I like you, shapeshifter. You have an interesting view of life in our lands." Mogwai did not know how to respond to this praise, unsure if he was being mocked. "What brings you to these lands anyway, a shapeshifter who can't shift?" I seek a cure. Books mention a place called Aloha Glen, where powerful magic still resides." Suddenly light dawned in Mogwai. He stood straighter and faced Rockingham. "Is that where your great lord reigns?" Rockingham's eyes suddenly looked sorrowful, and he shook his head. "I hate to tell you this, friend, but Aloha Glen is a place of myth. I have traveled much of these lands. Such a city does not exist." The man's words were like stones tossed against Mogwai's chest. "It didn't exist?" His voice choked in his throat. Are you sure?" He glanced at his body, the thin arms, the wan skin so weak that clothing had to be worn to protect it. He couldn't be stuck like this forever. You must be wrong. I don't wish to hurt you, and would let you have your dreams, but such a place truly was destroyed long ago, sunk under the sea. Then how am I to free my body? This question was not meant for Rockingham, only for his own crying spirit. Still the man answered, his voice a shrug. My master could do it, I'm sure. His magic is without equal. Mogwai's heart tensed. He grabbed at this hope and clutched it to his chest. He would do this? My lord is not one to grant wishes easily. But who knows? If I presented you to him as a friend, his voice suddenly soured. But that's impossible. I could not show my face in that court, not after failing him. But if you had the girl, Mogwai said. His mind ground on this new hope. Maybe all was not lost. You mentioned a shower of gifts, including magic. Of course, with the child we could ask for anything. But I see no girl here. Mogwai sagged. There had to be a way. But who knows? Rockingham said. I still might come across this girl. And with you helping me, perhaps we could yet catch her. Mogwai's fists clenched with the hope. He turned to Rockingham, his lips determined, his voice just as sure. I will help you. For a moment, Mogwai thought he caught the hint of a sly smile behind Rockingham's eyes, but then in a breath the man's face seemed guileless again, open with invitation. Mogwai added, but now with less certainty, I will help you catch the girl, but. You mean T.O. kill this Witch? Kral asked the Elven, struggling not to reach across and throttle Merrick's thin throat. He knew the Elven referred to the girl Elena. What was this madness concerning the child? He had been with her almost an entire day, and she seemed no different than any child of her age, no magic, just a scared wisp of a girl. What concern is it of yours, man of the mountains? Merrick said as he followed the ridged back of the Ojiri across the last of the chasm floor. Their destination lay just ahead, a fissure cleaved into the chasm wall. If I should slaughter the Witch, I would be ridding this valley of a plague. This is not your land, Elvin. You will not kill anyone of this valley on the whim of prophecy. Merrick twisted to face Kral. Do not try to stop me, or you will discover how swiftly an Elven can kill. You threaten when you should be begging forgiveness, Kral said and thumbed his axe free of its catch at his belt. Without his even glancing at it, the axe's half dropped snugly to his palm, the handle cold in his hand. If a fight was what this Elven wanted, he would be glad for the challenge. Merrick's eyes glanced to the axe, and his face closed darkly, his eyelids hooded with threat. Though the man seemed slight of muscle, Kral recognized a snake when he stepped on one. The ease and sharpness of this fellow's movements suggested hidden dangers, like the folded fangs of the pit viper. Kral tightened his grip, leaving his thumb free to pivot his weapon. He waited. In the ways of the mountain, he would let the Elven make the first move. And Merrick did, with amazing speed. The Elven vanished from where he stood and appeared crouched atop a nearby boulder. A blade so fine and thin it seemed more shadow than substance now stood in the man's fist. The Elven had jumped too quickly for Kral's eye to follow. Only a whine of warning in the back of his skull had alerted Kral to the motion of his opponent. The warning sounded again, and Kral barely had time to raise his axe and deflect a thrust toward his belly. He did not even see the attack, only reacted instinctively. His axe struck the sword with such force that Merrick's sword arm flew backward. The Elven stumbled back a few steps, catching his balance, his face bright red with exertion. Kral judged that these lightning movements taxed the Elven. No man could move with such unnatural swiftness for long. The Elven must be drawing on some strange elemental powers in his blood. Merrick panted between clenched teeth. Kral hoped he could survive until the man tired. He carried the axe in both hands now, and the muscles of his arms bulged with tension. Merrick squinted one eye at him and raised the tip of his sword. Suddenly the character of the light in the cavern blew apart. The weak Elven's light was engulfed by a blood radiance. Both combatants swung to the source of it. Tolchuk stood fully upright, towering over the two men, with an arm raised high above his head. In his hand rested a stone the size of a bull's heart. It blazed forth with a blinding radiance, as if the Ojiri's rage was given form. "Stop!" he boomed into the cavern, his voice echoing to the walls. "You swore oaths. You be brothers now. Among Ojires, brother does not kill brother." It was not Tolchuk's words or even the blazing red stone that dropped Kral's axe arm. It was the pain laced with shame in the Ojiri's expression. Suddenly Kral's face flushed with a shame of his own. Marek also lowered his head, and the sword vanished from his hand. Where it had disappeared to, Kral could not say. No scabbard hung from the Elvin's belt. "Why do you fight?" Tolchuk said, lowering his arm. "Over this witch? Kral, you speak and act as if you know this female." Kral could not lie, at least not again. He kept his voice low. "I suspect I know who the Elven speaks of. She is but a child." Marek spoke next. "Child or not, she is a monster. I will kill her. All who aid her are creatures of evil and will die beside her. I know this child. I saw what tried to kill her, there lie your monsters. Those who help her have shown themselves to be honorable and of noble spirit. I will gladly stand by their side and die if need be." Kral's words shook the tight resolve of Marek's features. But the oracle of self warned. "I care not for the words of some soothsayer," Kral said. "Words of prophecy are often spoken in such twisted tongues. Only rock speaks plain and true." Tolchuk's crystal had begun to fade. He folded it into a pouch on his thigh. "I agree with the mountain man," he said, his expression sour with memory. "Oracles do not always speak plain." Kral added, "And innocent blood once spilled cannot be returned. The child has done nothing to warrant a knife to the heart. I will judge her by her actions, not by prophesied words from across the sea." Marek, his face held stolid, swung his eyes between Tolchuk and Kral. "Your words are spoken from your hearts," he said. "I will give them thought. So, witch or not, you will not harm the child?" Marek stared at him, darted a glance to Tolchuk, then spoke. "I will hold my sword, for the moment." Tolchuk clapped his hands together. "Good. We go." Kral nodded and hitched his axe. Marek turned on a heel and followed the Ojiri. Kral studied the man's back. Behind his eyes, Kral's skull still buzzed with echoes of a distant warning. As a man of the mountain, one with the rock, he had probed Marek when the Elven had promised to stay his hand, judging for the truth behind the man's words. Nalan's final words to Kral had been proven correct. Marek was not to be trusted. The Elven had lied. 32. Elena gasped and backed against the wall of hewn rock, her eyes wide on the awakening statue. As her shoulder struck stone, the moonfalcon flew from its perch with a squawk and winged away, a streak of light fleeing from the miracle before them. From the corner of her eye, she saw it flash into the tunnel exiting the chamber, escaping back the way they had come. A few goblins jumped at the bird as it flew, but a piercing screech retreating down the tunnel told her the falcon had escaped. Yet even the loss of her bird did little to sway her attention. Before her eyes, crystal stone melted to liquid light, first the sculpted head, then the boy's body. Like a rose whose petals were opening to the sun, the sculpture stretched upon legs of radiance. As stunned as Elena was by this miraculous event, one other sensation intruded: pain. She clutched her right hand to her chest. It blazed with a fire as radiant as the boy's light, as if the ruby color in her skin had become a flaming glove too tight for her hand. Tearing her eyes from the boy, she stared at her hand. It looked the same. No flames engulfed the fist held to her breast. She tucked her hand within the folds of her shirt, trying to stanch the ghost fire. In the shadows of the cloth, the burning skin faded to a bruised ache. Holding her hand there, buried close to her heart, she realized that it must be shielded somehow from the boy's light. Still, a part of her tingled with an insane urge to rush to the source of the light and merge that power with her own. She trembled. A strange combination of attraction and repulsion fought within her breast. Yet, remembering the madman's warning to her not to touch the statue, she kept her feet in place and her hand hidden. She glanced to where the scarred man named Rialto stood among his goblins, and found him staring at her. Goblins pranced in agitation about his legs, their tails lashing back and forth. The change in the statue had obviously spooked them. One goblin tried to scramble up the headmaster's leg, digging gouges in his thigh with its sharp claws. The man did not move except to bat the beast away. Blood ran in thick rivulets down his leg, but still his eyes remained fixed on her. He seemed to know he had caught her eye. From across the distance, he mouthed a word to her. Though no voice spoke, she knew what word his mouth formed, his lips twisted with hate, witsy. She cringed from his sneer and mad eyes, trying to pull back into the rock itself to escape his loathing. Fortunately, Uncle Bull slipped to her side, stepping between her and the madman's gaze. He placed an arm around her shoulders. Relieved, she hid within his embrace. It's as if she is here, her uncle mumbled beside her, his eyes never leaving the statue. You can feel a trace of the ancient spirit in the air. Elena sank deeper into his arms. She, too, sensed the echo of some force from ages past. This spirit called to her blood, urging her forward. Yet her hands still ached and throbbed with remembered flames, a warning to stay away. She heard her uncle mumble something. The tremble she heard in his voice drew her attention from her thoughts. Uncle Bull wore a sad smile, his eyes shining moist in the light. I wish Phila were here to see this, he said as he hugged her tight. His words and touch awakened the sorrow Elena had boxed away in her heart for all those she had lost, her mother, her father, her aunt, her brother, and in some ways, even herself. Through tears, she stared toward the center of the chamber. Erril remained frozen before the statue, as if he had become the sculpture instead. The swordsman's eyes also shone bright in the light, but not with awe or wonder, his face was etched with lines of shock and horror. As Elena watched, Erril sank to his knees, his face now even with the boys. I'm sorry, he said so hoarsely Elena barely heard the words. The statue reached toward the swordsman with its iron hand. The sculpted fist opened, and the boy placed the metal palm on Erril's shoulder. Its touch sent a shiver through the man. No, the boy said, his voice a wind whistling through a crystal flute. I am the one who is sorry. I failed you all. Erril watched the boy's pained expression deepen. He was sure his own face mirrored the boy's. Erril's voice cracked with tears. I killed you, slaughtered you upon my sword. In his mind's eye, he pictured the spill of blood welling across the oiled wood. The boy's grip on his shoulder tightened, and his voice gained substance. Erril even heard the accent of the boy's coastal home. I have not much time to speak. Unleashed of the crystal, my spirit will soon dissipate. But know this, Erril of Standy, you did not kill all of me. I still live. Your blade only cut from me that which every good man would wish killed in themselves. Your words make no sense. I remember you lying dead on the floor of the inn. Crystal lips smiled sadly on Erril. Have you never discovered the truth of what happened that night? The boy seemed to pull inward. So much time has passed, yet so little wisdom has been gained, he said softly. I should never have failed my brothers. Fail? It was the foul traitor Gresham who played black tricks on us all. You were but an innocent pawn in his games. I wish it were so, Knight of the Order. But you are wrong. Gresham and your brother did not shirk their duties. When the spell was cast and the magic unleashed, we all finally knew what was truly asked of us. At first, we had thought our deaths would be the only price. But as the magic swirled, we learned the cost was much steeper. The boy choked on his next words. I saw and panicked. The other mages stood their ground while I fled. Erril pictured again the ring of wax, his brother Shorkin yelling in shock, and the boy fleeing his place in the circle. What happened? What was so direly asked? The boy's voice lowered to a strained whisper. For the book to be forged, we all had to make a sacrifice. The pure and good in each of us had to be drawn out and imbued into the book. The boy's voice cracked to a stop. Errol stayed quiet and waited for the grip of old memories to loose their hold on the boy's tongue. But more was asked. When all that was good in us drew to the book, we would not die. The boy glanced to Errol, his eyes wide with horror. The evil and foul in us would yet live, that. His words chilled Errol. He remembered Gresham's ruined face cowled in shadow on the streets of Winterfell, a sickness walking in the form of his old friend. I saw Gresham, he mumbled, draped in the robes of Golgotha, a dark mage. The boy lowered his head. That was the final price. For us to forge a book to defy the Dark Lord, a part of us had to be given to him. A balance had to be achieved. For our goodness and light to become the book, a debt had to be paid. That which was foul and sick was gifted to Golgotha, a tool to be used as the monster saw fit. The boy's iron hand tensed on Erril's shoulder. I could not pay that price. So you ran. I was too late. The splitting of my spirit had started and could not be stopped. As I broke the warded ring around us, that which was evil in me broke through and attacked you. Errol remembered the shaggy, fanged creature. The beast I slew in the inn, he said, that foulness came from you? The boy nodded. While you fought, I fled through the breach in the ring, denying the book my goodness. In my panic, my spirit, imbued still with chiric energies, sought a familiar place. I found myself back at the school and sensed that a mage yet lived, Master Rialto, dying of wounds here in this subterranean hold. I cured him and held his life with my magic. I sensed there would come a time when I could undo the damage my fear created and absolve my shame. So I crystallized my spirit, hid it here with a guardian, and waited. I knew you would come. When you slew my evil half, we were linked, you and I, by bonds of time and place. For what end? What do you want of me? We must both finish what your brother Shorkin started. The book is not complete. I must join my spirit with the others to complete the spell started 500 winters ago. But how? You must take me to the book. The boy swung to face the girl. Elena cowered against the wall. With the witsy H. All must be brought together. Errol pulled his shoulder free of the boy's hand. The book is far from here. To carry your statue. You will not have to. You have brought me a talisman. The boy held up his iron hand, which had once been the ward of Aloa Glen. He clenched it back into a fist shape. You must carry this to pierce the magical veil around the sunken city. But I will make your ward more than a lump in your pocket. I will. The boy suddenly winced with pain. His image seemed less fluid, thicker, like clotting blood. It seemed more an effort for the boy to move now. I cannot hold my spirit free of the crystal much longer. Time runs short. I must move into a new vessel or return to crystal form. What must I do? Errol had his hand raised as if to help, but his hand hovered, unsure what to do. I will join the ward. The boy held the iron fist toward Errol. This will be my new vessel. Once I join, I will not be able to speak to you again. But I have. I must leave you. The boy's voice had grown faint. His light faded along the edges, and the crystal lost its sharpness. The boy's image blurred. As Errol watched, the light and substance that had once been both boy and statue began to draw into the iron fist. The boy's voice came back to him, as if far away. I can answer only one more question, swordsman. Errol's mind whirled with 1,000 questions. There were countless answers he had wanted for 5 centuries to hear. As he fought his tongue free of the tangle of questions, each vying to be asked, one question slipped from his lips. For endless winters, he had regretted never asking this before. He would not lose his chance now. "Boy, what is your name?" The boy remained quiet for a moment. Errol saw a single tear slide across the boy's cheek, a tear of thanks. "Daniel. My name is Daniel. I will not forget." Errol bowed his head. When he raised his eyes, the boy's form had faded to an insubstantial haze, crystal giving way to pure power. The iron ward hung in the air and drew the energies of soul and magic into itself. Just before the light fully faded, he heard Daniel's voice whisper in his ear, "You are forgiven." Then, in the last spark of light, a mere nimbus around the iron fist, Errol saw the ward fall to the floor. As iron struck rock, the light vanished and blackness swallowed all away. In the darkness, Errol allowed himself to weep for a boy slain on his sword so long ago. Book 5. Thunder. 33. Tolchuk stared into the fissure and scratched at the ridge of bone above his eye. He could have sworn he had spied a wisp of light flowing from far ahead, a radiance of unusual character. The language of the Ojires had over a dozen words describing the quality of light in tunnels and caves, yet Tolchuk found his tongue unable to describe what he had seen. When he had finally reached the mouth of the fissure, intrigued by the radiance, the light had suddenly blinked away. Tolchuk continued to stare. Was the darkness playing tricks on his tired eyes? He knew, though, that his eyes were sound and his sight sharp, and one other factor gave substance to the reality of the glow. With the vanquishing of the light, the pressure upon his blood to pursue this path had suddenly vanished. He suddenly felt no compulsion from the heart of his people to continue. This intrigued him more than the light itself. What had happened? Behind him, Tolchuk heard the plodding tread of Kral and Marek as they caught up to him. Tolchuk sighed. The Ojiri had hurried forward, tired of the heavy-edged silence that encased his two companions. "So where's this light?" Kral said. The mountain man placed one hand against the chasm wall, his chest heaving deeply in the thick air. Marek ran his palm across his shredded shirt, trying to put some semblance of order to the scraps that hung about his shoulders. The black stain along his pant leg had grown, his wound beginning to weep again. Marek stood leaning all his weight on his uninjured leg, too short of breath even to speak. His eyes, though, spoke of his waxing irritation with their situation. "The light be gone," Tolchuk said. He stood staring into the tunnel ahead, unsure where to go next, his heartstone offering no direction. "You said your friend went this way," Kral said. "Maybe he found a way out." "I feel no breeze," Tolchuk said. "I smell no Neladar." "Smell what?" Ojiri word. "Air outside a cave, clean of tunnel smells," he mumbled, suddenly distracted. Tolchuk squinted his eyes. The shadows deep in the tunnel, along the left wall, had seemed to shift toward him for a moment. Tolchuk tensed as he studied the path ahead. The shadows continued to lie still. Maybe he was mistaken, then he noted movement again. A growl of warning burst from his thick chest. "What is it?" Kral said, his axe already in his hand. "Something comes, dot." Marek hobbled beside them, his thin sword now also pointed down the tunnel. "Goblins?" Tolchuk was not sure and left the Elvin's question unanswered. The three stood across the fissure mouth. "Can you make that foul light of yours any brighter?" Kral hissed at Marek. The Elven raised his green stone to his lips and blew across its surface. Like an ember of coal in a fading hearth, it flared brighter. Marek held the stone higher, casting its light deeper within the tunnel. With the increased illumination, two eyes reflected back the light from a cloak of shadows, eyes of amber. "What is it?" Kral whispered. A stone's throw down the tunnel, it stalked fully into the light. It glared at the light and growled at them. "A wolf." Kral tensed and shifted his axe for a better grip. Tolchuk placed a claw on the mountain man's arm. "No, it be my friend." The Ojiri's words reached the wolf, and its growling waned to a low rumble that showed the beast to be wary of the others. Tolchuk called to his wolf brother. It be safe, Fardale. Come. Fardale padded forward slowly, still careful. His eyes met Tolchuk's, and images flowed into the Ojiri's skull. Tolchuk heard Merrick complain, the sound seeming to come from a distance away. We came all this way and risked our lives for that? Your dog? Fardale be not a wolf, Tolchuk answered in a distracted tone, trying at the same time to interpret the thoughts of the Esilura. He be my blood brother. We share heritage. The images from Fardale fought to sort themselves in Tolchuk's skull. A seed of understanding slowly bloomed. Something miraculous had happened down this tunnel, but the details were unclear. A light that burned. Flesh that flowed like a river. The images were mixed with sorrow and pain, as if something Fardale had fiercely desired had slipped from his grasp. Heartache and wonder were etched on the images from his brother in blood. Where are the others? Merrick asked beside him. You said they had lights. Tolchuk nodded. Fardale, where be they? The wolf twisted his nose and looked back the way he had come, indicating with his nose the direction of the others. Looks like they kept on going, Kral said. And so should we. We found your wolf. Let's find our way out of here. Fardale's eyes settled back on the Ojiri. Tolchuk spoke. Did the others find a way out? One image formed in Tolchuk's mind, goblins. Hundreds of goblins. Fardale sent him an image of a wolf retreating down a tunnel as goblins scurried past in such a frantic hurry that they ignored the slinking wolf. Well? Kral asked. What are we waiting for? The wolf is not going to answer you. Tolchuk broke his gaze from Fardale to face Kral. He did. There be goblins ahead. They have trapped the others. Kral nodded to the wolf and snorted. He told you that? There be much in these lands you have yet to learn, Mountain Man. Perhaps, but what I do know is that we need a way out. If goblins are busy that way, we'll try another way. Maybe the far wall of the chasm has a way up. You would leave the others to the goblins? It is no concern of mine. Kral waved Tolchuk's words away. I have friends who are in danger above. That is where my responsibility lies. But Fardale has sent me pictures of the others. They be of your race and be guarded only by a warrior with one arm. You would leave them to such weak protection? Tolchuk's words forced Kral's eyes wide. One-armed. Kral glanced to the wolf with a new measure of respect in his gaze. It cannot be. Down here? Did your wolf tell Ascend do whatever the blasted thing it does about the others? The warrior guards a female child and a whiskered old man. Sweet mother above, it has to be them. Who? My friends. We must hurry. Kral started down the tunnel, edging past the wolf. Fardale also swung around to follow. Tolchuk took a step in pursuit when a voice raised behind him. I will not go with you, Merrick said. Kral spun on a heel. He still had his axe gripped tight. You swore an oath. Merrick shrugged. I have kept my sworn promise to aid you until the Ojiri's friend was found. He pointed to the wolf. There he is. That is all I swore, and I am now free of my word. I will take my light and search elsewhere for my bird alone. I find your company tiresome. You monster. Kral spat. We need your light. It is no concern of mine, Merrick mocked, using the same words Kral had spoken but a breath ago, even the same disdainful tone. Merrick took a step away from the fisher mouth. I will give you one thing to help you on your way. Kral waited, his brows bunched like thunderheads. Merrick smiled, but there was no mirth in his eyes. I give you my best wishes. Kral howled in rage and lunged toward the Elven. Tolchuk caught the man across the chest as he tried to barrel past him. No! Do not shed blood. Kral tried to plow his way forward, but Tolchuk did not budge. It was said an Ojiri could take root in rock and hold his place. Merrick be a free man, not a thrall. He has honored his word to us. Merrick nodded toward the Ojiri, but his lips still sneered at Kral. We cannot hope to help my friends without a light, Kral argued. You would have them die for this one's convenience. My eyes be sharp in the dark, Tolchuk said. I will lead you to your friends. The others have lights. If we reach them, then we will not need the Elven stone. Kral still seethed, far from convinced by the Ojiri's words. I will be going, Merrick said from behind. Good luck, Ojiri. I wish you well. As Tolchuk struggled against the renewed effort of the mountain man to pass him, his Ojiri eyes spied a glint among the shadows filling the tunnel ahead. Wait! He said. Look! All eyes swung down the tunnel. As they watched, the glint became a glow, and the glow grew to a distinct light, an azure radiance that wafted up and down and swung in wide swoops. It is my falcon! Merrick cried, as the bird flew closer. In a streak of brilliance, the moon falcon swooped over Tolchuk's head and landed upon the Elven's raised wrist. The bird held its wings slightly spread as its breast fluttered in exhaustion. Its light waxed and waned slightly as it danced upon its perch. He can now spare his stone, Kral mumbled sourly at Tolchuk's shoulder. He's found his louse-ridden bird and can use its glow to light his coward's way out of here. Merrick must have heard the mountain man. He spoke as he studied his bird and picked a loose feather from its wing. No, I will still keep my stone. Kral swore and dove forward. Tolchuk still succeeded in restraining him, but only half-heartedly. Even Tolchuk found the Elven's actions more than a little petty. Kral's words had been fair and correct. Merrick did not need the stone, while they needed it sorely. The Elven's next words restored the Ojiri's faith in the thin man. I will keep my stone, but I will also go with you. Why? Spat Kral. I suspect this sudden change of heart and charity. Why help us now? I offer no charity. Merrick fingered the bird's crown of feathers. He nodded to the falcon. The bird's nails have silvered. It is the sign. Merrick tried to keep his voice in its usual detached tone, but his excitement could not be hidden. He has found our lost king. Nelahn kept her back against the trunk of the old elm. Her fingers delved the crannies of its bark. Nearby, she heard the mare nicker with fear as it hid at the edge of the wood. The horse had skittered into the forest as far as its tied lead would allow, attempting to blend into the tree's shadows. What the mare shied from loomed near Nayland's shoulders. She tried to ignore the Skaltum's towering figure. The creature still licked its lips with a long black tongue. The other Skaltum, relieved of guarding her, had its turn to feast on the remains of the slaughtered stallion. The sound of snapping bone and sucking lips drove her eyes far from the sight. Her fingers worked the bark harder with her nails, the pain kept her from running in terror from the creatures. The beasts had not even bothered to tie her up, confident that escape from them was impossible. And they were right. They moved as quickly as striking snakes, and their eyes were sharp in the dim moonlight. Escape for her was impossible. As she waited, her eyes kept drifting to the root-shrouded entrance to the tunnel. Rockingham had betrayed her, but as much as she hated the scoundrel, at least he had been able to help the Eselura escape. And if Rockingham found Kral and the Ojiri among the twisting tunnels and could warn them, they too might be able to find another exit to the caves and slip away from the claws of her captors. Her life could at least buy these others their freedom, or so she hoped. She sighed as her fingers worked. For as long as possible, she must maintain Rockingham's lie. Let the Skaltum think she was the sister of the child they sought. It kept her alive and kept the beasts here away from the cottage. She hoped Eril and the girl had been able to escape the old man's farm and had run far away from here. The longer she helped maintain the ruse, the better their chance of escape. So she bit her tongue and waited. Beside her, the Skaltum must have caught her eyes on the tunnel. "Fear not, little one, your sister will come." It laughed at her. "Such a sweet reunion. I may even let her taste your heart." She did not answer the creature, just ignored it, refusing to let her fear show. They might kill her, but she would offer them no sport. Her nails finally dug through the last of the elm's bark to reach the meaty pulp. She rested her fingers there, the tree's cool flesh soothing her torn flesh. She stood there. Lightning played upon the peaks of the nearby teeth. Thunderheads brewed. The storm that the black clouds heralded would be one to shake the roots of the world. She closed her eyes on the warring sky and began her preparations. She reached toward the tree's spirit. When the Skaltum came for her, Nalan planned on giving them no sport, but she would give them a fight. 34. Elena crouched in the blackness of the cave. The darkness was so profound she felt it press against her skin. If not for her uncle's arm around her shoulder, she would have thought herself sucked to another plane where light had yet to be imagined. Never had she experienced such total darkness. Her eyes stretched wide, seeking light. Her uncle slipped his arm from around her shoulder, breaking her tether with the world. Now only the rock under her feet remained to convince her the world still existed. Her only solace was that the burning in her right hand had completely faded with the light. She hugged herself tight, suddenly wishing the moonfalcon had not abandoned her. Its light would be most welcome. As if the gods had heard her, brightness suddenly burst back into the chamber. Blinded by the explosive return of light, it took a moment for Elena's eyes to blink back the glare. Her uncle raised the lantern. He had flamed the wick back to life and twisted the oil key to a bright glow. He held the lamp high. In the lantern's light, so much duller than the crystal radiance, Elena saw Errol crouch down and retrieve the iron fist from the stone floor. He studied the ward for a moment, a strange expression locked upon his face, then carefully placed it into a pocket of his shirt. As Errol straightened and stood, movement drew Elena's eyes to the back half of the chamber. A cry rose to her lips. The mass of goblins squirmed and roiled around the prostrate form of the mad headmaster. Rialto lay face down on the stone floor, his good arm thrust toward where the statue had once stood. He did not appear to be moving or breathing. A single goblin crept up and lifted Rialto's hand. The arm hung limp within its claws. The goblin dropped the hand and scooted back in fear. Errol by now had also spotted Rialto. He took a step toward the former headmaster. Uncle Bull spoke from beside Elena. "Don't, Errol. He's dead." The boy's light was all that sustained him. With the magic gone, his life has fled. From the way those goblins are acting, I suggest we leave him undisturbed. Errol nodded and retrieved the sword he had left with Bull. The sword, though no longer bathed in the light of the statue, still seemed to shine with more than lamplight. Lines of radiance danced across its surface. "We should try for the passage through which we entered," Errol said. "There are fewer goblins." "Be warned," Uncle Bull said, "that any aggression on our part could ignite their wrath. They have just seen their statue vanish before their eyes, and Rialto, whom they worshipped, lies dead at their feet." Uncle Bull nodded to where several goblins huddled together, pointing claws toward them. "I believe we are being blamed for their losses. Then the sooner we vanish, the better." Errol nodded for Elena to approach him. "We need a distraction," he said. "Something to spook them away for a heartbeat and buy us time to slip free," thought. Elena nodded but could not fathom what the swordsman thought she could do. Her uncle seemed even less sure of Errol's plan. He kept his voice hushed and his eyes quick upon the goblins surrounding them. "I don't think it's a good idea to scare them in their present state, Errol. The creatures are stirred up enough already. A panic could. We will be meat in their bellies if we don't hurry." Errol lowered to one knee beside Elena. He kept his sword raised toward the clutch of rock goblins. "Now, child, I showed you the way of healing with your uncle. You now need to learn another small bit of magic." Elena balked, her mouth going dry. She felt a fist squeeze her heart. Wild magic scared her more than the fangs and claws of the goblins. Is there no other way? Maybe Uncle Bull is right. We could just let them calm down and maybe they'll go away. The hissing around them had increased to a screeching pitch. As she watched, more goblins flowed into the room from the two passages. Their musk bittered the air with their fear. The goblins closest to the collapsed body of the headmaster began stamping their left feet on the stone floor. Soon others took up the cadence, the sound echoing around the cave. The beat throbbed, and the eyes around them burned. Uncle Bull whispered, "Maybe Ariel is right." She found both men staring at her. Her heart beat in intimate harmony with the goblins' stamping. Still, she freed her tongue from the roof of her mouth. "I will try." "Good girl." Ariel passed his sword to her uncle. "Keep the sword in sight." They seemed to respect it. Once Uncle Bull had awkwardly raised the tip of the blade, Ariel turned to Elena, reached out, and gripped her right hand. His urgency and tension flowed into her from the tightness of his fingers, yet he kept his voice calm. This she appreciated more than his sword. "This will work, Elena. Trust me. Magic is closely associated with light. You saw this with Daniel's statue and experienced it when sunlight or moonlight ignited your powers. You know this in your heart, don't you?" She nodded. One of the easiest workings of magic is simply revealing its presence. Ariel must have sensed her confusion from the way her eyebrows scrunched together. Magic runs hidden through your blood and body. Only the red hand marks you as a wielder of spiritual power. Magic, like the flame in a lantern, desires to flow free from you, to reveal itself to those around you. But like a lantern door closed upon the flame, your body hides this truth. Yet I can show you how to open your door and let your light shine forth. Elena remembered what could happen when her magic shone through her. Both of her parents had been burned by its flame. "I will kill everything around me," she warned. "No, I do not ask you to cast your magic out. That can kill unless done in a controlled manner. I can't teach you that. All I ask is that you open yourself and let others see what is inside you, see the flame within." "Why? How will that help?" "Goblins fear the light and can sense magic. If you reveal yourself to them, they may be baffled or awed enough to allow us to escape." Her eyes studied the goblins writhing around them. She saw the headmaster's body picked up and carried on the backs of several larger goblins. It was done with a touching reverence. Others cleared a path so the body could be removed unmolested from the chamber. The goblins seemed to have held the headmaster in great respect, or at least the magic that dwelt inside. This thought must have occurred to Uncle Bull, too. It just might work. "It seems they worship magic," he muttered as Rialto's remains were shuffled away. "How do I do this?" Her voice trembled, as did her shoulders. "Easily," Ariel said. "Since you are not allowing magic to pass from you, a blood ritual is not even needed." He raised his palm to her cheek and rested it there. His eyes looked down into hers, and she felt a quaking in her knees that had nothing to do with the fear around her heart. "Just close your eyes and search inside, as you did with your uncle's body." She did as he asked, squeezing shut her eyelids, but terror kept her close to the surface. Her ears stayed keen on the stamping and hissing around her, and her nose filled with the acrid scent of goblin bodies. She did not understand what was asked of her and shivered. Suddenly his arm wrapped around her body. He held her cheek pressed against his chest. "Shoo, ignore all that is around you. Shut off your senses." The odor of the swordsman's oiled hair replaced the stench of the goblins in her nose. His whispering filled her ears, pushing back the echoes of the chamber. "They're finished with Rialto," she barely heard her uncle say. "If you're going to do something, do it quick." His words should have panicked her, but Ariel's arm tightened about her, pulling her away from her fears. She allowed herself to drift within his embrace. His breath, warm and calm, brushed her cheek. "See yourself," he said. "See the woman in the child, like the oak and the acorn. Find your strength and you will find your magic." His words and heat created waves of sensations in Elena that she could not express. She did not even try, allowing herself simply to be, to put aside all she knew about herself and just exist. As she floated in a place without thought or substance, a light grew within the darkness. No, that was not true. The light did not grow, she just drew near it, closed in upon it like a swallow swooping to its nest. The radiance had not appeared out of the darkness, it had always been there. From a far place, she heard Eril's voice. "Open your eyes and show us. Show us your flame, Elena." She now understood. Pushing Eril's arm from her, she stood up. She did not have to hide who she was. Once on her feet, she opened her eyes and unbound her heart, opening a door that had been closed since she was young and had learned the world does not want to see one's true self. She put her inhibitions aside and spread her arms wide, encompassing both the chamber and the world. She revealed herself without shame or remorse. Both who she had been and who she was now, but most important of all, who she would become. Like a window opened on the sun, her magic blazed forth, driving all shadows from the room. Eril's first impulse on seeing the girl awaken with power was to snatch the sword from Bull's stunned fingers and drive the blade through her heart. He even found the sword in his hand. But he fought against this deadly impulse, his knuckles white upon the blade's hilt. Even Bull backed a step away from the child. The old man's mouth sagged open in surprise, her light etching his features in stark lines. Such power, Eril thought. He had never imagined. Even a mage freshly renewed to chi did not shine with such brilliance. Elena stood with her arms wide, her body bursting with a shattering light. Shadows were not even cast by those who stood, instead the light seemed to bend around them, folding all within its heart. Yet the child within the light frightened Eril. She was no longer a scared youngster clinging to those around her, confused and wary of her power. A confidence shone forth from her face and body that came close to eclipsing her inner light. The release of her radiance had cast her to a place without fear or doubt. Such was not the face of a child or even just a woman, but something close to a goddess. Eril spotted flares of increased brilliance and a halo about her body as if the stars themselves fought to be near. As wondrous as she was, Eril found his eyes fixing on a single feature of the girl. Her lips, full and parted slightly, smiled on sights beyond Eril's vision. In that smile, Eril saw the woman she might become, a wise, strong woman no man could control. Eril found his breath thick in his throat as he stared. Something stirred in his chest, something he had thought long dead, hope. This effect on his heart shook him more than her power. She is but a child, he told himself. Yet he knew he was mistaken. Three faces stared out from this one shining visage, the child Elena, the woman Elena, and something that was not Elena, that was not even from this world. Just then, a goblin wobbled up to Eril, its eyes glued on Elena, and bumped into his leg. It clung to Eril's pant leg for a moment, like a ship seeking a safe harbor. Before Eril could knock it away, it loosened its grip and stumbled toward the girl. Eril meant to bring up his sword and stop it, but the goblin suddenly crashed flat upon its face. Its tiny form quivered for a breath, then lay still upon the rock floor, too still. Dead, thought Eril. He tore his eyes from the girl and saw that the chamber floor was littered with a sea of collapsed goblins. He watched other rock goblins drawn forward from the tunnels by the light. Like blind moths, they stumbled into the chamber's brilliance, but within a few bumbled steps, they weakened and fell crying to the stone floor in a tangle of limbs. Others grew wise to what was happening and fled back from the light, disappearing down the tunnels. The light, Bull said from nearby. It slays them. Is Elena doing that? Eril found he needed to speak to keep himself distracted from the child. I don't think so. The light is a mere reflection of her magic. It's not a force that should harm. Goblins shun light. Bull waved his hand over the piles of deceased creatures. Maybe for a good reason. Maybe light is inimical to their nature. This much light, this much power, is perhaps deadly. Aril's eyes were drawn back to the girl. Their words must have pierced the glow around Elena and reached her ears. Her lips were no longer smiling. Elena had heard her uncle speak. Though his words seemed like birds fluttering from far in a forest, their meaning reached her. Her eyes focused back to the chamber. She saw the goblins piled around her, necks and limbs twisted in unnatural angles. There were so many. She had killed hundreds of the poor creatures. She cried out, and the light shining from her crashed to the rock and vanished. She stood quivering, an island in a dark sea of dead goblins. Now only Uncle Bol's lantern lit the chamber. He came to her, bringing the light. She shied from its glow. The inner light, the core of who she was, had killed. Now the small brightness accused her of her foul deed. Elena swung from the lantern's glow and accosted the swordsman. "You said it wouldn't harm them," she cried in a voice that threatened a flood of tears. Her words wounded him. His eyes winced and his lips frowned. "I'm sorry, Elena. I did not fully understand the nature of these creatures or the brilliance of your magic." She covered her mouth with her hands. The brilliance of her magic. His words sickened her. The goblins had done them no harm except maybe harangued them a bit, and they had also played a role in returning the ward to Aril. For their effort, she had brought them death. Her eyes saw many smaller figures tangled among the larger goblins. She had even slain their children. She moved her palms to cover her face. She refused to see anymore. Uncle Bol placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's not your fault, honey. We didn't know. If anyone is to blame, we are. We were the ones who asked you to do this, Dot." She shook free of his grip and lowered her hands to glare at him. "You don't understand." Her uncle's eyes widened. A bitter laugh slipped from her. "I enjoyed the power. I never felt so whole and free. I basked in my magic, let it roll through me and freeze away all doubt. And while I embraced this light, joyful in its glow, it slew those around me. Honey, it's all right. You didn't know." She turned her back on her uncle. Not just because his words failed to offer any solace, but because she was afraid he would see the truth in her eyes. She had already said too much. Sobbing, she fell to her knees on the floor. What she had not told her uncle and was even afraid to face herself was that she had known. Somewhere deep within her being, she had sensed the death around her, felt their lives snuff out like blown candles. And she had not cared, could not care. She had ignored the bodies crashing at her feet as the magic within her screamed, impossible to ignore. Her heart sang for its release, for the force to flow out into the world. Its song of power so filled her ears, it drowned out the cries of the dying goblins. Aril came and pulled her to her feet, his sword still in his fist. He must have sensed what raged within her. "Raw magic is seductive," he said. "Do not let it fool you." She tried to pull away, but his arm was strong with hard muscle. He lowered his face until he stared into her eyes. His voice was fierce. "You are still Elena. Do not let your magic define you. It is only a tool." Then his words softened to a whisper. "It speaks with its own voice. That voice, I know, can be hard to shut out and can often seem like your own soul, but you don't have to listen. You are still Elena, daughter of your parents, sister to your brother, niece to your uncle. You are blood, not magic." She nodded. His words gave strength to her legs. She allowed herself to be led to Uncle Bol, whose eyes shone bright with concern, and let him wrap his arms around her. She sobbed into his chest, but this time her tears healed rather than ripped her apart. As she sank into his embrace, the hissing that had been silenced by her magic began again. Only now, no fear etched its surface. Elena pushed from her uncle's arms. The three of them stood among the dead. "We had better get out of here," Erril said. It was too late. The goblins burst from the tunnels. With the light gone, they now sought the vengeance denied them by the glow of the Witch. For the first time, Elena heard a goblin scream. Yarrael burst forward to meet the rush of beasts, pushing his companions back to the wall. His sword sang among the goblins' writhing bodies. Never had he wielded a weapon with such a fine edge. Its blade sliced bone as easily as air. As he whipped his sword to all sides, goblins piled before him, but others leaped over the carcasses of their brethren to press the attack. From the corner of his eye, Erril saw Bol batting his lamp at the few goblins who tried to get near Elena. The swinging lantern bounced wild shadows across the chamber walls. The old man held his own. The goblins were still wary of the child, as if expecting her to explode with light again. Silently, Erril hoped Elena might try but knew he could not ask it of her. She remained too shaken. He pressed on. If the goblins would let up for a breath, he might be able to forge a path to the nearest tunnel. They did not. Instead, the battle became fiercer. Fearing the girl's power, the goblins targeted Erril with their rage. Goblins attacked from so many sides Erril could not stop them all. Claws ripped his chest, teeth tore at his legs. As keen as the edge of his blade was, the hopelessness of the situation touched his heart. He faltered. Goblins swamped him, knocking him backward. He crashed to the stone floor, his head striking hard enough to raise points of dancing light before his stunned eyes. 5 goblins straddled his chest and legs. 3 pinned his sword arm to the rock. Teeth buried into his forearm. Biting back the pain, Erril struggled under their weight. If only he had his other arm, he thought uselessly, then perhaps he would still have a chance of freeing himself. He heaved against the mass of goblins, determined to roll loose. As he struggled, he felt the ward ripped from his pocket. Curse them, one of the beasts was trying to steal the iron fist again. He thrust his head up to see which of the thieving creatures was yanking on his pocket. With his neck straining, he eyed the breast pocket of his shirt where he had hidden the ward. No goblin claw lay there. Instead, he saw a sight that almost startled him enough to fling the goblins from his body. Crawling free from his pocket like some metal spider was the iron fist, fingers splayed and digging for purchase. With the fist in sight, Erril felt a stabbing jolt at his stumped shoulder. At first, he thought a goblin claw had gouged him. But no, once before he had felt such a burning sting long ago, when he had lost his arm. It was the sting of magic. As the pain swept away, a new sensation bloomed at his stump. Erril could feel his missing arm. His frantic eyes searched his empty shoulder and told his heart the limb was still gone, but Erril would swear he sensed the phantom of an arm now linked to his shoulder. An arm that ended at the iron fist. He now felt the cold metal of the ward that gloved his ghost hand. He flexed the iron fingers. Sweet mother! The boy de Nael's words came back to him, I will make your ward more than a lump in your pocket. Stunned by the sight, he stopped struggling. Taking advantage of his sudden stillness, one of the goblins lunged for his throat, fanged teeth bared to rip. Reflexively, Erril reached with an arm that had been gone for centuries. The iron hand flew up and clamped upon the thin neck of the goblin. The bones of its throat cracked under the vice of iron as he squeezed the life from the attacker. The other goblins saw what happened and piled away from him. They backed in a tangled mass. Erril rolled to his feet, sword in one hand. His other hand, the one of sculpted iron, still floated in the air, clutching the limp goblin. He willed the metal hand to open, and the goblin dropped dead to the stone. As Erril moved his phantom arm, the iron ward swung through the air seemingly on its own, but Erril knew it was not so. He controlled it as he would his own hand. The rock goblins shied from the floating threat, their large black eyes narrowed with fear. But for how long? Erril's question was answered immediately. A new stream of goblins flowed into the chamber, and their numbers bolstered the others' courage. With an angry hiss, they lunged from all sides. Even their wariness of Elena had faded. Erril saw them accost her and her uncle. Erril backed to help them, but even with the aid of his iron hand, he found himself hard-pressed by the mass of attackers. Limping from a deep gash in his left leg, Erril struggled toward his companions. Savagely, he ripped into the beasts with silver sword and iron hand, digging a bloody path through the goblins. Yet even this was not enough. Stone, now slippery with blood and gore, betrayed his feet. He slipped and tumbled to his knees, an opportunity the goblins snatched up with bloody glee. The beasts engulfed him, swarming up his back, clawed nails digging and ripping. He was again pressed to the cold rock. As teeth tore at his neck, a cry of defeat escaped his throat. 35. Kral followed the last of the goblins toward the end of the tunnel. Swinging his axe, he cleaved the skull of a large one that had twisted around to block his path. Kral tried to pull his blade free, but it was caught in bone. He stopped and wiped his wet brow. He and the others had fought their way down the tunnel from the fissure mouth. Strangely, little true resistance had been offered. The goblins had mostly ignored them as they ran. The beast seemed as determined as his party to reach the tunnel's end. Something there had the creatures riled. From the flickering glow ahead, Kral saw that the tunnel ended a stone's throw away. A large chamber lay beyond, and hundreds of goblins, living and dead, crowded the floor of that room. They could not have survived, Kral growled, thinking of the small girl and the one-armed swordsman. He yanked his axe free of the dead goblin. "Do not despair," Tolchuk said. The Ojiri raked a goblin from his leg and smashed it on the tunnel wall. Goblins hate light. Where there be light, there be hope. Suddenly the glow ahead flared brighter. A goblin aflame with burning oil danced in agony across the chamber floor. It ignited two other goblins who mimicked his prance. "Someone yet fights," Marek said, pushing past them. The thin sword in his hand dripped black blood. On the Yelvin's heels, the wolf sped forward toward the chamber, its injured limb forgotten. A snarl flowed from its throat. His axe now free, Kral followed. Tolchuk kept the few straggling goblins from their backs. The party burst into the chamber, a war yell upon Kral's lips. Still the goblins ignored them, so focused were they on a battle at the far wall. Kral saw the old man from the cottage sloshing burning oil on another goblin while the child hid behind him. But the most intense fighting was just ahead of the pair. A tall pile of goblins writhed upon someone crushed under their weight. Like a surging wave, the pack of beasts swelled up as the fighter pushed to his knees. For a moment, he seemed about to break free and regain his feet, but then another surge of goblins drove him back down, yet not before Kral saw who fought. Erril's face, clenched with effort, one eye bloody and swollen, flashed for a moment before being engulfed again. Roaring, Kral hacked his way forward. The moonfalcon circled above, a piercing screech issuing from its beak. The others threw themselves against the sea of creatures, but it was like fighting a surging surf. As soon as one onslaught was battered back, a second would strike them. Soon the party split into two. Tolchuk guarded Kral's back while the wolf and Elvin spun together in a dance of death. The tides of battle pulled the two pairs farther and farther apart. "Help the old man and the child," Kral yelled to Marek. The mountain man slashed the neck of a goblin with such might its skull flew across the room. "We'll go for the swordsman." Kral didn't know if the Elven had heard him over the screams of the wounded and dying, but it seemed Marek did shift slightly in the correct direction. Satisfied, Kral swung toward Erril. Over his shoulder, the mountain man heard the crack of bone as Tolchuk kept guard. Kral smiled grimly. An Ojiri, he thought, was as good as having a stone wall at your back. It left Kral free to focus his axe and muscle on the battle ahead. The mountain man pulled in his rage and began forging a path toward Erril, his axe a blur, his motions more instinctive than planned. His mind retreated to a place of memory, to lessons learned long ago. Kral had mastered the art of the axe from Mulf, an ancient grizzled warrior of the teeth. It was said that the old man had fought during the Dwarf Wars and had held the Pass of Tears by himself for a full day and night. As a lad of only 11 winters, his eyes full of future glory, Crowl had sought the elder in his cave high in the Teeth. When he had first caught sight of Mulf, Crowl's hopes died in his heart. Mulf, back bent, looked as ancient as the roots of the mountains. His beard, white as early snow, hung so low the old man had to tuck it into his belt to keep from tripping. How could this decrepit wreck teach him anything? Mulf had seemed too weak even to heft an axe, let alone wield it in battle. But after his first lesson with this ancient teacher, the young Crowl had found himself seated on his backside in muddy slush, a large bruise on his forehead from where Mulf had clubbed him with the butt of his axe handle. The last thing the youngster remembered was the axe's blade slicing for his head. But in a motion too quick for his eye to follow, the old man had flipped the axe around a thumb and only would struck his skull instead of sharp iron. That cold morning, ice chilling his backside, Crowl learned the first of many lessons from his sharp-eyed teacher: do not underestimate your opponent. And today he did not. The goblins might be small of stature, but they were fierce, all muscle and sharp edges. Crowl did not let his arm slow or his eye stray from the flurry of claws. His wariness kept more than one goblin's knife from his chest. As he neared where Erril fought, the goblins flashed spiked daggers like those that had assaulted them atop the chasm and driven Crowl and Tolchuk over the cliff. He knocked aside a blade by slicing through the goblin's wrist. The beast howled. Its knife, a claw still wrapped around the hilt, tumbled away. Crowl swung his face from the spurt of blood jetting out its amputated wrist, not in disgust, but simply to keep the hot blood from blinding him. Another knife-wielding goblin attacked from the opposite side. There was no time to swing his axe around, so he borrowed his old master's trick and slammed the butt of his axe handle into the beast's eye. Bone cracked under his wood, and the goblin collapsed to the rock. Crowl stepped over the creature and continued his march of death. Yarl sank under the mass of the beasts, wrestling with more than just the goblins. A part of his spirit was ready to surrender to the struggle. It seemed like he'd been fighting ever since the forging of the blood diary. Yet, in his bones, the stubbornness of his standy roots would not let him truly succumb to despair. No, the centuries of winters weighed heavier upon his shoulders than these slathering goblins. He had already sacrificed so much, waited for so long. He would not die here, not this way. With a scream on his lips, he kicked goblins from his legs and used his iron hand to throttle beasts that tried to rip his throat or face. His sword arm, when not pinned under the flailing bodies of the creatures, cleaved an area clear for breaths at a time, but never long enough for him to regain his feet or see how Bol and Elena were faring. A wall of rock goblins continually surrounded him. Yet, he did not relent, refusing to listen to the whispers of despair. For a moment, he heard a cry and the word child shouted out from across the room, but the hissing and screaming quickly drowned out the voice. But who could have shouted? Had he imagined it? In a streak of light, he saw the moonfalcon swoop across the cavern roof. The cursed bird must have returned, confused by the tunnels. He thanked the gods for this small blessing. Its sudden light gave the goblins a pause, and he managed to free his arm. Swinging his sword in a savage arc, Erril drove the beasts back. Standing once again, he saw a sight that froze his heart. A goblin twice the size of a man loomed just a span away. Its arms ran with blood, its fanged mouth grinned with death. Erril stumbled back. Suddenly a jabbing pain blasted up his right leg. His limb gave out. As he fell, he saw a goblin with a dagger drive its blade a second time into his thigh. Knife hit bone, and his vision swelled tight with pain. He flailed and kicked himself free of the knife. Kneeling up, he blindly thrust out his phantom arm. His fist clamped around the knife-wielding creature's throat and squeezed the life from it. He swung the dead goblin, which still hung in his iron fist, and knocked other goblins from his side. He used its limp body as a shield. Still Erril was not quick enough. A knife buried into his back. Pain blacked his eyes for a breath. When his vision cleared, he saw his iron hand empty, his shield gone. Goblins, several of them armed, loomed before him. Pain and rage narrowed his eyes. His own death finally lay nearby, a death he had been denied for centuries. He raised his sword. At times during his long life, he would have welcomed death, wanting that final peace, but not now. Others were counting on him, the girl, the old man, even the child to nail. He raged against this death. Pushing onto his already wounded left leg, he ignored the flare of agony in his back and spat blood on the floor. He clenched his sword in a hard fist. Just as he raised his weapon's tip in invitation, the wall of goblins burst apart, and he saw the hideous king of the goblins rip through its brethren to stalk before him. The creature lifted two of its smaller kind and threw them across the chamber. Eril's sword arm trembled. Did he have the strength to face this monster? It towered over Eril, twice his height and even broader of shoulder. Suddenly a familiar voice erupted. "Thank the rock, you still live." Eril knew that voice. He saw Kral step around the huge creature. The circle of goblins, now broken, shattered into cowardly pieces and fled. Eril's head swam as he twisted his neck. The chamber was now emptying of goblins. He saw those who yet lived slink and hobble from the room, except for the giant, deformed beast before him. Eril saw Kral place a hand on its arm. The mountain man must have recognized the horror in Eril's eyes. "His name is Tolchuk. He is a friend." "What a what?" Eril was too dazed to form his question. "He's an Ojiri. He helped rescue you, . Kral's words reminded Eril of the others. He stumbled around, and saw Elena sliding from behind her uncle's back. Bol's clothes hung in shreds, blood splotched his face and chest. As the moonfalcon swung in a loop overhead, the old man offered a weak smile. Eril saw two others still moving among the dead goblins. The wolf who had been stubbornly following them nosed the twisted remains near Bol and Elena. Beside the dog stood a tall man with silver hair tied in a long braid. A needle-thin sword hung loose in the stranger's one hand, almost as if he had forgotten it was there. The man's eyes searched the cavern. Eril tipped slightly forward, suddenly dizzy. Before he fell on his face, Kral was there, an arm around his shoulder. "Easy, there. You took some deep wounds, . Elena's voice rang from across the room. Eril saw her stretch her right hand to the wound on her uncle's cheek, the red of her hand matching the blood on his skin. "Uncle Bol's hurt, too," she called to them. He heard the tears behind her voice. Eril saw the thin stranger suddenly tense near the girl. The man's sword, forgotten and limp in his hand before, now rose and pointed at Elena. "The mark!" He shouted at her, his eyes staring at her hand. "The mark of the Witch." Kral suddenly released Eril's shoulders. "No!" The mountain man bellowed. Eril's legs were too weak to hold him up. The stone floor rushed toward him. He saw Kral lurch toward the thin man but knew the mountain man was too far away. "No, Merrick. No, . Eril's vision blurred as the silver-haired man lunged toward the girl, quick as a forest cat. Elena barely had time to turn her head as the sword aimed for her heart. Before the sword struck, a cool blackness pulled Eril away. 36. Elena saw the sword dive for her chest, and her arm shot up in a warding gesture. The figure of her attacker was a blur of motion her eye could hardly follow. Only his sword, held steady and firm as it swept toward her, glinted fine and sharp-edged in the weak light. A cry rose in her throat, but fear trapped it there. She opened her mouth in a silent scream. Yet a cry did reach her ears, a piercing wail of rage. As the sword lunged, a streak of lightning came between her and the weapon's tip, the moonfalcon. She saw the bird impaled upon the blade, its screech still echoing from the walls. The impact of its tiny body seemed to travel up the sword and stun the attacker. The man halted his sword thrust, his feet stumbling beneath him. He held his sword out, the weapon shaking in his hand. Its tip hung less than a thumb's width from the thin shift over Elena's chest. The moonfalcon, speared through the breast, fluttered its wings feebly, its beak agape with pain. The man stood, his eyes fixed on the bird, eyelids wide with horror. Suddenly Crowl bowled into the man, knocking him to the side. Both men collided into the rock wall. The sword tumbled from the stranger's hand and struck the stone with a loud clatter. The choke sob finally escaped Elena's throat, and she fell to her knees beside the weapon. The moonfalcon, still stuck upon the blade, beat a single wing. She reached a small hand and lifted the bird's head. Its black eye stared into her. The glow caught in its feathers was quickly dying away. Tenderly she cupped the tiny body and pulled it from the blade. Maybe her magic could help it, like it had Uncle Bull. As the sword slipped free of its breast, the moonfalcon dimmed and ceased to breathe. She was too late. Elena clutched the bird to her breast. Her tears were the only thanks she could give it now. It protected her. The silver-haired man who had attacked her gasped. It gave its life for her. Crowl crouched over the man, one hand at the swordsman's thin neck. The mountain man's other hand pointed to where Eril had collapsed to the rock floor. Bull, see to Eril. Her uncle nodded. As he crossed to Eril, Uncle Bull gave wide berth around the hulking monster nearby. It crouched upon its haunches but made no move as her uncle passed. It seemed more rock than flesh, and Ojiri, the mountain man, had claimed. Nosing near it limped the wolf, which Elena knew was more than just a dog of the forest. It remained close to the thick-boned behemoth. As she stared, both their eyes turned to her. She noted with a skip of her pulse that their eyes were the same, yellow orbs split by black narrowed slits. Crowl called to the Ojiri. "Tolchuk, help me with this traitor Merrick." Then his words settled on Elena. "Lass, are you harmed?" Elena twisted to face her attacker. Silver-haired with sharp blue eyes, the man called Merrick met her stare. I'm fine," she said. "Why did he attack me? Why did he kill my bird?" Before Crowl could answer, Merrick spoke, his voice as stinging as his eyes. "Your bird?" Elena refused to shy away from the accusing look in the man's eyes. She still cradled the broken falcon in her palms. "I found him in the caves. He landed on my arm." "The moonfalcon was this man's creature," Crowl said. "He claimed." "The Witch lies." Merrick interrupted. "The bird would shun one of such foul blood." Elena shifted her hand to hide her shame farther under the falcon. By now, the Ojiri had shambled over to them. Crowl climbed from Merrick's chest and passed the man into the Ojiri's care. Elena scrambled back. "Hold him firm, Tolchuk. I will not have him attacking the girl again." The Ojiri then spoke. Its capability of speech shocked Elena. She had not fathomed an intelligence above that of a draft horse behind its thick brow and piggy eyes. Its voice was that of cracking stones. "Merrick will not harm her." The Ojiri released the claw clasp to the man's shoulder. Crowl darted forward to stand between Elena and Merrick. "What are you doing? Did one of those goblins club you in the head? He won't harm her." "He can't." Elena noticed Merrick made no aggressive move toward her. His sword still lay at his feet, his shoulders sagged. Tolchuk spoke again. "The moonfalcon landed on her." Merrick's tongue may claim this a lie, but his heart saw it dive, casting its life aside for her own. The truth cannot be denied. Crowl twisted his head to stare at Elena. His eyes shimmered with understanding. "You can't mean." Merrick answered, his words strained. "Here stands the blood of my people. The Witch is the lost descendant of our king." Merrick sank to his knees and picked up his sword. His motions and face were so defeated that even arming himself did not raise a word of alarm from Crowl. Merrick held the shaft of the blade in both thin hands. With a strength Elena had not thought he had, the man snapped the sword across his knee. "I came to find a king and instead found a queen." He presented the broken sword toward Elena. "My life is yours." Elena blinked several times, confused by his strange words. Uncle Bowl saved her from having to respond, but not with words of solace. "Errol dies. I need help," he called from across the cavern. All eyes swung to her uncle. Elena saw the swordsman's body clench, his neck thrown back, his eyes open and blind. Breath spasmed from a chest struggling to keep life in its body. The dead falcon slipped from Elena's fingers. Errol swam through a sea of blackness. He struggled against its pull, but he tired quickly, his limbs becoming leaden with his effort. Darkness thickened around his limbs like sap in winter, and he sank beneath its surface. As he drifted down, he surrendered his struggle against it, not so much because he was resigned to his fate, but simply because he was practical. He had wasted his energy in this fight. As he pulled his energies back into himself, his eyes began to see various hues flowing through the blackness engulfing him. The strongest stream was the brackish green of a stagnant bog. One word came to his mind: poison. He somehow knew the goblin's blades had been dipped in dire alchemies. Words from far away itched his ear. "What does she do?" "Put the dagger down." "I feel no beat of his heart." "He's dead." "No." Errol knew all this should mean something to him, but darkness penetrated his mind and curled into his skull. It spoke with a voice, too. It whispered release. He listened. The voice consoled him, and the blackness laced with green ice worked through his blood toward his heart. Why had it grown so cold? As even this question faded from his awareness, a new voice intruded. He tried to push it away but was too weak. "Fight it. Hold on. Please, don't leave me." Did he know that voice? He let the currents of blackness carry him away. It mattered not. He drifted, at peace. Then a blazing radiance thrust through the blackness to grab him with piercing claws. At its touch, ice and fire fought in his blood. He writhed within its grip. Never had he felt such agony. Every injury he had ever suffered, every pain he had ever endured, came back to him in one searing lance of fire. He screamed as the claw wrenched his body from the sea of blackness into a burning brilliance. No! It hurt too much. He tried to fight his way free of its hold, to dive back into the cool darkness, but it would not let him. The light burned through him, driving the wisps of blackness from his skull. The streaks of green poison stopped their spread but were not driven out. Like river asps, they swam and hid, waiting to strike when the light should fade. Brilliant spots of color began to dance across his vision, swirling in slow spirals. He found his eyes could blink. Each swipe of lids slowed the whirling until the hues became faces. He saw Elena bowed over him, Bowl at her shoulder, Crowl beside him. The mountain man was the first to speak. "You saved him. Healed him." Elena's face was pale, her skin drawn tight to bone. Echoes of pain swam in her moist eyes. She pulled her hand from his own. Errol saw her palm bright with blood. Her thumb had been sliced deeply at its base. He saw the dagger in her other hand. It was the Witsy dagger Bowl had christened in the cottage. "No," she answered Crowl, her voice a cry of sorrow and frustration. Her hands clenched. "I couldn't heal him." Errol tried to sit, sure he would fail. The measure of his strength surprised him. Wobbling in with the aid of Crowl's hand, he did manage to push himself up. He teetered as shards of darkness spun through his vision, but these faded with several deep breaths. Beside him, Errol spotted the iron ward on the stone floor. Once again it was just a carved lump of ore. He felt no phantom link to the metal. He picked it up and held the small fist in his own as he fought to calm his spinning head. Crowl kept one hand clamped to Errol's shoulder. "See? He is cured." Elena shook her head and let her uncle tie a bandage around her wounded hand. My blood bought him time, she said, her words grown hard. Nothing else. He needs rest and a healer, or he'll yet die. Krell still seemed to doubt her. He lives now. That is what matters. But the goblins could change that unless we get free from here. How? Where? Bull asked. He had finished tying the bandage. His eyes were strange upon his niece. We can't go back to the cottage with the skeleton waiting. His words sobered Krell. And with us carrying Eril, climbing out is impossible. Eril's tongue swam thick in his mouth. Leave me, Dot. They all ignored him. No one even looked in his direction. The Ojiri, who hovered just at the edge of Bull's lantern light, spoke up. My wolf brother says he may sent away. Eril twisted his neck to where the Ojiri now pointed. The wolf had his nose to the other passage exiting the chamber, the tunnel from which Mad Rialto had come. The dog stood, his nose raised, and sniffed the sighing breeze of the passage. He says he scents a familiar trail, the Ojiri continued, the scent of his brother Mogweed. The scuff of tread on stone pulled Mogweed from his drowse. He opened one eye, not rising from where he sat, thinking that perhaps Rockingham was pacing again. But Mogweed was wrong. The man sat with a branch in his lap as he worked on fastening a strip of cloth to one end. Their torch was jammed into a crevice in the floor. Its flames danced light across the walls. The torch, only half burned, should last until dawn, but Rockingham prepared another, always wary. Mogweed straightened his slump and drew Rockingham's eyes. So the sleeper awakes, Rockingham said in his usual mocking tone. Morning nears. But you could still. Holding up a hand, Mogweed stopped his words. I thought I heard something, he said, and with a wince, unbent his limbs and stood. I heard nothing. Your ears are not as keen as mine. Mogweed crept along the wall and paused at each tunnel mouth, his head held cocked as he listened. He heard nothing. Perhaps the noise was just the trace of a forgotten dream. At the mouth of the fourth tunnel, he heard it again, a soft scrape on rock. He froze. The sound repeated. Mogweed waved Rockingham over. The man slipped soundlessly beside him. When the scuff whispered from the tunnel again, Mogweed raised his brows in question to the man. Rockingham shook his head. The man still could not hear it. Through Mogweed's mind ran horrible pictures of what might have attacked his brother. Fardale's howl still rang in his ears. He backed from the tunnel. What did you hear? Rockingham asked. His voice, though whispered, seemed so loud. I don't know. It's too far away. Mogweed hunched his shoulders. Maybe we should see if the Skeltum are gone. He glanced longingly toward the way back to the surface, then back to the tunnel. His mind could conjure worse things than the monsters above. Rockingham stood listening by the opening. I think I hear it now, too. Mogweed backed another step. I think I just heard someone's voice. Monsters seldom spoke. At least not the ones of Mogweed's imagination. Rockingham's words drew him forward again. He pushed aside the memory of Fardale's howl and listened. Then he heard it, too. Snatches of conversation echoed up from below, too far away to be heard distinctly, but clear enough that they could recognize the cadence as the common tongue, not some flesh-rending beasts. Mogweed's heart began to beat faster. Strength came in numbers greater than two. With others, he had a better chance of surviving this night. A sudden bark of laughter erupted from below. Rockingham and Mogweed's eyes met. Relief surged through Mogweed at the noise. The ebullient outburst was welcome among these dark tunnels. But Rockingham's eyes narrowed with warning, and Mogweed's heart clenched. I know that laugh, Rockingham said sourly, that boulder-grinding guffaw. I had hoped the beasts of the tunnel had feasted on Krell and by now spat out his bones. Apparently the beasts have a more refined palate than I had hoped. He is strong, Mogweed argued. He remembered the huge, bearded man and the thickness of his arms. And he has an axe. Shush! Rockingham drilled him to silence with his glare. He continued to listen to the echo of voices. Mogwai heard someone speak. As those in the tunnel approached, the words traveled clearly now. His sharp ears even detected the exhaustion and bewilderment in the speaker's voice. "You're saying Elena is descended from this Merrick fellow's king?" Rockingham, too, must have heard subtle nuances to the speaker's words. "It's Erril," he hissed in recognition. "What misfortune is this? Is he another warrior?" Mogwai whispered, his heart singing with hope. He pictured two men the size of Kral, with himself hiding behind their wide backs. "He guards the demon child," Rockingham said. His eyes gleamed in the torchlight. At first, Mogwai did not know who he meant. Then it occurred to him. "Do you mean the girl the winged beasts seek? The one for whose capture your king will grant us many gifts?" A girl's voice rose from below. "I think I see a light ahead. Look, Dot." Rockingham darted away, pulling Mogwai with him. "It is she," he said with delight. "What are we going to do?" Rockingham's brow crinkled as his mind worked on the puzzle. When he spoke, his voice was sure. A smile without warmth marked his lips. "Stay silent about what lies above. Let me do the talking. I only ask one thing of you. Do this to help me, and you will be richly rewarded." Mogwai's eyes glowed with imagined treasures. His gaze flickered down to his own body. To be free of this form, that was worth all the gold in the world. His tongue wet his dry lips. And if he performed well enough here, there was no telling how vast his reward might be. Perhaps he could both break the cursed hold upon his body and still keep the gold. His eyes rose again to Rockingham. "What must I do?" Rockingham leaned to his ear and whispered as Mogwai nodded. It was but a simple thing, and the reward so ripe. Elena followed the ridged back of the Ojiri up the steep tunnel. Close behind her, Bull helped Erril hobble along while Kral and his axe guarded their backs against a renewed assault from the rock goblins. Beside her, like a thin shadow, marched the man called Merrick. She did not know what his claim of common ancestry might mean, but her mind was too cluttered with other worries to give this one much thought. Her eyes kept drifting back to the swordsman. Erril needed to rest as soon as it was safe. He walked with his head hung as if it was too heavy for his body, and his breathing wheezed. The poison in his blood could resume its attack at any time. Her uncle caught her staring. "He's doing fine, honey. Erril is strong." His words raised the swordsman's head. Erril nodded to her. "I'm fine, child. When the book was forged, I was gifted with longevity and quick healing. You may not have cured me, but you have given me enough time to heal on my own." He stared directly into her eyes. "You did save me, Elena, don't doubt that. Your magic can kill, but it can also heal." Elena noted a subtle distinction absent from the swordsman's words. Her magic truly killed, but it did not truly save. It was not a fair exchange. Bull tried to bolster Erril's claim. "And your magic gave me the renewed vitality to climb out of this hole. I would have hated for this pit to be my burial tomb." Elena smiled weakly at her uncle. Worry etched the warmth from her lips. Her uncle did not understand. Her magic was only a cork in the bottle holding the dregs of her uncle's essence. When her magic faded, so would his life. She continued to follow the Ojiri's back. She kept her eyes forward, suddenly afraid to look behind, fearful of those grateful eyes. The Ojiri stopped. "A chamber be just ahead," the creature called from over its craggy shoulder. "A torch burns. My wolf brother has gone ahead to spy what awaits there." The others now all crowded close. "Do you see anyone?" Kral called from the rear. I see Fardale at the mouth of the tunnel, the Ojiri passed on. A figure stands beside him. A long pause, then Tolchuk spoke, his voice relieved. It be Mogweed and another man, no goblins. Then let's get out of this foul stone dungeon, Krell said. The Ojiri led the way to the chamber. As the huge creature stepped out of the tunnel, Elena finally had a clear view into the torchlit room. She saw the wolf sniffing at a man in hunter's colors. The beast wagged its tail, but the hunter ignored the wolf and had eyes only for her. When she caught the man staring, he quickly tore his eyes away. She moved aside to allow the others access to the chamber. As she shifted, she saw another figure in the room, holding a torch. She gasped and backed into Krell just as the mountain man bowed into the room. "What is it, girl?" he said in irritation. Then his eyes spotted the torchbearer, too. "What are you doing here?" his voice growled. Rockingham nodded to the party. "Waiting for you, Dot." Krell swung his eyes over the room. "Where's the nymph? What have you done with Naylan?" All eyes were on the two. Rockingham raised his face to the others beseechingly. "I don't deserve these accusations. I left the young lady with the horses. It was too dangerous for her to accompany us down here. So Mogweed and I, at our own peril, came down to investigate. You were all gone for too long a time." His eyes ran over the party. "But now I can see why. It seems we're all back together again, with a few newcomers." Rockingham bowed to the Ojiri. "We should go," said the Ojiri. "I smell something foul, and the sooner we leave these tunnels, the better." "You probably smell Rockingham," Krell said. "But you're right. Let's go." The mountain man organized the party. He sent Rockingham ahead with the torch, the wolf and Mogweed at his side. Krell went next with Elena beside him, both to protect her and keep a wary eye on Rockingham. Bull, Eril, and Merrick kept close to their backs, while the Ojiri watched their trail for whatever fouled the tunnels with its smell. Rockingham set a fast pace toward the surface, and no one asked him to slow down. He kept a constant flow of conversation on the way up. "Dawn is fast approaching. It would be best if we used the remaining darkness to clear out of this valley, maybe try for the highlands or even the mountains." His words droned on for the entire length of the march. Everyone was too tired to ask him to quiet down. "Naylan will be so happy to see you all," he continued. A sharp laugh burst from his lips. The man seemed positively giddy. After so many close calls, Elena knew she should feel the same way, but her feet dragged under her. Soon a layer of dead leaves and crumbled branches mulched under her feet. She brightened like a sailor seeing a seagull as land approached. Here were signs of life from above. Everyone's feet now sped across the slippery bedding. She glanced to her uncle. They shared the first true smile in what seemed like ages. Her feet felt light. She danced a bit ahead of Krell. She spied a drape of roots ahead in the torchlight. It was the mouth of the tunnel. A grinding voice rose behind the party. "Something be wrong," the Ojiri called. "The smell worsens." "Wait. Not now," Elena thought in despair. "We are almost out." The wolf also sensed something amiss. A growl flowed from its throat. "Goblins again?" Krell bellowed to Tolchuk. "Not sure." Krell faced the others. "Merrick, take Elena out of here. I'll join Tolchuk. We'll keep whatever threatens from your backsides." Merrick nodded and pushed her forward. She hesitated, but Krell waved her on and urged her uncle and Eril to follow closely. Eril seemed as if he was going to stop and aid Krell. But the mountain man pointed to the tunnel's end. "Get out. In your condition, you'll just be in the way." "Be careful," the swordsman said hoarsely as he passed. Merrick urged Elena ahead with more insistence. "Hurry. We must get to the safety of the forest." Elena needed no other invitation. She flew with Merrick close behind. Ahead, Rockingham still stood where he had stopped when the Ojiri had called out. When he saw them coming, he waved for the wolf and Mogwai to hold their spot while he crept to the drape of knotted roots and squeezed through. Mogwai knelt and wrapped his arms around the wolf's neck to hold the dog from bolting. Once through the twist of roots, Rockingham swung around and held the torch as a beacon. He waved to Elena. "Come on. Those tunnels are a death trap." She raced toward him, passing Mogwai, who stared nervously in both directions. The wolf continued to growl as she sped past. Mogwai had a tight hold on its ruff. She reached her hand to Rockingham, just as it dawned on her the wolf was growling toward the forest, not back down the tunnel. Her eyes met those of the man who had killed her parents. She froze with her arm outstretched and knew her mistake when Rockingham darted his hand out and grabbed her wrist. He yanked her toward him. Elena screamed and fought against his grip. The others rushed toward her, but Mogwai tripped in the mulch as he tried to come to her aid and fell in a tangle with Merrick. They blocked the tunnel long enough for Rockingham to drag Elena through the roots. One of her hands clutched at a rootlet as she was pulled out, but had broken her fingers. With surprising strength, Rockingham threw her into the clearing beyond the tunnel. She hit the wet mud and leaves and scrambled around to face him, ready for his attack. A voice yelled from behind her. "Elena! Beware!" She recognized Nalan's voice and spun on a heel. Twin Skaltums stepped from under the woven eaves of the surrounding forest. Elena fell to her knees. "Welcome back, little mouse," said one of them. "Time to play," said the other. 37. At the girl's first screams, Erril broke free of Bull's supporting arm and almost pushed the old man aside. That bastard Rockingham had played them all for fools. Erril's feet wobbled under him as he fought his way forward, cursing his poison muscles. Ahead, Merrick threw Mogwai off him, untangling their limbs, and dashed down the tunnel. Merrick had no weapon, but this didn't slow his flight toward the tunnel's mouth. The wolf, freed from the jumble too, sped at his side. Erril frowned as their swiftness mocked his hobbled tread. He tripped over Mogwai when the huntsman tried to stand. "I'm sorry," the man mumbled as he cowered from Erril's angry face and scooted aside. From out in the night rose cold laughter, sibilant and full of malice. Erril's blood frosted at the noise. He had heard such a sound many times drifting across old battlefields long forgotten by man. Skaltum strode this night. Only death followed their foul laughter. Merrick and the wolf pushed through the shroud of roots ahead and vanished into the night. Erril and Bull struggled in pursuit, finally reaching the tunnel's end. Both men's breath now heaved through clenched teeth. Erril grabbed for a handhold, determined to continue. But before he could crawl out of the tunnel, strong fingers snagged his shoulder and held him. "No!" boomed a voice at his shoulder. It was Kral. The mountain man pulled him from the exit. Erril saw Bull also restrained by one of the giant man's fists. "You're both too feeble. Stay. Tolchuk will guard you." Erril wrenched his shoulder to break the mountain man's hold but found himself too weak. He could escape neither Kral's grip nor the truth of his words. Kral roughly shoved them aside and elbowed his way through the roots. Tolchuk stepped up behind them. The Ojiri's eyes practically glowed in the passage. Erril was not sure whether Tolchuk was here to protect them or to keep them from interfering. "I'm going out," Erril said and reached to the roots. He expected the Ojiri to make some motion to stop him. Instead it was Bull's hand that stayed him. The old man gripped his elbow, not to restrain, but simply to let his own urgency flow into Erril. "It suddenly makes sense." The old man squeezed his arm. "Kral is right. This is not our fight." His words shocked Erril into pausing. He had not thought Bull a coward. He snapped his elbow from the old man's grip and swung his face to Bull. "Elena is in danger." Erril spat out. At your word, I am her guardian. You ask me to abandon her? Bull's eyes squinted with anguish at his words, claw marks blackened his cheek. Of course not, he said. Just know this, what occurs this night was meant to be. The old man waved him on. Erril grimaced at the delay and shoved through the roots. In his haste, he snagged his jerkin on a branch. Ripping his leather free, Erril stumbled away from the tunnel's mouth. Bull squeezed after him, but Tolchuk simply tugged at the roots. His arms strained with bulging muscles, but the old oak held firm to the rock. Twice the girth of a man, the Ojiri could not pass. This is not your battle either, Bull consoled Tolchuk. His words satisfied the Ojiri as little as they had Erril. Tolchuk continued to rip at the roots. Erril ignored them both and swung to the clearing. In the center of the space, battle lines were already being drawn. To one side, Rockingham had his back pinned to a thick oak. Before him, the wolf growled with its hackles raised. The animal meant to keep the man from further mischief. Better to tear out his throat, Erril thought grimly, and his mischief forever. But Rockingham held little of Erril's true attention. The larger battle building in the center of the clearing drew his eyes. A pair of Skaltum had Elena caught between them. With their backs to her, leathery wings trapped the child within folds of bone and skin, keeping her from those who sought to rescue her. The child's eyes were wide, tears staining her cheeks. She trembled, cringing when a wing brushed her skin. Erril knew the murder of the goblins had so unnerved her that she feared to use her powers to free herself. Others sought to save her. The twin Skaltum faced 3 opponents. Merrick stood to one side, eyes red with fire. No weapon lay in his hand, yet a nimbus of light danced across his body. Though the air in the clearing stood quiet, ghost winds whipped Merrick's silver hair, now undone of its braid. The sky above matched his fury, and hulking clouds sped, as if toward this spot. Lightning etched the bellies of the thunderheads, revealing spouts of blackness reaching for the ground. Dawn might be near, but the black skies spoke of a night without end. On the far side of the clearing stood the small figure of Nalan, her shoulders against a large elm, her arms raised in a stance of defiance. She threw her head back, as if about to sing forth to the warring skies. The mighty elm, towering above her, swept its branches up and spread its limbs to those same skies, the tree matching the small knife-eye's defiant pose. Closer to Erril, Kral stood with his mighty axe in one hand. As thunder rumbled into the clearing, his teeth shone in the flashes of lightning, feral as a bear's. Kral shifted his axe. Now I will wash my shame. He screamed at them and the skies. In your blood. The Skaltum faced the 3. Whispers of nervousness swept through their wings, stanching their earlier laughter. Their black lips pulled back to expose white fangs. Angry eyes weighed the degree of threat from the small figures who challenged their might. Bull spoke into the tense silence that descended over the clearing. Even the thunder accompanying the flashes of lightning held its rumble in its deep throat. Erril knew when next the thunder spoke it would howl with battle. Bull snatched at Erril's sleeve. The elementals! He hissed. 3 will come. So it was written. Bull stabbed a finger around the clearing. Kral, Merrick, and Nalan. Rock, wind, and the fire of life. 3 will come. Not to my cottage, as I had thought, but here. 3 who will die, Erril answered. They cannot pierce the dark magic of the Dreadlords. He pulled free his sword, but his arm shook as he tried to raise its tip. Poison screamed in his muscles. You and your brotherhood have always judged the elementals too lightly. The outcome is not foretold. Bull used a single finger to push down Erril's weapon. The swordsman was too weak to stop him. This is not our fight, the old man repeated. Erril tried to will the iron fist in his pocket back to life. Maybe his phantom arm had the strength his other arm did not. But the fist failed to stir. Either its magic was spent, or it believed the old man. Behind him, Erril heard Tolchuk wrestle with the tangle of roots. The Ojiri growled his frustration. Erril clenched his fist around his sword. His heart echoed the Ojiri's sentiment. In the clearing, the battle began without him. Nalahn saw one of the winged beasts lunge a huge claw at where the elven stood. Or rather where he had once stood. The claw grasped empty air as Merrick flew backward. Naylan would have sworn his feet had not moved. Merrick then crossed his arms over his chest and lowered his chin. The nimbus of light scintillating from his body flared brighter. From the heavy clouds, a slender spear of lightning lanced the reaching claw of the beast. Thunder cracked the air. The skeleton screamed and yanked back its arm. Though obviously paining the beast, its claw remained flesh, not a charred ruin. Its dark magic had protected it from true harm. The second skeleton held its position near the frightened child. Naylan knew she must draw one of them away and give Elena a chance to run. The Witch must not die. The rebirth of Lakai Hera rested with this child. Naylan remembered her dying elder's prophecy, green life sprouting from red fire, a fireborn of magic. Naylan eyed the trembling girl. She must not die. Naylan's bare toes dug under the thin soil to the roots of the elm. She had called the tree's spirit to her earlier. All was prepared. She lowered her eyelids slightly, sang to the old forest, and drew its power to her. As her mind sang, her song joined others, and her spirit merged. She became the elm. She became the forest. The Witch must be free. She swung her arms out toward the skeleton with the injured hand. The elm above mirrored her motion, and its longer limbs grabbed the skeleton and thick arms hardened by centuries of snow and wind. The skeleton struggled, and Naylan gasped at its strength. She battered it with limbs and tried to drag the creature from Elena's side, but the beast's claws dug deep into the mud and rock. It budged not an inch. Naylan dug her toes deeper into the soil herself. Sweat beaded her forehead, her throat burned with her silent song. She had not thought it would strain her so, but she had never tried to wield so much power. The elemental magic that ran in her blood was also a part of her. Using it now meant burning a part of her, like a log fueling a fire. Her breathing labored as she fought to hold the foul creature. She knew she could not do this herself. Her eyes spotted Merrick. The glow about his body had returned after pulling the lightning down. An ally stood ready. His lightning alone did not harm the beast, and her grasping branches also failed to budge it. But maybe together? She bit her lip at the thought. Elvin and Nephi had not joined spirits since the land was young. Could they bridge the chasm of ill blood between them? Mank faltered as he drifted closer to the skeleton. The Elven seemed determined to give his life for the child. Naylan had trouble reconciling the nobility demonstrated here with the ember of hate in her heart. She bit her lip. Could she trust him? The skeleton wrenched in her grip, and she felt the elm's branches break. Pain shot through her. She slipped to one knee. Merrick's eyes swung to hers, his face tight with strain. His lids narrowed, and she knew his thoughts flowed with the same consternation. But it was time to ignore heritage and forge a new alliance. She signaled Merrick with her eyes, he nodded slightly. Another bolt from above struck the beast. The skeleton writhed but still remained unscathed. Its pained thrashing shook it partially free from the elm's grip. But Merrick's bolt gave Naylan the time she needed to alter her song. Her fingers clawed toward the sky. Roots erupted from the soil and snared the legs of the beast, wrapping tight and digging into its morbid flesh. Naylan fought the beast's hold on the mud. If she could free its claws, the branches could drag the creature from Elena's side. Merrick struck again. But this time, his bolt failed to reach the ground, striking the air over the skeleton. Merrick wavered on his feet. His hair hung limp to his shoulders, the ghost winds gone. He tired as much as she. Their faces had grown pale, their breath had grown ragged. The release of such power had ravaged them both. Nayland found herself on both knees now. Her muscles quivered with effort. Several of the larger branches began to bend back to the tree, no longer striking toward the skeleton. Merrick's next attack was only a flash of light, without even a snap of thunder. The second skeleton noticed their faltering attacks and swung to aid its partner, ripping a root loose. Nayland gasped with the pain and fell to one hand. They were doomed to fail. As the skeleton fought to free its brethren, Kral saw an opening, an exposed flank. He charged with his axe raised. He knew he could not kill it, but he hoped to draw its attention to himself and keep it from aiding the other skeleton tangled in the roots. Arcing over his shoulder, his axe swung toward the beast's flesh. Kral gasped as his blade cleaved the tender belly of the skeleton and gutted the beast. Black innards spilled forth from the wound like a foul tongue from a dying mouth. Man and beast stood frozen at the sight. Kral's axe dripped blood down its hickory shaft. The skeleton stared with huge black eyes at its sliced belly. Then its gaze swept up to Kral. Its eyes narrowed, and with a screech, it flew at him. Kral barely had time to raise his axe and block a rake of razored claws at his throat. He was much too slow to stop the other claw from grabbing his calf. The skeleton snapped the bone of his leg. Pain had yet to reach his awareness as the beast yanked him into the air. Before the agony of his broken limb could drive him into blackness, Kral hardened his heart against the pain. He was a rock. Rocks did not feel pain. Hanging in the beast's grip, Kral bent at the waist and blindly swung his axe toward the wrist that held him. The iron blade shuddered slightly as it passed through the bone of the creature's arm. He was allowed only a moment of satisfaction before he fell and struck his head on the ground. Dazed, he rolled away from where he thought the skeleton stood, hugging his axe to his chest. Blood flowed from a wound on his forehead, obscuring his view. He rolled to his one good knee, unable to stand, and swiped his axe before him. It encountered nothing. He rubbed the blood from his eyes and saw the skeleton clutching the stump of its arm, trying to stanch the black river spurting from its wound. Kral stared at the creature's injured belly and arm. His weapon had truly pierced its dark magic. But why? How? He silently thanked the gods of his people. Whatever the reason, he now had a chance to wipe the shame from his heart. With a coward's tongue, he had fled from these beasts earlier. This time he would show his courage. The beast finally realized the futility of its effort to halt the bleeding and dropped its wounded arm. Blood hung in thick clots from the severed wrist. It again stalked toward him, more cautiously this time, wings raised in wary readiness. Behind it, Kral spotted Elena's face glowing in the flashes of lightning. She was caught in a claw of the other beast. Her captor still struggled to free its legs of the entangling roots and its wings of the clinging branches. Before he could help her, Kral needed to dispatch the beast who now approached so carefully. Kral eyed the creature, looking for weakness. It still had so many weapons, a clawed hand, 2 daggered feet, and a mouth of ripping teeth. And the beast was now alert, thinking instead of reacting. It would not again act rashly and underestimate its quarry. Kral knew what he must do. He had to draw the beast closer. He took a deep breath and stoked himself for the fire ahead. Once prepared, he released the magic from his heart. He was no longer rock. Stone melted to flesh once again. The pain from his fractured leg now flowed free. It stabbed and burned through his blood like a fire through dry brush, tearing him apart. His vision blacked, and he fell to the mud. He fought to stay conscious, but the pain argued against it. Through the fog of agony, he heard the skeleton cackle as it leaped at its injured prey. "I will enjoy feasting on your ballless mountain worm," the beast hissed. Kral forced his eyes open. He lay on his side and saw the creature's toes dig into the mud only a breath away from his nose. He twisted his head up in time to see the beast lunge its teeth for his throat. Kral ignored the agony spearing from his leg and threw himself into a roll, bringing his arm and axe up in a wide swing. Only one chance, he thought. He felt his axe bite, but what? When he came to a stop, he saw the skeleton lying sprawled an arm's length away. Its head lay even farther. Thank the gods. Krell rolled again to one knee, but now it took all his effort to keep at bay the darkness that howled for him. He saw that Naylan and Merrick fared no better. The nymph lay curled in a ball by the base of her tree, one hand stretched up to the elm's trunk. The tree's limbs still moved, but they offered little restraint. Merrick had collapsed to his knees, obviously spent. No blow traced his figure. As Krell watched, he saw the surviving skeleton snap the last of the roots from its limbs and brush off the feeble branches. It was free. And Elena still lay within its grasp. She fought against it with weak fingers. Krell saw her tears. From the numb blaze coming to her eyes, Krell knew she was succumbing to the same darkness that hounded him. Yet where Krell's darkness burned, hers promised the coolness of escape. Do not lose heart, he silently willed to her. Krell raised his axe a final time. He could not cross the clearing and reach the other skeleton. But his axe could. He would have only one throw. As he hauled back his arm, he prayed that the gods grant him this one wish. Closing his eyes, he wrenched his arm forward, drawing on all the muscles in his back and shoulder. He opened his eyes, the axe flew from his hand. The blade flipped in slow circles through the air. The fate of the child was now beyond his grasp. His heart knew its duty done and allowed the blackness to swell. With a groan, Krell's vision blurred, and he fell to the mud. Elena saw the axe fly toward her. She did not struggle to escape its path. She simply closed her eyes. Let it strike her. Let the horrors end. A sharp rush of air passed overhead. The claw that clasped her shoulder tensed for a heartbeat, then dropped away. Surprised at the sudden freedom, her knees buckled under her own weight. Run, Elena! Ariel called to her from across the clearing. His words took several heartbeats to penetrate her skull. Her head twisted to see what remained of her captor. It still stood above her, but the long hickory shaft of Krell's axe protruded from its chest like a third arm. The blade had buried itself fully in the creature's chest. Black blood dribbled from slack lips. It still stood, one claw gently fingering the axe's leather-wrapped handle. A cough bubbled up from its chest and cast forth more blood. It sank to its knees, as if crudely mimicking Elena's pose. She was transfixed by the flow of black rivers from its lips. Get back! Ariel called. Elena, honey, run! Her uncle's voice broke the strange spell the skeleton had upon her. She found her feet moving and hobbled across the sodden leaves. Yet she could not draw her eyes from the horrible creature's death. The skeleton's wings sank to the mud. Its eyes searched the clearing and stopped when its face found Rockingham. A single claw raised and pointed to the man. It spoke with specks of black foam accenting its words, blood speaks to birthright. Nigorutum Skalmor. Elena felt a flow of power pass over her from the beast. The hairs on her neck stood quivering. The beast fell backward, the halt of the axe pointing to the cloud-choked sky. Its chest heaved one last time, and a gout of blood fountained from nose and mouth. Then it lay still. All eyes were on the dead skeleton when Rockingham began to gasp and clutch at his throat. The man ignored the growling wolf and stumbled into the clearing. His face had reddened to a purplish hue, his eyes bulged out. He raised a hand to where Elena stood. Help me. His body suddenly snapped back, stretched taut. With his spine arched at such an impossible angle, Rockingham balanced on his toes. He screamed a single word to the sky, a name. Lenora. Then a sharp crack echoed across the glade, and like a puppet with its strings cut, Rockingham collapsed dead to the mud. Elena stared numbly at the man who had killed her family. She had thought to feel some satisfaction, but only an emptiness yawned behind her breastbone. Silence descended over the valley. A wind moaned through the wet wood. The wolf padded over to Rockingham and sniffed at him. Its hackles were still raised. Her uncle spoke behind her. "Look there, I think Kral still breathes." "He lives?" the swordsman said, amazement thick in his voice. Elena tore her eyes from Rockingham's corpse and turned to where Kral lay. Uncle Bull knelt by the mountain man and pulled Kral's head from the mud. Leaves smeared one side of his craggy face. Kral's eyes fluttered open, and he let out a shuddering breath. He coughed. Did I kill it?" he said with a weak tongue. "Yes," her uncle said. "Now don't move until we splint your leg. Let me see the girl." Her uncle waved Elena over to them. She rushed to the mountain man's side, elated to find even a single death cheated this night. Kral's eyes glowed with relief at the sight of her. Erril accompanied her. The swordsman knelt beside Kral. "You saved us all." He waved his hand to indicate Merrick and Nalan, who were now just starting to rise on shaky feet. "We all did," Kral mumbled. "With the help of the gods." He pushed up enough to see where his axe protruded from the dead bulk of the beast. He sighed and sank his forehead to the mud. Elena heard him mutter a prayer of thanks. Erril touched his shoulder. "Your axe flew true. Your arm's strength saved this foul night." "But it did not save my craven heart," Kral mumbled to the ground. "What is this you mutter?" Erril asked. "You slew them bravely, Dot." "No, the gods did. My blade should not have cut through the beast's dark magic. It was the work of the gods, not my arm." "No, Kral, it was no god's hand that pierced their black protections. Your blade was anointed in the blood of the creature you slew in Winterfell. Its black spirit bathed your axe. A weapon so treated will slice through their magic." Kral's head swung up as Erril spoke, his eyes suddenly focused and sober. He reached and clutched the swordsman's knee. "What is this you speak?" Erril seemed confused by the fervor in Kral's eyes. The mountain man's hand slipped from Erril's knee. Kral's eyes narrowed with a pain that was not just physical. "I thought it a ruse, a lie." "What lie?" Erril asked. Kral hung his head again. "My tongue spoke falsely to escape the beasts at the cottage. I told them I knew of a way to pierce their skin's shield, that my axe could kill them." Kral's pain held the swordsman's tongue. Uncle Bull spoke to fill the hard silence, placing a hand on the mountain man's chest. "But it ended up being the truth. You did not lie." Kral's eyes continued to shine with pain. "In my heart, I did." Uncle Bull looked to Erril for help. He only shook his head, unsure what else to say. Kral's eyes began to close again, his breathing hoarse with pain. Elena found herself placing a hand on Uncle Bull and Erril. She guided them aside and knelt by Kral. He had saved her. She would not let him carry this pain in his heart. Too many others had already given too much for her safety. She could erase this one debt. As she knelt, Kral's eyes opened a bit wider in acknowledgement of her presence, but deep sorrow still resided behind his pupils. She raised his chin with a finger, then moved the finger to his lips. "No lie passed your tongue, man of the mountains. Your heart protected you, as you protected me. Do not let guilt sully your brave actions. Your heart held true." She bent and placed a small kiss on his lips, then repeated in a whisper, "No lies past these lips." Her touch and words softened the lines drawn deep on his brow and around his eyes. His body visibly relaxed. "Thank you," he muttered softly, and his eyes drifted closed. His breathing resumed a more peaceful rhythm. Erril squeezed her shoulder. "You may have just saved his life. His guilt would have sapped his will, and Kral's heart must be strong, free of doubt, to heal his wounds." Elena fell back to Erril's chest. The swordsman's words were a balm on her soul, too. A long sigh rattled in her tired chest. Erril placed his arm around her and helped her rise. Uncle Bull wandered over and knelt by Rockingham. The killer lay on his back in the mud, his limbs twisted at odd angles. Her uncle placed a hand on the man's neck. Elena waited. She suddenly had an urge to pull Uncle Bull away. Rockingham had killed her parents. She did not want anyone else near him. She opened her mouth, then closed it, knowing how foolish her words would sound. I feel no beat of his heart. He does not breathe, her uncle said. He stood with a groan, one hand supporting his lower back. Turning to them, he wiped his hands together as if to remove any traces of Rockingham's foul touch. He is dead. Elena allowed herself to relax. It was over. Dawn was near. She suddenly had a heartfelt need to see the sun again. Her uncle smiled at her. She returned it, shyly at first, then stronger. This long night neared its end. As she smiled, her nose warned her before her eyes. A stench of open graves swelled across the glade. Her nose curled from the smell, trying to shut out the noxious odor. When Elena saw what rose behind her uncle, she screamed. 38. Mogweed heard the girl's terror and retreated farther down the tunnel. Whatever created such fear had to be far worse than any goblins. Maybe he could find another way out. But fear of the dark passages and of hidden cave creatures kept him hovering. Near the tunnel's mouth, Tolchuk stood by the drape of roots, still unable to free himself from the passage. The sounds of battle had ignited the Ojiri's blood. He tore viciously at the iron-hard roots of the oak. Several of Tolchuk's claws had ripped and now bled. Mogweed saw the Ojiri shake with a blood rage. Suddenly Tolchuk swung from his attack on the roots to face Mogweed. The Ojiri's eyes glowed, not with the amber of his Iselura heritage but with the red fire of an Ojiri. He pointed a ragged claw at Mogweed. You! Tolchuk boomed, funneling his anger toward him. You knew! Mogweed felt the air thicken as the Ojiri's rage enveloped him. His eyes grew wide with the memory of the Ojiri tearing the sniffer to bloody tatters when they first met. His tongue froze in his mouth. You knew what lay beyond the tunnel, yet your tongue be silent. Mogweed fought his throat and lips, trying to find words to deny the accusations. He could not. Tolchuk thundered down the passage, filling the entire tunnel. Mogweed covered his head with both arms. He felt the steam of the Ojiri's hot breath. He cringed, awaiting the rip of teeth. Why? Tolchuk hissed in a small, deadly voice, much more chilling than his booming rage. Why did you betray us? Mogweed knew he must speak. In his present fury, Tolchuk would certainly kill him. But what could he say? He had betrayed them. Only Rockingham would know the words to escape this fate. Mogweed pictured the man's snide demeanor. Yes, Rockingham would know, and as Mogweed thought of him, he suddenly knew, too. Rockingham had taught him something. Why deny? Mogweed focused his breathing to a slower pace and swallowed several times. He tried to ignore the pungent smell of the heated Ojiri. I did know about the winged beasts, he finally admitted, his voice squeaking. Tolchuk's breath rushed at him. You confess it? Yes. Mogweed closed his eyes. He pictured himself as Rockingham. But I was forced to. Nayland's life was held hostage on the strength of my silence. You sacrificed all of us for the one? No, they only wanted the girl. They swore safe passage for the others. Tolchuk remained silent at his words. Mogweed pressed his advantage, as Rockingham had done with the Skaltum. I knew nothing of this girl child, but the Naifi are friends of my people, of your people, too. Silura and Naifi have been allies of the forest since ages lost in the past. I could not let Nayland die for the sake of a female human child. Humans have hunted us, slaughtered us like mere animals. Why should I trade the life of a friend for an unknown enemy? So I agreed. You could have warned us, Tolchuk said, but hesitation and doubt now laced his ire. Mogweed struck harder. My tongue does not make false promises. Though the pact was a foul one, I made it in an attempt to save the life of an innocent. Once spoken, I would not go back on my word. Would you? Is that the way of the Ojiri people? Tolchuk sagged to the tunnel floor. No, it be just such a betrayal by one of my ancestors that started my journey and cursed my people. Mogweed sensed he should keep quiet. I apologize, the Ojiri said after a period of silence. The road of honor can often be difficult. Your words are spoken with respect, Mogweed said solemnly, bowing his head, though his heart soared with laughter. I accept your apology. From down the tunnel, the girl screamed again. Arral pulled the screaming child to his chest. A gray tentacle, thick as a man's thigh and laced with splotches of red, whipped from behind Bol to wrap around the old man's waist and chest. Gods above! Arral stumbled back, yanking the girl with him. Large suckers, like tiny mouths, glued to the old man's clothing and skin. Before Bol could raise a hand against the creature's hold, he suddenly spasmed in its grip. His mouth opened in a cry that never sounded. Then he fell limp. The tentacle thickened and lifted the old man's thin frame. It flung his body, like a rag doll, to the forest's edge. As the tentacle unwrapped, Arral saw what had killed Bol. Horned daggers, poking from each of its sucker mouths like hundreds of spearing tongues, pulled from the man's flesh. A steaming red oil dripped from the tip of each horn, poison. The horns retracted. Elena moaned as Arral guided her backward toward the forest's edge. She sank to the mud, her eyes fixed on her uncle's collapsed form. With his one arm, Arral tried to hold her up, but his weak muscles were racked with the strain. Elena slid in his grip. He fought to drag her back from the beast, his boot heels slipping in the mud and dead leaves. Arral stared in horror at what awaited them if they failed to reach the trees. Rockingham's chest had split open like a chiseled melon, and a cauldron of black energy swirled forth. From this void, the tentacle had wormed into the world. It continued to throb and undulate as it dragged farther out of the swirling densities. Now Arral understood how the Dark Lord had tracked them. Rockingham was not a man, at least not any longer, but a construct of black magic. Arral had heard rumors of such creatures. He was a golem, a hollow shell created from the dead heart of a suicide. He tugged the child farther from the emerging creature, gaining small strides. Like a malignant birth, parts of the beast pushed through the black magic billowing from the dead man's chest. What followed the tentacle was more than a creature of nightmare. Arral could never have imagined a beast so foul of form. His mind fought against accepting what he saw. The tentacle was not an arm of the beast, but a tongue. As it shoved into the world, its blubbery mouth appeared, puckering and swelling around the poisoned tongue. As its lips pulled back, a ring of jagged teeth gleamed like broken glass. Rows of teeth continued deep into its throat. Above the mouth waved hundreds of tiny stalks, each longer than Arral's arm, tipped with black orbs the size of hen's eggs. Arral's instincts told him these orbs were not eyes, but some other organ of sense beyond this world's comprehension. A keening wail, like the cries of slaughtered rabbits, flowed from the creature. It lurched and rolled into the clearing. Elena slipped from Arral's weakening arm and fell fully to the mud. He tried to move her but was too weak. He searched for help. Across the clearing, he saw Merrick calling Naylan along the edge of the forest. The elven struggled to circle around the beast toward them. Suddenly, Elena jerked under Arral's touch. Her feet scrabbled to push her up. The shock of her uncle's death had faded enough for her to become aware of what crept closer. Arral helped her stand. "Hurry," he cried in her ear. She obeyed him. No longer needing help, Arral waved Merrick back from them, knowing the elven bore enough burden with the knife-eye. Merrick's eyes settled on the girl now moving on her own. He nodded to Arral, then limped with Naylan into the cover of thick trunks and twining branches. Arral and Elena retreated towards similar safety. By now the beast, as tall as 2 men and longer than 4, had fully entered this world, Its body resembled a large slug, gray skin glistening with a mucus that steamed hot in the cold night. Streaks of black and red, like slashes in its flesh, decorated its sides. Lining its bulging torso were suckers larger than swollen pumpkins. Suddenly its body shuddered and gave one sharp spasm. Elena screamed. From the torso's suckers, 10 jointed legs burst forth, armored like some massive insect. The legs lifted its bulk off the mud. Only its tongue still draped to the ground, curling and twisting like a snake in nettles. Knowledge of this beast's nature suddenly gripped Eril's heart. He had never seen such a creature, but he had heard it described long ago. Though ages had passed, he had not forgotten. Here stood a creature from the volcanic lands of Golgotha. In the burning sulfur pits of their homelands, these creatures burrowed to lay their eggs among poison and fire. Eril's mind fought against this knowledge. He prayed he was wrong. But what happened next confirmed his fears. The beast's back bowed up and spasmed again. Its skin tore open along its sides, and wet wings shook free. Bone and webbing spread from one side of the clearing to the other. Eril drove Elena faster. Now he could not deny this beast's name. Even the structures of the wings were similar to those of its smaller offspring. A Mulgotra, he huffed under his breath as he pushed the girl. It was a birthing queen of the Skaltum. 39. Elena ran with Eril toward the protection of the forest, her loss still choking her heart. She kept her eyes far from Uncle Bull's body, knowing she must resist the allure of paralyzing grief, if not for her own sake, then for the swordsman who would not forsake her but would instead die at her side. As she ran, a savage rain began to lash down from the warring skies. Streaks of lightning played between the clouds, while crackling rolls of thunder shook from the peaks of the teeth. Elena darted looks behind her, expecting to find the beast at her throat already. Mulgotra. Though the swordsman had only mumbled the word, her mind had caught it. It somehow fit the creature. Across the dark glade, the beast stalked toward them, slightly weak on its jointed legs, like a chick new from an egg. It shook its wings, rattling bone and leather. Cold rain ran in steaming streams across its hot skin. It sensed her stare. Its stalks waved in her direction as a low cry of recognition hissed from its mouth. Words crept through its hiss like a whispered scratching from a grave. Come. It is useless to run, child. The words flowed from deep down its dark maw. Elena knew it was not the Mulgotra that spoke or even a creature in its belly. What spoke crouched in a web far from this rain-swept clearing, something far more sinister than the squealing horror crawling toward her, something from blasted lands and sunless pits. Deep inside, she knew who spoke. It was the Black Heart, the Dark Lord of the Golgotha. Its foul words flowed again from the Mulgotra's throat. The world will scream unless you submit. I will destroy all you hold dear. Your name will be a curse to all ears. That I promise you unless you come to me. Join with us, now. Elena ignored the words as she ran, trying not to hear but unable to block them as they wormed into her skull. Come hear how loud the screams will be if you resist. Thank you for leaving me such a choice tool to work with. Elena's feet stumbled in their pursuit of the forest's edge. What did the foul one mean? She stopped, half-turned toward the creature. Eril tried to urge her on, but she shook free of his poison-addled grip. The swordsman seemed not to hear the words spoken to her. The beast twisted to the side, its many feet churning the mud. Its new target was clear. One of her party still lay sprawled in the clearing, like abandoned refuse, Kral. The mountain man lay prone across the wet leaves. Not even the rain woke him to the looming monster. The Mulgotra crept toward him. Its gray tongue snaked closer. Elena swung her head away, not wanting to watch. As she shunned the sight, her eyes ended up on the crumpled form of Uncle Bull. His face was turned to the sky. Rain struck his open eyes. Her heart ran cold. Stripped of all family, as if the flesh had been stripped from her bones, all that was left of the young Elena was a core of brittle hardness. So many had died, and in her name. She tore her gaze back to Kral and took a step toward the beast. She could stomach no further sacrifice. She was through resisting. Let all the horrors end. Please, no more, her heart sobbed. Before she could take a second step, a streak of darkness shot past her knees and raced forward. The wolf flew to stand between Kral and the Mulgotra and howled at the monster, a cry that sliced through thunder and rain. The swiftness of the dog's appearance must have startled the winged horror. It skittered back from the snarling wolf. The stalks waved frantically. Then its tongue snapped out and batted the dog aside. The impact sent the wolf tumbling through the rain to strike the trunk of an oak. Elena saw him struggle to raise his head, legs pushing at the piled dead leaves. Then the wolf collapsed unconscious or dead, Elena did not know. His pink tongue hung from slack jaws. The Mulgotra again stalked toward Kral. No! She stumbled forward. Elena! Stop! You cannot help him. Eril tried to snatch at her, but his poisoned blood slowed his moves. She slipped his clutch. Stop! She ignored the swordsman's call. The beast would make short work of Kral and all of her friends. She ran forward now, her heart dead in her chest. The only way to keep her friends clear of its rending teeth was to give the Dark Lord what it wanted. Let her own sacrifice save the others. Let this night end. No more would die in her name. Her eyes tight with dry tears, she lunged to the mountain man's side just as the tip of the Mulgotra's tongue brushed the crown of Kral's head. She skidded to a stop in the mud and kicked aside the tentacle. She stood in a small pool of rainwater as the beast towered over her. Elena raised her arms, her head thrown back. Rain sluiced onto her face and ran cold through her hair. No more, she called in a strangled voice. I am yours. As it leaned toward her, she saw down its puckering mouth. Its stench clenched her stomach. She fought her rising gorge. Deep in its throat, coiling and thrashing, was a nest of other tongues. But the tongue that spoke was none of these. Smart child. It is useless to resist. Your heart knows its master. The Mulgotra crouched down on all its legs, like a spider about to bite. Elena wanted to stand brave, but her knees began to buckle. One of its tongues slithered from the gaping mouth and throbbed toward her. Its tip touched her boot, then crawled up her body. Like a foul lover's embrace, it slid under her soaking shirt and wrapped around her chest. Its touch burned. She felt its sucker's kiss at her skin. We shall create things that will shudder the world, the voice said, but Elena knew this was not spoken to her as much as it was whispered to the black heart's own desires. Her knees finally gave out completely, but before she sank to the mud, the tongue tightened its hold and lifted her into the rain. The suckers that had kissed now bit as they held. Elena closed her eyes. Let him have his wits. Let him have his prize. He would never have her soul. Death stalked all those around her. Perhaps it would claim the Golgotha, too. It is a long flight, she heard it say. She closed her mind, shut out the world, and sought a place within her where she would not hear the rattle of wings or the pounding rush of her own heart, somewhere to hide. She retreated, flying far away from this dark glade. The Dark Lord's next words stopped her flight. But the Mulgotra is weak. It must first feed. Elena's lids flew open, and she saw the beast whip another tongue from its long gullet to wrap around Kral's neck. Her body screamed. Ice ran cold in her veins. No! Her silent cry echoed to all corners of her being, awakening that which slept curled around her heart. The world dimmed. Not even a flash of lightning penetrated her darkness. Ice reached her heart and a fire exploded within her. I said no more. She shrieked. Her voice reached the clouds overhead. Thunder answered her. No more! She screamed again. Her tormented shriek tightened the grip around her chest, trying to press her silent. Her words were still ignored. From down a narrow tunnel, she saw the tentacle dragging Kral's limp form toward the mouth and teeth. Her vision squeezed to the point of a needle. A cold fire raged inside. For the past 2 nights, she had reacted, lashed out, been blown this way and that, like a dead leaf in a whirlwind. No longer. She would no longer be ignored. If the Dark Lord wanted a wit-ch, let him have a wit-ch, one flowing with magic. Touching the fire within her, she opened herself to her power and let the cold flames glow through her skin. The energy raged within the shell of her body. It sought a crack to run wild into the night. It screamed for blood. So be it. She reached to the mouth of the Mulgotra and sliced her right hand on a razored tooth of the beast. As her blood poured free, her magic rushed out. She struck with a hand whirled in red fires. The beast screeched and dropped her to the mud. Landing on her feet, she saw the Mulgotra had released Kral, too. The beast backed from her, scuttling away to the far side of the clearing. At her feet, the amputated end of its tongue convulsed and twisted like an axed snake. Her heel kicked it away. Elena again stood in a small pool of rainwater, her head raised to the heavens, her eyes cold on the Mulgotra and the malignant beast inside. At her toes, the water froze to ice and spread. The pool became a frozen pond. Mud at its edges cracked as her cold fire spread farther. Rain turned to ice around her, striking her cheek with sharp bites. She ignored the rain's stinging kisses and stepped toward the beast. I told you, no more. She took another step. Kral lay behind her. Determination burned through her, none would touch him now. I will have you, child, whole or not. The Mulgotra spread its wings in challenge. She heard another voice behind her, Eril's. He sounded so far away. No, Elena. You aren't ready. Come back to me. Run. She ignored him. No longer would she listen to others. This night she would no longer be a pawn in a game of ages and lost bloodlines. No leaf in a wind. No child. Elena reached a hand toward the beast. Blood dripped from her wounded palm, steaming and hissing as its hot touch met frozen mud. This night she would be a wit-ch. You should have listened, she warned, ice in her words. The beast cringed back a moment. Then, like a coiled viper, it lunged. As it raced toward her, hundreds of tentacles burst from its throat, tangling the air with their thrashings. Elena stood still as it hurtled toward her. She closed her eyes and clenched her right hand into a fist. She let the fire build within her bloody fingers. The power swirled tighter and tighter upon itself. Her arm trembled with the energies warring within her fist. They became a cold sun in her palm. The ground shook as the Mulgotra thundered toward her. She felt the foul heat of its stench on her face. Her fingers opened, like a rose at dawn. The force of an exploding star burst from her palm. Yarril was blown back by the force of the magical explosion. His back struck a tree. He shakily managed to keep his feet. Tears had frozen in his eyes. He blinked his lids to warm his vision and saw a sight that stopped his breath. The Mulgotra had been blown back from Elena's throat. It lay on its back. She had killed it. No! He saw a wing twitch. Then in an explosion of muscle and wing, it rolled back to its feet. It swung to the child again. A screech flowed from its black throat. Elena still stood with her arm raised above her head, fingers splayed wide. Aranel swore at the sight. Her hand was no longer red. With her magic spent, she had no protection. He stumbled toward her. As he wobbled on his feet, Elena slashed her arm down, fingers pointing at the Mulgotra. Lightning cracked with such fury from above that Eril fell to the muddy ground. He raised his eyes in time to see a thunderhead dive from its place in the heavens. It swallowed the monster in its black grip. She had called the very sky down upon the creature. Errol had never imagined she had such power. Her magic was not spent, he realized. It had just been cast out into the world and now it returned. Within the captured thunderhead, he saw her magic glow with the fire of blue ice. Suddenly a grey tentacle shot out from the churning mists of the black cloud. It sailed for Elena's outstretched arm. Elena did not cringe. A smile of wicked delight pulled her lips tight. The power sang to her heart. She felt the bonds linking her blood to the magic, and she knew what she must do. Her eyes hardened at the grasping tongue. Her magic whispered in her ear. It told her the cloud that wrapped around the Mulgotra also stood in her hand. She clenched her fist closed. The cloud shrieked with tormented winds, then shrank, collapsing around the Mulgotra. As it closed around the beast, all its stored moisture changed from mist to water. As the mists cleared, Elena saw a huge bubble of water mold around the thrashing Mulgotra. The beast was drowning. Elena somehow knew the Dark Lord had fled back to his hole buried under Blackhall. He had left this shell behind. The Mulgotra still fought its death as the magic sang inside Elena. Her power wanted more. More. A part of her recognized the gasping creature as a mere tool of the Dark Lord, knew its death was nothing to bring such joy, but another part of her sang with the magic swimming in blue scintillations across the surface of the water. Power still waited to be used, screamed in her ear with its need. Elena heeded the call. She stared at the drowning beast and clenched her fist tighter. Before her, the bubble of rainwater blew to ice, freezing the beast in its heart, like a fly caught in amber. The towering crystal of ice crashed and sank partly in the mud. Blue fire skated across its surface, a trace of power. It sang so sweetly. It begged. More. Her blood thrilled with its song. How could she deny it? It would be like denying her heart. She tightened the muscles of her forearm until they bulged. Her fist now clenched so hard her nails dug into her palm. She did not feel the pain and squeezed tighter still. Her smile grew ecstatic. The wall of ice exploded. Like Erril's sword in the caves, the frozen beast inside shattered into thousands of pieces. Ice and beast blew away from her, leaving her untouched. The forest behind the beast did not fare so well. Trees were tumbled for a league into the forest. A jumble of ice boulders and sections of Mulgotra spread in a fan from where she stood. Elena's fist fell open at the sight of such massive destruction. She fell to her knees, then to her palms. What had she done? Her mind pictured the struggling, gasping Mulgotra, argued that it was dangerous and had to be killed. And she knew this to be true. Such a beast would have ravaged her valley home. Yet she also knew how she had felt as she lashed out joyous with its dying, elated at its death. Worst of all, as she stared at her hands, so white against the black mud, a part of her desperately craved the light of dawn, not for its warmth, but only for the sun's ability to ignite her power again. Here she recognized the Witziach in her, calling out. Elena could not dismiss this as the voice of her magic. No. It was her own heart singing for the power. But what about the woman who could not stop the tears from flowing down her cheeks at the death of a living creature, a misused tool killed so savagely by her hand? This was her, too. Who was she? What had she become? Boots appeared in the mud before her eyes. Erril knelt down beside her. He lifted her chin with his fingers. His touch was warm on her skin. Her magic had left her so cold. He pulled her to his chest and said no words. There were none to heal her heart. 40. Elena pulled the deerskin parka tighter around her holders, trying to squeeze every pocket of frigid air from underneath the coat. The first clear morning since they had arrived 3 moons ago drew her from the home caves of Kral's clan. Snowy peaks, tinged a rosy hue by the dawn, reached for the blue sky. The sight took her breath away in streams of white as the cold bit at her nose. She buried the lower half of her face in the furred collar of her parka. A morning this clean made her wonder if all that had happened to her was nothing more than a bad dream. Here, she awoke to the sound of giggling children and the prattle of cookwives preparing a morning meal of warmed oats and raisins. Cinnamon spiced the air as well as the food. Pottery clinked with spoons. Voices raised to shout greetings, not warnings. Yet Elena had only to walk a handful of steps to be reminded that this peaceful world was all an illusion. In a side cave, Eril rested on a bed, wrapped in down-filled blankets. The bones of his face shone through his skin. He was a skeleton of a man now, his muscles wasted by a raging fever. The poisons had reached his heart at the same time the party had reached Kral's home. The swordsman had collapsed at the head of the pass. If not for the broad back and strong legs of the Ojiri Tolchuk, Eril would not have even made it that far. Even the surviving horses, Kral's Rorschach and her dear Mist, had been too exhausted to safely carry the injured man up the last of the treacherous mountain trails. But with Tolchuk's help, the limp form of the plainsman finally reached Kral's home caves. Not until an entire moon had passed did his fever finally break. Only the steamed leaves boiling in pots, prepared with care by Nalan, and Eril's own strong spirit kept death from his cave those long days. Elena had spent many nights sitting beside his bed, mopping his brow with cool mineral waters from deep in the caves, listening to him moan and tangle his sheets. Once, he had opened his eyes straight at Elena and screamed, "The Witch will kill us all." She had cried and run from the room, even though she could tell from his glazed eyes that he was deluded by the poisons in his veins. It had taken her many days before she could return to his cave. This morning, after sneaking Mist a bit of dried apple, Elena had visited Eril and found him sitting up in bed, conversing with Kral. The mountain man's lower leg was still clamped between splints, but he managed to hobble through the caves with a crutch of hickory wood under his arm. The wolf had sat by Eril's bed, ears perked as the two men spoke. Elena still had trouble fathoming the animal as a shapeshifter and could not resist scratching him behind an ear and patting his head. She had done so as she entered the small cave. The wolf had wagged his tail, and Eril had offered her a smile. His color, though pale, had glowed with the warmth of life instead of the ashen shades of death. Returning strength had shone from his eyes. Elena had mirrored his smile shyly, but now out in the crisp air, she smiled more fully. He would live. Snow crunched under her boots as she climbed the ice-crusted trail that led from the sheltered caves to the windswept Pass of Spirits. Across the teeth, the thin spires of smoke from the hearths of other clans of the mountain folk rose to greet the morning. 12 in all, she counted as she wound up toward the pass. It was these people who had offered them shelter and a place to hide. Winter had closed the pass with a mighty blizzard just as the party limped into the safety of the teeth. They planned to weather out the bite of winter among Kral's clans, to let their trail grow cold to the dogs of the Golgotha, to let their wounds heal, to let time dull sharp memories that sap spirit and muscle, to forget for a while and rest. A long journey lay ahead, but none of them spoke of it. That was for another time, for when that bloody night finally lost its hold on their hearts and tongues. Now, they simply existed, basking in firelight and warm company. Few words were spoken. Only one decision had been made. When winter thawed, they would all go with Elena and Eril on the journey to Wallowa Glen. Each voiced a different reason: Merrick to guard his king's bloodline, Nalan to honor the words of a dying prophet, Kral to seek his vengeance, Mogweed and Fardale to break a curse, and Tolchuk to answer the demands of a glowing stone. Yet one unspoken reason lay in each heart, ties of blood now bound them all. Elena let the sun melt this knowledge from her as she continued toward the Pass of Spirits. Though the cold burned her chest, she knew she must make this journey for all who had died in her name, to show them who she had become. She would make it for her mother and father, for her aunt and uncle, and for a brother who had vanished off the streets of Winterfell. She wiped a tear from her eye before it froze and continued up the steep path, wondering what had become of her brother Joach. "Come here, boy," Gresham growled over his shoulder as he threw open the wardrobe and unhooked the white robe inside. The Witch's brother shambled over to him. Joach's eyes did not blink, and saliva foamed at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Gresham, awaiting his order, but no awareness glowed from his pupils. The spell of influence still held the boy in its thrall. Gresham stared sourly at the boy's sunken face and wasted figure. He kept forgetting to tell the boy to eat. He frowned. It would not do to let him die. The boy might yet prove useful. Gresham slipped the white robe over his head and pulled its cowl lower over his face. He threw a blue sash across his shoulders to indicate he was under a vow of silence, not wishing to be disturbed as he crossed the passages to the praetor's chamber. With a final tug on his robe, he checked the fall of his garments in a mirror, then frowned and lowered his head farther to keep his face deeper in shadows. Satisfied, he turned to the door of his dormitory cell. "Follow," he ordered the boy as he swung the door open. Joach shuffled 2 steps behind him as he entered the passage. The hall was empty, but Gresham was careful to keep his face hooded. Too many eyes prowled these halls. The boy's naked face would raise no inquiring looks. He appeared as any other servant, maybe slightly more slack-jawed. A dullard, they would suppose, and politely refrain from mentioning the boy. Gresham followed a path well known to him. He had no need to raise his head to check directions. He climbed the stairs near the kitchen and followed a dusty passage to the other wing. Twisting and turning through the various halls, he entered the oldest section of the edifice. Now the dust of crumbling stone and cracked mortar marked their steps' progress in puffs of ancient decay. Reaching the stairs to the western tower, named the Praetor's Spear after its lone occupant, Gresham stopped to clear dust from his nose, smearing the cuff of his white robe. The boy bumped to a stop at his heel. Mucus dripped from his nose. "Stay," Gresham ordered the boy. Once satisfied that he was obeyed, Gresham hauled himself alone up the countless flights of stairs as they curved along the inside of the tower. He passed 2 guards along the way. They had been alerted of his arrival by their master. Gresham did not even wave a hand of acknowledgement as he huffed past them. He spied the deadness behind their eyes. Both were under a spell of control similar to the boy's, though of a delicacy and fine webbing beyond Gresham's skills. So subtle was the working that the guards themselves and the brothers of the order were unaware of the master's touch among their own. Gresham reached the last landing and approached the iron-bound oaken door. 2 guards stood with sheathed swords. Their eyes did not move as he approached. Gresham raised his hand to rap on the wood, but before his knuckles could touch oak, the door swung inward on its own. "Come," a voice from within ordered. Gresham cringed from the sound of the praetor's voice, not in fear, but in simple recognition that the tone was the same as his own when he ordered the boy Joach. "He thinks me nothing more than a servant." Gresham stepped into the chamber of the Brotherhood's esteemed leader and saw the praetor standing by the western window. Through the glass, the black finger of the tower's shadow pointed toward the distant coast. The praetor stared beyond the sunken remains of the once proud city of Alloa Glen and out to the sea, past the islands of the archipelago that dotted the water like the backs of huge sea creatures. Gresham knew where he stared. Gresham waited. The door closed behind him and latched shut. Now away from the prying eyes of his other brothers, Gresham pushed back the hood of his robe. There were no secrets here. Gresham stayed silent. The praetor would speak when ready, so Gresham simply studied his stiff back. Only a few individuals knew the identity of the praetor. As leader of the city and the Brotherhood, he had given up his name to don this cloak of responsibility. That had been a long time ago. None but Gresham still lived to remember that day. The praetor finally swung away from the window. His eyes were the same gray as his brother Eril's. "I feel her gaze," Shorkin said. "The Witch stares toward the book." "She will come here," Gresham said. "The book calls her." As Praetor Shorkin turned back to his vigil, wraiths of black energies caressed his skin and mocked the white robes of his station. "We must be ready for her. The Black Heart must have his Witch." Elena rounded the last of the twisting path, her heart lighter as the pass spread wide before her. She stepped to the pass of spirits with a prayer of thanks on her lips. An errant gust tried to tug the hood from her face, but it quickly tired of its play and died away. The wind was calm this morning, but she knew that by evening it would howl through the teeth as if pining the loss of the sun. She studied the pass. Snow had fallen this last night, and not a single print marred the spread of virgin white. Elena regretted having to ruin such a sight with her plodding boot prints, but her goal this morning still beckoned. With a sigh that plumed into the air, she crossed into the pass and began the short march to its crest. A thin scree of ice caked the surface of snow, cracking in protest with each step. The scrunch filled her ears. By the time she neared the highest point of the pass, she was forging through snow up to her knees. A sweat had built under her inner linens, and she knew that when she stopped it would rapidly chill her. Still she pushed on until she crested the tallest point of the pass. She stopped and stared east. Short of breath, damp, and sure to grow cold, she did not regret the climb. The mountains opened up before her, and the full face of the sun bathed her in its radiance. The morning was so bright and clear that Elena swore the glint at the curve of the world was the great ocean itself. The lands spread below her in sweeping vistas. She could see winter had reached its snowy grip far into the foothills and valleys. Yet, beyond that, among the distant plains, a hint of green glowed in the dawn, like a promise of spring. Elena pulled off her rabbit fur mittens and lifted her hands to the sunlight. They glowed in the dawn, one white as the snow, the other whirled with the reds of sunset. It had taken her a long time after that foul night to finally renew. Though not injured like the others, Elena had sustained a deeper wound in that dark glade. She had needed this time of rest and contemplation to heal. Because ever since that dark night when she had knelt in the mud in Ariel's arms, a question had consumed her spirit: who was she? Elena stared at both hands now and raised them to the world. Was she the red of the witch or the white of the woman? She now knew, and in the pass of spirits, she showed the world. She touched her palms together, intertwining her fingers. This is who I am. And as Elena looks toward the distant sea beyond the horizon with her legion at her back, I must end this story. My inkwells have run dry, my wrist aches, and I must find a vendor who is not too steep on his price of ink and scroll. So please let me end my story here. Let me rest. What I write next, the journey to the lost city, even I dread remembering. So here I end the story. The legion is formed, and the path is drawn. The dark journey begins tomorrow. 1 Laws of Oppression, by Professor Sigal Rauran, University Press, UDB, page 42. In Arthurian times, followers of the banned texts were often hunted down, their eyes burned out with hot coals, and their intestines gutted for public display. Even worse punishments were sometimes employed. 2-inch Deceit Among the Scholars, by Robsorden, New Uni Times, Volume 4, Issue 5, pages 16 to 17. In one heretic sect, pages of the scrolls were tattooed in hidden places on a person's body. And annually the group would unite and read the text off each other. Such was the fervor to avoid the banning. 3. The Mystery of the Lost Scrolls, by Arillo Sanji, Volsanto Press, page 42. The last recorded mention of the original handwritten copies was back some 2 centuries. But even this mention by Lord Jessup of Argana is questioned by scroll scholars as simple bragging. James Clemens was born in Chicago, Illinois, in 1961. With his 3 brothers and 3 sisters, he was raised in the Midwest and rural Canada. He attended the University of Missouri and graduated with a doctorate in veterinary medicine in 1985. The lure of ocean, sun, and new horizons eventually drew him to the West Coast, where he established his veterinary practice in Sacramento, California. He is the author of Witch Fire, Witch Storm, and Witch War. Under the name James Rollins, he is also the author of the national bestseller Subterranean.